Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champion.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top, and they be asking why I'm at.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Major 4 Challengers Open as we are locked and loaded, ready to go for Championship Sunday here in Paris. I'm Visions. Alongside me, I have Seymour. It is bright and early for us here in North America. I'm sure still early for some in EU, but we are ready to go, man. We got some great matches ahead of us today.
I feel like the roles are reversed and all the Europeans are happy to be up at a normal time. For you and I, 6 a.m. almost there. It's still in the 5 a.m.s, but you're right. We're locked in. We got a long day of Call of Duty to talk about today. We wind things down to crown our last Open champion ahead of our Call of Duty Challengers champs. And not just that, Austin, it's even more than that. Today, you're playing for an auto qualification spot for that championship.
A lot on the line to be sure, but let's take a look at the schedule, see what we do have lined up here for you. We are into our top 6 that are remaining at the tournament for the Open, and our alpha match will be Team War up against OMiT Brooklyn, so we will be kind of staying on board with that one for the most part. But while that one happens, we also have Torn Esports up against P7 Notorious, and then patiently waiting in that upper bracket will be OMiT and Bush Gaming waiting after.
Yeah, and we kind of round things out to the losers semis, the losers finals, the grand finals later on. A whole lot to look at, and the stories for today could not be more energetic. Obviously, we get the rematch between OMiT and Telluride Bush in that winner's final. Winner gets a spot in champs. Loser drops down to have a little bit more matches to play on this Sunday. We got both Torn Esports and Team War, the only 2 teams in the bracket right now that haven't auto-qualified for champs. P7 on the redemption, and OMiT looking for a land win. So this is going to be a fun day of action.
It's going to be a good one. Let's take a look at what they are in fact playing for, though. We know that there is plenty on the line. This, of course, being one of the big prize pools that we do have for our Open tournaments, with $100,000 total up for grabs, but fighting for the lion's share at $30,000 is certainly what every single team remaining in the tournament is looking to do.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these teams, this would be a good prize pool to take away after what is going to be an expensive week in Paris. But we got a pro points as well to talk about. And, you know, I was kind of mentioning, Austin, about, you know, both Torn and Team War, who are both the only 2 teams right now that haven't auto-qualified for champs through pro points alone. Right. And I think, you know, even if you're looking at getting 3rd place for either one of them, 3rd place still isn't enough. Pro points won't get you to champs. So for those 2 teams, they're looking to make it to the grand finals, looking to make a Cinderella story. And for the end of the year, I think these pro points, I mean, for a lot of these teams might not matter, but it is going to shake things up in terms of what might happen in roster changes later on. But we got our matches to talk about.
We do. Alpha match here with Team War and OMiT Brooklyn. We'll be kicking things off on Scar Hardpoint, so we'll be able to jump right into that here very shortly, and then followed by some raids, some more Scar Overload, and then a Colossus Hardpoint. If need be, we will actually go to a Hacienda, search and destroy for map number 5.
Yeah, I mean, we get the run back on the Scar Overload too. Hopefully, Team War have made some changes on this map mode combo, because they did not look good on that yesterday versus the Bush. I'm sure there's been a lot to talk about here for Team War going into the Sunday after losing the Bush the way that they did. Flames obviously has been having a really good tournament for this squad, but my eyes are going to be on Icons, one of the 2 members left from the Stallions team that has fallen apart. Now in a Sunday, they've outplaced their old teammates, and I want to see what Icons can do to elevate Team War to hopefully take down OMiT Brooklyn again.
Yeah, something to certainly keep our eyes on coming into this, and I think overall, Hardpoint has actually looked pretty decent for Team War. I think as a whole this weekend, it really just felt like they were a little deflated in that match for yesterday versus Bush, but so far, they've been off to an electrifying start to kick off the Scar, and, well, they're not missing too many shots either. OMiT Brooklyn feel like they're in the blender here somewhat to kind of kick things off. This is a lot of time to gather off of P1s.
That's really unfortunate, because OMiT Brooklyn, they know that, like, historically, they haven't been able to beat this Team War squad. You look back to stage 4, and although that OMiT Brooklyn, they looked good, Paul had a great stage. Same thing with Turiel, and we've been highlighting that about OMiT Brooklyn for so long. This is the team that knocked them down. So for OMiT Brooklyn, I feel like there's a lot riding here just in pride alone to beat Team War.
Well, Team War get the majority of the points off of P1, but OMiT Brooklyn find a pretty nice Little transition over to P2, doing a good job of collecting the first 20 seconds, but now starting to feel a little threatened. Dealing with the threats, however, as just one more player. That's going to be Vic through the back, seeing if he might be able to pinch up the play, work himself into the hill, flip out the spawns a little bit, but Gwyn is able to come up with a double, and OMiT Brooklyn responding quite nicely on P2 as they gather quite a few points themselves.
You're looking to get a full 50 here if you're OMiT Brooklyn. It looks like Team War are going to take one last look, see if they can steal away a little bit of the scrap time before transitioning over to 3. But for the majority, Team War doing a great job of just clearing out middle of the map, moving over towards that plane wing. Icons get in for the last bit of time, 5 seconds there. But it is going to be a majority of Team War already set up towards nil. Unfortunately for that, I mean, you're tied right now with about, just a little bit of a lead, and Dimensions has just found his first kill of the map.
Yeah, slow start. He was just kind of left alone on P1 to soak up time, so doesn't really get into the mix a whole lot to kick this one off. But still a bit of a battle here for as far as who's going to actually grab control of P3. Both teams going to give it a look, but you are going to have that heady until, and Rex lines up the grenade, perfectly placed between both players here, trying to hold on to the power position. OMiT Brooklyn will find a foot into the hard point here and try to battle for the back 30.
Yeah, and doing a great job here, Team War, at making this comeback, breaking back into this P3. Vic is going to find all 4 kills to make that happen, and you see that there for Dylan Rex. I mean, a beautiful nade cooked for that initial break into the time at that 3rd hill. And I haven't really talked a lot about Rex for this team, but both he and Gwyn going to be feeling good to be back on land. And so far, that's been the story this weekend.
Spree does come to an end there for Vic. He's up to 12 and 6, however, so the firepower certainly favoring the side of Team War as we look at this rotation, and the setup looks to be good initially for OMiT Brooklyn as they start to clear out a bit of space. Team War now trying to calibrate on how we want to actually attack this. First good pick through mid will come in, but a lot of power positions being picked up by OMiT, trying to make sure the back stays safe. But what a win that is from Vic. Maybe opens up a window to try to break in, but so far the perimeter staying decent for OMiT, doing a good job of trying to keep things a little scrappy, not letting them in entirely, but maybe the spawns will flip out now as Gwyn's trying to make up for it as he finds a double.
Icons with some major wins at the back of the map, and that's a good break for Team War, holding on to their lead. You see OMiT Brooklyn gonna have to throw some bodies here to see if they can win away this scrap time, but 2Real goes down. That's gonna force the rotation early to P5 out of OMiT. And you even get a spawn out for 2Real, so the race is on now. See if 2Real can come support his team on transition. You need a lot of these kills in the backline to go good for this P5 setup, but OMiT Brooklyn need to hold their ground, and that right there from 2Real is exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, deep spawns likely to come through now, and yes, so spawns in the back for OMiT Brooklyn. Control for OMiT, trying to see if they can close that lead, but through the front, feels like Team War able to swiftly move right in. However, not all the kills following. Dimensions now trying to keep the play alive, and he does come up with a double, so doesn't have the support just yet, but his teammates are just about ready to come off spawn. Good stun grenade, gonna lock down Rex. Won't find the cleanup just yet, and actually the day tags Vic as he now needs to back down, and he'll now drop.
This is a miraculous start for Team War, especially when you look towards the slaying between Vic and Icons. They break from the front, and there's nothing that OMiT Brooklyn can do. Another triple from Icons in the hill. He's on 5 in a row. Looking to play for that Hellstorm in the first set of hills on Scar. He got a really big lead now heading into the second set of rotations, and OMiT have been sidelined. Couple more kills, and Icons will find that Hellstorm. He's now on his 6th in a row. 2011. Gwyn's going to put him down before that streak can come into play, but with P1 opening, nobody on that time. Need to start seeing OMiT Brooklyn turn a couple of these kills into time, Austin. It's a lot of clearance around the map, but they need to start playing through mid.
Yeah, just a little bit of a slow start here through the first set, but certainly more than enough time to bring it back on a Scar hardpoint. Coming into the second set, we saw Team War come away with a huge amount of points last P1. Can't really allow that to happen this time around, and so far the cover fire from mid was decent. Vic, though, cleaning up 2 makes it a tad bit tricky, and now the cleanup kill starting to come through from the submachine gun players. So, great moment here for OMiT Brooklyn to not only control P1, but also maybe give themselves a fast transition heading into P2.
Yeah. I think that's a good thing for OMiT Brooklyn is that you're looking at this and you're just 2 good hill chains away from clawing your way back into this map number 1. P2 was perfect last time we saw this hill pop, so OMiT's going to be the first one here looking to repeat that, mirror what they did in the first set of hills. The setup doesn't look better for OMiT Brooklyn. You got Team War taking a little bit of a flank. It's going to be Icons trying to make his way into blue, but he gets caught, so it's all eyes forward for OMiT on the setup.
That's a Good read, but still able to get dimensions through. However, he follows up the play. Nade's going to come through over the top. Not going to find the connection. Just need to clean up kill inside of the point itself. Too Real, though, just trying to duck and dive, play his life. Can only do so for so long, and Flames is there to clean up too. Finding a bit of clearance and giving Team War a chance to get back in.
Talk about just how much of a gamble it was for Team War to make a roster change after how well they looked back in Stage 4, but look at Icons now. Just going absolutely above and beyond for his teammates. As we get one more look towards this P2, OMiT Brooklyn looking to tie things up off the last bit of scrap time as Team War looking for their exits, looking for whatever they can get. A team kill from Paul X, but it is going to be that scrap time to OMiT Brooklyn, looking at about a tie game heading into P3. OMiT, they're just going to give up that late in time. They're going to try to break this fast.
I love that play from Icons. Finds that kill through mid and completely backs up and helps his team on the rotation here. So great hard point being played by Team War as they continue to hold on to the lead that they've built up since the start. It's really OMiT Brooklyn that need to find a way to start to swing this one and start to grab control, and it would really start with a break right here, right now. Great nades over the top again, just like last time. Now we'll start to see the surge forward. Cleanup kills looking fantastic, and the break is going to be in. OMiT Brooklyn now looking for the back 30, some critical time that they're going to need.
Oh no. Because you try to force your way into green, that's actually going to force a split spawn out of Team War, and OMiT, they spawn up on green side. So now you got to break back into P3, see if you can flood and flip these spawns once more, and Team War in such a good position to punish this misplay. A 3K on the point for Team War. Rotations looking to be locked on down with Flames picking up Too Real through mid. It's surely going to be Team War with the ideal setup at this new hard point. We'll get late rotation out of Icons, but everybody else has been finding their kills, and I guess everybody just gets a little too aggressive because OMiT with one of the easiest early breaks at P4 I've seen in a while.
Yeah, nobody able to really contest or find trades there for Team War, so OMiT Brooklyn will be giving themselves a lifeline late into the hard point. We'll have control, but Team War ready to pounce, ready to try to break, and that's going to force Too Real out to reposition. He does a good job of finding the first. Gets the regen here. Might get a look at the second. The mantle's a little unfortunate, but buys a bit of time, and fortunately all of his teammates end up dropping as well. 4 go down here for OMiT.
3 for Dimensions, 3 for Icons, and as easy as OMiT Brooklyn break into that P4, Team War break right back in record time. Vic alone, Gwyn finds 3, and OMiT break back for 14 seconds. Spawn in the back for Icons, so chance here for War to fight through this old scrap time. And over towards P5, stolen away. The last 5 seconds. Team War holding onto the lead, heading over towards 5. You still got Dimensions alive, top 3, and that's going to be the highlight for OMiT Brooklyn to take him away. And Rex on 4 in a row will remove you. So back spawns for Team War, but it's OMiT on hill first.
Yeah, there's a 2v2 fight in the back, but OMiT Brooklyn choose to kind of battle around the point itself, which means that is now a chance to start soaking up some time. Got player 4. Flames is also forward around that P3 area with some good mid control. But maybe now finally an opening. Too Real looks to try to break open the setup. He's going to end up dropping. While this happens, Vic is just collecting time, trying to build that lead.
Yeah, OMiT Brooklyn lock down any priority spawns for any of these big money hills. Unfortunately, it's going to be a team kill from Vic. What more can he find? Nothing. Flames over the top. That's Dimensions. In caught. He's going to whittle down the life. A little bit of damage onto Rex, and Icons finishes the job. 11 seconds. You'd love to steal this one away if you're OMiT Brooklyn, but for Team War, you've got your sights set on the map, and you already have Vic looking for blue control.
Yeah, it feels like they're just moving, taking routes, and, well, they have that freedom to do so with the lead they've built up for themselves. A lot of those route takers, though, do end up dropping Dimensions with a snapper on the Too Real, puts him down. And that's going to make things just a tad bit more difficult here, as the mid-map control is certainly lacking. And you're going to need it if you're going to be able to contest P1 at the moment. Good kills do come through, however. OMiT Brooklyn still giving themselves a chance to chain 1 into 2, but they got to start to play. Some of that strong hard point we talked about can no longer really afford to give over free time.
No, you can't. And Team War, every second you get, is just closer and closer to a map point victory. Market control being worked on. Dimensions not able to take that win. Rex now fighting back through this old time. 2:30 for Team War. Finally, the clearance on the hill, and you have Team War backed up into blue. So you find these kills, you rotate to 2, you look to give yourself a chance, but OMiT Brooklyn, there's no opportunities to give this up.
Close quarters. Flames just not ready for the gun battle. And OMiT Brooklyn able to grab control of P2 early, but starting to see everybody from Team War start to collapse around the map here, looking for those entries. First one going to be here for Dimensions as he looks to fly through for the second. Good tags on the 2 reel, but won't be able to find the finisher. Just another 20 seconds needed to clean this one up for Team War. They'll find the break-in. Icons find 2. That is massive for him, and that gives them a fighting chance to still end it on this point.
Team War just funneling in one by one, and OMiT Brooklyn stealing away time after time. Paul through mid, looking to hit the flank. Almost snaps to a second one, but its player is just flooding from both sides. Satellite control for OMiT, red control for Team War. Somebody's trying to get the Jennies, but they just can't do it. Still enough time off this hill. So OMiT Brooklyn, they need to force a couple more seconds, and with that, we will be going to a P3.
14 seconds needed. Scrap time doesn't get you there, but gets you pretty darn close. And OMiT Brooklyn, they're going to realize it. Full 60 now required on this next point at P3, and they are losing numbers. Icons is flying to new, and he's going to win that initial battle. Nobody in a position to get to this point in time, and that feels like that is going to do it. Team War come through with map number 1 to kick off the best of 5.
Crazy stuff coming out from Team War. They're a little bit slow towards the end to put it away, but you get that rotation to P3, you put it away with ease. OMiT Brooklyn, a little bit of a fight back towards the end there. An unbelievable map from 2 reel. Maybe a slower start in the slaying aspect between Paul X and Gwen that you would like to see on a championship Sunday, but it's just map number 1. And Team War, it is all smiles on their side, looking to get the job done, to get further and further through this bracket, looking to auto-qual for champs. That is the thing that they talked to us about during Stage 4, that is the only thing that is on their minds. Try to make it to champs, try to do it together. And Icons, the new pickup for Paris, 41 and 33, 4,200 damage. Austin, a minute 31 in the hill, a legacy scar out of himself.
Yeah, essentially an equivalent of a hat trick here to kick off things in the hard point. Just beautiful right across the board. But I think it was a big question for us on whether or not Icons was going to live up to what we were getting at Arispe, and so far I think that's a hard yes based off of what we've gotten out of him, especially over the last couple of days in the respawns. Icons has been such a driving factor for being able to dictate just that tempo and pace, the routes, everything that you want to see out of a submachine gun player, he is doing, and that is what is required if you're going to be able to make a run now through this lower bracket. But OMiT Brooklyn, certainly a little bit slow to start. You saw a couple of fighting chances, a couple of good looks, just not really able to match a lot of that tempo. But again, this is a lot of what we've seen from Team War, especially at hardpoint so far this weekend.
Yeah, it's just kind of like looking through the highlights of this one. It's just a great map again from Vixen Icons to open up this scar. But also looking towards the highlights of P7, Notorious, and Torn, as they're going to be happening over on the Bravo stream as well. And not a good start for Dak on Torn's side. You got Millie, the Gunny, having a great map number 1. Unfortunately, though, for Torn Esports, they dropped the map to P7 Notorious on the Scar hardpoint, and it's going to be P7 Notorious leading that best of 5 with a beautiful map out of both Snoopy and Diamond Con. So on that side of the bracket, things starting to shape up into the Search and Destroy, and same thing here between Team War and OMiT Brooklyn. And Austin, I feel like we got to start talking about OMiT Brooklyn here. We've been putting so much focus on Team War, but for OMiT, you dropped early yesterday into the lower bracket. You've been making this run. You now face a Team War squad that is looking to bounce back after a loss against Bush, and going to the Search and Destroy. What's on your mind here for OMiT Brooklyn to bring it back?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think you got to remember that you took down Huntsman 3-1. You came into that Project 7 series, and you looked very polished as well. Won that one 3-1. So I think you're just trying to replicate a lot of what we were getting, yesterday, which was really clean, good teamwork. And when you look at this roster, I think from top to bottom, I mean, these guys are typically really good on land. That is where they can really thrive, right? So I think it's really sticking to what was working, especially in the Search and Destroy, where you were just relying on the teamwork, relying on some of those big plays to come through, those clutch moments that we were getting yesterday. If you can just replicate a bit of that against a team like this that, again, we've seen play extremely well in Search and Destroy, but maybe haven't really got that this weekend against a Team War. So this is where you have to try to exploit them and, try to see if you can pick them apart a little bit with that roster change that came in. And, well, maybe not the best start as Flames opens up with the double with the grenade.
that should be the round done right away. But I totally agree. I think that for OMiT Brooklyn, it's just not overcomplicating it. In Championship Sunday, you know that teams can come with a little bit of fire to a day like today, and you just want to kind of ease the mental, kind of ease into a match like this. And you started to see a little bit of a resurgence towards the end of that hard point, so see what they can carry that on into map number 2. Round 1, bit of a write-off. Telluride's going to get caught out. Flawless for Team War off a double nade out of Flames to open up the round. And he's going to finish off with 3 in that round, too. So he gets the final kill onto Telluride, and not really much to say other than that one. It was over as soon as that nade hit.
Yeah, it really was. The grenade really sets the tone for round number 1, and all of a sudden you're playing from the back foot. Both of your remaining defenders are on either side of the map, just kind of hoping for a pick, and Team War usually too disciplined to give that over for free. So great first round. Have to shake that off if you're OMiT Brooklyn. Now coming into round number 2. Take a look and see what is in their playbook for their very first attacking round.
And looking for the first blood. Bomb heading over towards B with haste. This is going to be the only one here. You can see a quick reaction to adapt to the play from Team War. Defense will be here to try to stop the plant, but you've lost Flames. You're hoping that this double play through pool steps can stop the plant.
Do get one back, however, and Dylan Rex gets that first and is able to play his life here. It looks like they want to chow it out together, and they do make it work out. But it's a sniper kill in the back from Dimensions onto Telluride. And it would be for what would be a technical 1v3. Does he spot him on the repeat? He does, but just barely slips away.
On that mute field. Pistol chow 1v1 Dimensions gives himself a chance. 30 seconds. And Rex isn't going to instantly lay that bomb. He's expecting the chow. Dimensions is going for the tour around raid. See if he can catch a timing.
I like this call from Rex. And the timing should work out, pending no crosses are seen from Dimensions. And, oh, he's spotted, but Dimensions going to know exactly where he is. So a chance to now play the little mind game of who's going to go where. How are you going to set up post plant here, knowing that he has the sniper in the back pocket?
Finds himself an M15. Bomb down. Re-wrap from Dylan Rex, and Dimensions has no idea. The timing works out, and Rex is going to put it away. No chance for the 1v3. Good opportunity from Dimensions. Fist bumps on both sides. It's a big round to answer back from OMiT Brooklyn, and a huge play from Rex. Good read through the middle of the map to catch Dimensions lacking through pillars.
Yeah, I think that is a round that you look back on here and think, wow, we lose that 1v3 after the way the first round starts, and maybe a snowball starts to take place for Team War. So a massive round to be sure for Rex to make sure there was no clutch, and they do in fact tie things up very early here for us. Last time around we saw that A hit work out. This time looks like Team War are going to give B a look.
And it's a quick play over towards B. Yeah, see if you can get this plant down, play for the 4-on-4. This is going to be a plant that really favors the back bedroom setup, and with Flames sitting in garage, this is the classic from Team War. See if Flames can win his fight for the flanking player from OMiT and leave everything up to your teammates.
Well, first kill is good, and well, the teamwork as well. Perfect. Looking for what would be the third. Dimensions will deliver. Last one through open steps. Tricky gunfight for Vic, but gets the assistance. Teamwork is in. Team War will find a quick response.
That's just the classic play that we've seen from Team War again and again. Whenever they play on a map like Raid, you just leave Flames in garage. Quick play out to B. Hope that your subs can crack open that site, get a quick plant down. As soon as that post plant happens and Flames is left unbothered, there is no opportunity back into that bomb site without a flanking play towards bedroom, and you got nothing to worry about. If you're locking down that bomb site, you just gotta get your eyes forward, let your subs do the talking, and Dimensions, he is cracking open this game too. 4-2 so far.
All yet to find a whole lot of value, and wants to pull up the sniper to see if he can start to heat up a little bit. We'll get tagged early, so forced to stick with it now for the round. And first shot, unfortunately not going to hit the mark. Wants to make sure no one's chasing. Quick little stun check We'll confirm there's nobody there, but kill through middle looks to be good. However, quickly traded. 3 versus 3 we go.
Icon only able to find one. Vix goes down. That's going to be only Flames left alive. On the defensive rotation, back to A. He's going to get into laundry. That's a big fight versus Paul. Won't be able to win it, though. And even if he did, there was a second there from OMiT. So quickly, the bounce back from OMiT Brooklyn. Keeping this one traded. 2-2 we go. On the raid, search and destroy. Raiding out offensive rounds here, Austin. And I think that's what you like to see from OMiT Brooklyn. Just playing this with some pace. Let Gwyn open up the rounds with 2 real. And just give some easy setups for players like Paul X to get into position with those snipers.
Yeah, I'm loving the way they're playing through mid right now, too. You can really feel the late hits towards mid and just using, again, the bait and switching, or maybe even coming out with just switching and no one even needs to worry about going down. It's just worked out just about perfectly on some of these offensive rounds. So have to see if Team War make adjustments towards that. And now it's an aggressive hit defensively through mid. Works out for the first blood onto Icons. Dimensions panicking, trying to backtrack. And, well, maybe OMiT actually bite off a little bit more than they can chew. They go too far. And they do end up losing a few more members because of it. So 3 versus 2 now for Team War.
I think Flames got the information that open steps is occupied. And right away, they collapse. Rex in a 1v3. Timing is going to be good enough. He gets spotted, and Team War easily going to put that one to rest. You clean up the 1v3 without giving up a kill. That's going to put you back into the lead. Yet to win a defensive round on both sides, and I think we can start to see some changes here from OMiT Brooklyn. Trying to get aggressive into Art. It doesn't work. You leave Paul on an island over towards Pool, and unfortunate that he gets spotted there from Flames, because Flames doesn't see that. Paul is in a perfect spot to catch that rotation over towards the 8-bomb, and just does not happen in time. Team War have been all over the case in terms of feeding that information throughout the team.
Well, back and forth we go through the raid, search, and destroy. OMiT Brooklyn this time around not going to look towards mid. Instead, want to try their hand at A, and there's going to be no defensive pressure set up here. Just one playing back jungle. So certainly a chance to try to drop the rock if you want to. And I think Team War are going to figure out very quickly that this is exactly the play that's happening as they start to gather and group up together.
Good nade over the top. See if you can hold on to this, though. Gwyn's hegged up, and Flames is going to find the difference. 3v2 on the retake, and this could be the first defensive round to split the lead for Team War. Dimension's going to put you in a 1 versus 3. It's still in Rex yet again, and he just does not know where to look, Austin. There's too much to do.
Yeah, there is. He's looking for that trade, and the trade's not coming to him, unfortunately. So another good play and a big round here to grab back-to-backs for Team War. So the first time you can see it, or that we've seen it, rather, here in the Search and Destroy, and really grouping up, making sure they play the trades right, never giving a chance for a freebie. Rex was certainly looking for it, but it just never came.
First defensive round, 2-round lead for Team War now on the raid, search and destroy. OMiT Brooklyn looking to answer back. Don't want to start falling behind now, especially being down in the series. So what do they got on the defensive side? It's going to be a matched hit over towards B. The defense will be here inside the pool. Icon's going to see him. Gwyn is going to go for a little bit of a dip. Shark in the water, and no way that Dimensions has no idea. Icon's still yet to trade this. How is Gwyn still alive?
I don't know. Finally, Icons gets there with the reach out. Might be running out of breath, though, and has to backtrack, has some cover fire.
It's bomb down.
The bomb is down. That's correct. That is not a situation you want to be in. However, you do have at least a flank developing. Flames realizing that his team's in trouble and might need to bail them out. And this play through A very well could actually enable everything if it works out successfully.
Oh, and again, timing's going to work out this time. Rex goes down, and with that, it is the go button for Flames to hit this flank. Is Too Real going to be ready? No, knife out, and Flames with an easy 4th in a row leaves Paul with the sniper in a 1v3 now. Team War ready to take their 5th.
Paul's just not really finding the connections needed. And this one tricky as everybody splits. So, gets himself an M15 to play with, but he's just hoping someone scams, and nobody really is going to scam. And you even see a rewrap through mid just to make sure you secure it. So Team War putting another one up. starting to really put it together, and OMiT Brooklyn just have not really been able to solve some of these rounds.
5 in a row for Flames. Captain takeover alongside Dimensions, and that was losing first blood too. Dimensions drops the bomb so early. Gwyn attempting to clutch up in those opening duels for OMiT Brooklyn, but just no follow-up, and you gotta think maybe it's time to put that sniper away. Just see if you can join your team, hit this as a full 4 on the attack, and really change pace versus Team War, because this is starting to fall away from you, and you need to see a change out of Brooklyn.
Starts with this round, but gonna need 4 in a row. And Vic, he's got great eyes on this play. Nobody picks up dividers, so it's a freebie on the first blood. And you now have players inside of Art, and yeah, they're being picked apart. They have nowhere to go. They're now forced to press forward. Not a situation you want to be in. And OMiT Brooklyn drop 1 by 1. Gwyn, the last left alive. He would have to do something absolutely miraculous. Not going to happen. And what a clean search and destroy it is. Team War find form, and they'll pull ahead 2-0.
Clean series, and unfortunately, OMiT Brooklyn just haven't come to play on the Sunday. I mean, the hard point was one thing on Scar. You started to see them claw their way back, but for the search and destroy, it is just silence on their ends. No real changes, no adaptations, and when they try to, it's just disorganized on the attack for the last round. Nobody picking up dividers gives Vic the easiest first blood and sends OMiT Brooklyn scattering in the map number 2. 6-2 on the raid, 10-5 from Dimensions, 9-2 from Flames as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff coming up from the two of them, and off the back of Vix just laying down the damage. 1,200, and it's not even going to be reflected in the first bloods. OMiT Brooklyn did a great job at kicking off these rounds with their opening duels. It's just following up and putting rounds on the board. That is a different case in total, Austin. Just not able to secure them.
And that felt a lot more like the Team War we were seeing during the Elite when it came to search and destroy, where they were very measured. Again, not making very many mistakes, but also not giving you a whole lot to work with numbers and being able to call some hard counters, play their lives, and just read the map correctly. That's something that Team War were just doing relentlessly, it felt like, during the North American Elite stage. So now starting to, I'm sure, talk over what was going wrong yesterday and starting to fix a lot of it, because it looked very on point this time around. And that is now a situation you don't want to be in here if you're OMiT Brooklyn, because there wasn't really a whole lot to talk about outside of a couple of clutch rounds, right? You almost got 1v3'd at the beginning when Rex kind of saved it, but there were never really moments where it felt like you were in control or had a lot going for you here if you're OMiT.
And in different news, P7 to Torres dropped the search and destroy, so Torn tying things up in the opposite side of the loser's bracket, 1-1 apiece over in that end. And Zach, after a poor performance in map 1, he really turns things around for his squad. So OMiT Brooklyn looking to harness a little bit of that power that Torn is showing on the other side of the stage, as Team War priming themselves for a 3-0 sweep as we get ready for the Scar overload. And big conversation, I'd say, going into this is what we saw yesterday versus the Bush out of War, and is that the Scar overload looked pretty poor. I mean, they gave up 4 captures right away within a minute 30, and the Bush kind of ran away with it after that. Hopefully, Team War made some changes, but for OMiT Brooklyn, you kind of look at it as your way back. I mean, you win the Scar Overload, you push to that Colossus hardpoint. I think for OMiT Brooklyn, even in the Elite stages, Colossus was a map that they always love to go to, really looking strong, especially on that subline between Gwyn and Turiel. You know they can take over on a Colossus, so it's just trying to turn things around here. The back half of this series looking to favor OMiT Brooklyn if they can come alive on the Scar.
A lot on the line, and like you said, this is where we did see some weaknesses and some woes yesterday. Was that just, you know, getting later into the series, later into the day with poor performances and just dropping off a little bit, or was that just Bush playing out of their minds? Maybe a bit of both, to be fair. But ultimately, you are now looking down the barrel of an 0-2 series count if you're OMiT Brooklyn, and you need this to stay alive. So you have to really come into the Scar Overload and just make sure some of these players from Team War just aren't getting hot, right? Aren't coming in with, you know, massive double kills like we were kind of seeing at the start of the hard point. Make sure Vic and Icons aren't just running rampant in the back and becoming a problem in your spawn. I think just making sure you're tracking names, finding trades, and just not letting it get away from you is really going to be the key if you're going to have a way of being able to grab this one and try to force us into that Colossus hardpoint that you were just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we're gearing up right now on the loser side of things for the Paris Open, and as we get ready for Map 3 between War and OMiT Brooklyn, we do got to talk about this Tour team, because you're going up against P7 Notorious, who are also looking for a little bit of redemption here in Paris, and the fact that they are playing this well, Austin, just continues to blow my mind, because Torn in the elite stages, they just were non-existent. They didn't even look like a competitor. And as much as you're able to kind of go into Paris with a roster change, you bring Millie in, former Stallion, and he has just revitalized the vibes. We heard some interviews yesterday, and they were kind of talking about that it feels like everything is clicking for this team at all the right times. You got the vet of Dak really leading inside of the lobby, being the voice of reason for a lot of these big moments. And, I mean, 2 rookies who just picked up Call of Duty within Stage 3, really hitting form at the end of the year. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better time to turn up in Paris if you take down a team like P7 Notorious, which, might I add, I'm pretty sure that's what happened for a couple of these players back in Atlanta, too. This would be a statement from Torn on their way to also run their Cinderella story.
Yeah, I know, you're absolutely right. And I feel like some of these individuals on Torn, when they do get to LAN, you know, you typically see some of that energy flowing. I think we've seen that for years with Dak, but, you know, you feed off of that when you have somebody that can be that vocal at times and get that into it. And you've seen this team obviously be able to carry that through a lot of their LAN matches and take down a lot of really tough teams. I mean, again, you know, beating Rock 3-0 and then beating OMiT that we just saw and knocking them down to the lower bracket. It's certainly a statement and certainly a surprise for a lot of people. So huge for them without question. But on the other side, this P7 Notorious team, this is a squad that you expect to almost always be in a championship Sunday, and you know, the way things ended Atlanta is certainly a little bit eye-opening and surprising, to be sure, because this is a roster again that has high expectations, has big names on it, players that have been in and out of the league continuously, and you want to see these guys succeed, but they haven't always been able to put it together as of late. So this is kind of one of those big tests to try to get through a Torn Esports and really prove that you're superior and that you're on point.
And you look at Atlanta and you're like, okay, it happens once, that's okay. Teams have their bad tournaments, and it was an unfortunate end, you know, in the Pro-Am against Gentlemates. You lose around 11, Game 5, a chance to go to the bracket stage in the CDL as a Challengers roster, and that's probably sets you off your path once you lose that, dropping on down into that Challengers Open, and you know, you're just never able to bounce back. But then it happens again in Stage 4, Austin, and that's when the red flags are kind of raised between you and I. We have the conversation. Is it time to make a roster change going into the champs? Do you even want to take a gamble like that? You know, knowing that, you know, with a stage or an open win, you've pretty much guaranteed yourself an auto qualification for championships. The answer is no. No roster change is made. And you go into Paris just looking to shake it off and kind of find what made your team tick. And I think really at the heart of it, it's just looking at this core of the submachine gun duo. You know that Snoopy can take over. You know Eric Boom has his takeover moments as well. It's just how does Beans and Diamond Con really mesh into that? I think that with the NPC meta, that's been a lot of questions in terms of how the ARs are really going to play. When do you take out the NPC? How often do you take out the NPC? Well, Beans loves to pull that NPC out, and we see Diamond Con do it now a lot more too. So you can see that P7 Notorious are evolving and trying to make changes this open.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I think people forget that Beans can really do it all. He is Mr. Do It All with just about every single weapon. The sniper, you know, the NPC, the M15, does not matter. Whatever you put in his hands, he's going to shoot back, and you're going to be scared of him on the map sometimes when he starts to get heated up. So it can be a problem, but yeah, I think for me, I'm definitely looking towards, you know, the subs, like you had kind of mentioned, to see if they can really find the form that they were hitting, especially during the regular season games. So we'll see if that happens. For now, we are going to move back to our alpha stream and continue to see how this one unfolds. If you're just tuning in, it is a 2-0 series lead for Team War, which may not be surprising for some, but just for how it started, it feels like OMiT are certainly a little bit slow to wake up, and now they are forced to. If they want to extend this, they need to show up for the overload.
You know, before we dive deeper into this one, I do also want to give a big shout out to the Torn Esports watch party, because they've been watching the entire Open, the entire Elite stage, and they really support their boys over there. And it probably means the world to them to see their team doing this well in Paris. And it's a really cool moment for challengers to see an organization really having their flowers throughout a tournament like this. So shout out to the boys, and I'm excited to see what Torrent can do against P7 Notorious. But back to our alpha, like you said, we got Scar Overload, and OMiT Brooklyn really need to put some pedal to the metal, and why not kick it off with a capture? Vic says no.
Yeah, Too Real just tries to go for a heroic moment, hoping that maybe spawns were on the B point, but not going to be the case. And now a potential counter cap could come into play. Vic is forward. A couple players going to drop here, and no, not going to get the slide out. Defense going to be played by Rex. He'll stop it right at the line. OMiT Brooklyn will now have an attack of their own.
Big defensive stop there between Win and Rex, and here's the counter attack through mid. This is where Team War really struggled to get some organization on how they stop these captures this time around. They take their time, they set up their power positions for their ARs to get into place, and they slow the attackers down. Next step is taking green control, and Vic, he's going to know that.
A lot of tight moments to kick this one off. Both teams getting clean looks at what could have been a capture, but the clearance comes through for Team War. EMP resets, and they will grab this and bring the EMP right over to the P3 area. Now looking for what would need to be some kills before you can start looking at a offensive look. But losing some of the members through mid is going to make that just a tad bit tricky, as the Mentions now needs to kind of post up, and the fight actually comes right to him. A couple players now getting cleaned up themselves.
Yeah, Gwyn answers back though, split kill feed, and here comes the flank. Once again neutralized. Flame's gonna go ahead, pick up this ball, make sure that it doesn't reset through mid, and keep some offensive pressure on for Team Wars. Mentions looking to make a pop play, and he gets that done. Has to turn around though to get that ball back, and with the kill, do they get a chance for the score? Will OMiT get here in time?
Looks like that answer gonna be no. Team War get in for the first capture. And not only is it a first capture for Icons, it's also 10 kills to kick this one off. We said just how much of a problem he's been, and that continues to hold strong through the overload in map number 3. Still have presence in the back spawn here as well, so potential chance for a relay. Flames looking for a 1v1, runs out of ammo. Massive double kill comes through for Paul, and that is going to slow up Dimensions now as he starts to play his life and see if he can start to finesse.
Another bad game too from Too Real. 4-10. I mean, it's a start that you can't really have as a player like him. Every single time that we see Too Real win an open, he's the MVP. He is the guy to be that playmaker, to open up opportunities for his squad. We just haven't seen that yet today. Maybe a little bit off of the hard point, but Search and Overload, he needs to see some resilience across the remainder of this. Another 2 go down. Team War posturing. Ball's going to try to get picked up, but Gwyn's going to shut it down.
Actually a really big kill by Gwyn, because he loses that battle. All of a sudden you got numbers, and Team War start to line up what could have been a potential capture, but not going to be the case just yet. Chance to play defense for OMiT. Dimensions trying to crawl his way through enemy lines, and he just opens up with 2. Icons finds another. Only one player to really play defense here, trying to watch the cross of the EMP. 1v1 going to be traded out. Just can't get to the back. So Flames now wants to finesse, see how he plays this with the EMP.
The juke back in, though. He tries to break some ankles. Terrell's not going to let that happen, but you still got some pressure here, and Vic will slide across for the capture. No one's going to be Icons to get a second capture of the game, leading the lobby with kills as well. Truly doing it all for his team. Ball's going to spawn up over towards the red side, and here comes capture number 3. If he can't put it to a stop, and Dimension's still alive, going to have to be dealt with. Gwyn will take him down as OMiT look to get a cap going.
Yeah, this is the first time they've been able to really grab a breath of fresh air, as they've just been fighting out of their spawn. Have to worry about this flank that could potentially develop too. Icon's actually backtracking, cuts through mid, able to find himself one. Flames gets another. EMP going to drop, and Rex is unable to play his life any longer. So Team War do a good job of stopping that right in its tracks, and now can maybe gear up for another hit of their own. 30 seconds left in the first side.
And this is job well done so far from Team War. A lot more tight-knit ship than what we saw yesterday versus the Bush. Vic may go down, but Dimensions, all you got to do is draw out that time. Lessen the amount that OMiT Brooklyn can do in this half. There's Icons yet again, clearing out through mid, looking to be an issue. Almost finding 2 on a Paul X. 8 seconds left before we get that overtime. Vic's going to drop that ball, and with 3 going down, looks like Team War are just going to let this end. No. Dimensions going to give themselves 30 seconds to see if they get a third.
Yeah, might as well give it a go. Nothing to lose. And Vic's got a great flank position. There's the first. Just have to let this play unfold. And that's going to force everybody forward here for OMiT Brooklyn. Oh, no. Nobody's going to get here. Blockers in place, and it does work out. Another capture. This is bad news bears now for OMiT Brooklyn. They let another cap in at the bell. And this is a situation where they now got to claw themselves out of this hole. Look at the smiles on the other side, Colin. I mean, these guys are vibing right now.
Yeah, I mean, they are happy on a championship Sunday. And there is no worry in the world for a team looking to conquer Paris. Team War, welcome back to Challengers. It's the first time they've housed a roster all year long, too. And what better of a roster to get than these four? And OMiT Brooklyn on the other side. I mean, we talked about these guys for years on end and how high their highs have been, but right now the low is feeling quite low, as it has not been a good game for the SMG line. See if they can turn it around in this half. I mean, it's Overload at the end of the day on Scar. We've seen some pretty wicked comebacks.
Sure have. And still have a moment to make some offensive plays happen, as the EMP is actually going to cut back through mid. But one player is going to be forward. That's going to be Gwyn trying to lead the charge. Tip of the spear, and another gunfight going to be lost by Icons. 2 now down for Team War.
Okay.
Vicbo makes up for it. What a double that is, but it doesn't matter. Oh, 2 Real able to get the nation in, so keeps it now within 2.
Starts with 1. On the better side, too. Just got to let these subs get lost. 4 in a row for Gwyn off the start. He's going to go down. And 4 minutes for Team War. If you can weather the storm for that time, you're going to punch your ticket into the next round of the losers bracket. Mentioned he's just going to go for the grab, and in turn, he loses his life. 3 go down. You got 2 Real back sandbags, and he's blocking right now, forcing those B spawns. This should be a capture, barring some heroics. Rex going to put it through. All of a sudden, we're looking at a 1-point game.
Yeah, this is perfect. OMiT Brooklyn, they have awakened, and they have found 2 captures in the first minute 30 here after a brutal first side. So they are now in a decent spot, and it's Team War that are on the back foot, feeling a bit of this pressure, having to regroup and recollect themselves, as it's going to be numbers for OMiT. Gwyn's able to find another. That's 4 in a row for him. A-spawns, though, going to come through as Gwyn tries to stay alive in the back of the base.
And it's double quad sprees for Gwyn. He's going to get taken down, though. Team War looking to fight out of their spawn. Ball's going to be picked up by 2 Real, and he's just going to run this one away from Team War. See how long he can keep possession out of their hands. But he's got to be careful. It's Team War looking to collapse. Gwyn, another double kill. He's up to 20. Complete turnaround from Gwyn in the second half of this Overload. Just might be what the doctor ordered for OMiT on the comeback.
EMP resets, but forward positioning to be sure for Team War. 2 Real now in a position to stop the EMP player. No, not going to happen. 2 going to drop down. Have to play defense here. OMiT not going to get there. The detonation comes back the way of Team War, and they will give themselves a cushion just about halfway through the second side.
That's going to wipe some sweat off the brows of Team War, as that was getting a little too close for comfort, but you still have a point of rally. A chance to get this one through for number 5. Players in position. Ball going across. And a 3-round gap once again. 5-2 for Team War. Back in takeover position for the sweep.
Team War starting to cook again. Lost it for the first few minutes, but have now found it. And they are continuing to press forward. OMiT Brooklyn, you can almost feel it right now as they are starting to lose control. Starting to maybe feel their exit. Icons might just put in another, and he will. 4 capture lead here for Team War. Only a minute 40 left on the clock for OMiT to work with.
This is not going to feel good right now, Paul. He's the only one pushed up, and he's not really in a place to make any impact on the play. Sitting behind the B zone, he goes down. It's 4 yet again in the feed, and you got another player looking to block. Flame's going to call in the Hellstorm. He's just going to let this time bleed and see if the Hellstorm can put this truly out of contention. Vic's gonna split the kill feed. Flame's gonna find the rest. Here comes cap number 7. And surely this is it. OMiT Brooklyn, unfortunately, gonna be losing through the series in a 3-0 sweep fashion and falling early on the Champ Sunday.
Hellstorms galore, pad the stats, bring in the streaks. Even if you get a capture here, there is just not enough time to relay after one another. Man, OMiT Brooklyn felt like they were starting to put it together. It was a great start to the round, and they just completely lose it. And Team War able to grab themselves that control needed. Something that we didn't see yesterday either, Colin, when this was actually happening to them versus Bush, when they were just kind of letting go of the game. This time around, they hold on to it. I think everyone realizing this one is now over, but
Can we cut to
Icons
the
and
pause?
Flames continuing to put a lot of shots into these bodies, just letting them know that they have now left and exited the tournament.
I gotta see the cameras right now because I know Team War are up there. Icons, there's regulation finish for the game. They just walked away.
Wow, they fist bumped them early while the game was still going on. That's actually wild.
And unfortunately for OMiT Brooklyn, man, I think they were putting the pieces together in that overload. You started to see Gwyn really turn it around in the second half, but as a whole, they just couldn't connect through this series. And that's the woes of Championship Sunday. You get an early matchup. You're just not able to step up. You're not able to come alive as a squad. Flames, you can't say the same about Team War. He's got them fired up to try to make the run.
They were ready to go from the start, without question. We saw it in the map number 1. They came in, you know, just to set the tone. They got the lead, and they never let it go. And that trend continued through every single map mode combination for those last 3 maps. That is something that you look at as OMiT Brooklyn, and you got to feel a little bit puzzled on just, you know, what was really going wrong. Just felt like they were not matching the same amount of teamwork. To be fair, I think a lot of these boys were absolutely frying. I mean, these men were shooting. And you just weren't getting the same response. You weren't getting those same heroic moments or 2 pieces coming through on the other side. And because of it, Team War able to take full advantage, feeling great about it. I mean, there is no better way to kick off your first series than a 3-0.
No, no doubts in your minds that you're here to play. And a fantastic series between Vix, Dimensions, and Icons. 3 players that surely are going to be on your minds. You know what Flames can bring on a Championship Sunday. You know what he can do when his back's against the ropes. We saw it when he was on LAG years ago for MW3. We saw it when he was just through the Challengers Opens back in, you know, years prior to that. And although he takes a break from Black Ops 6, people can't forget that Flames, he cooks. And you look at this day to really show what Team War can do for the rest of the year. And yesterday, Overload looked like a pain point. Today, it looks lights out. 7-8-2 against OMiT Brooklyn. A 3-0 sweep, 6-2 in the Search and Destroy, 250-191 in the hard point. Just incredible stuff from that side.
Top to bottom, hard to pick apart a whole lot here for Team War, as they will move on and advance and see who they match up against here for their next series. But yeah, all good news here across the board. Bad news though, if you're an OMiT Brooklyn fan, just I thought they played great towards the second half of yesterday. Again, you know, going through a couple of tough matchups in the lower bracket, you know, getting through Huntsman, getting through Project 7. Just don't have that same flair to kick off today on Championship Sunday, which is the worst time not to have it, unfortunately. So we do see them exit here in 5th/6th. But on the other side, hard not to praise this Team War team. I mean, this is a squad we might very well see in the final.
Very well. I think that Team War could make the plays. The only thing is, on the other side of the bracket, we got Torn putting up quite the fight versus P7 Notorious, now leading 2-1 after the overload goes their way. 3-2 on Scar. I mean, this Torn team never gives up. And for P7 Notorious, you can see it on their faces. I mean, the worry that you might be making also an early exit on this Saturday or this Sunday in Paris. And I think that is going to be very stressful for these 4 players that have been on the ropes for the past couple of events. Torn playing on house money right now, and they just look locked. I think you're going to feel a little bit of pressure being on series point, knowing the run that you are on, knowing that, you know, you not only are able to take out the Texas Open winners in Rock Esports, but now possibly the Birmingham Open winners in P7 Notorious. What a story this would be for this organization.
Yeah, it would be a massive, massive upset if you could take down a squad like P7 Notorious, like we had already framed up. You expect this team to always be here on Championship Sunday. You expect this team to, I mean, literally be fighting for a championship, I think, when you look at this roster as a core. So the fact that you have an opportunity to potentially eliminate them very early in their first match on Championship Sunday, I think speaks volumes to what comes down to this roster and what they're capable of. So special stuff to be sure. Excited to see how this series continues to progress, though, because, again, if you do see an upset, that would be massive, I think, just for our storylines coming into today.
I mean, we never got to see these two teams play in Stage 4 for the NA Elite, but we did get to see Torn play against this Team War Squad, and, I mean, it was basically a wash. It was like 6-2, 8-0, 250 to 84. They had no competition there. So, I mean, I just cannot stress enough how much of a high this is for these four members with Millie joining the team. I think even for Millie, it says a lot for what he's bringing to the table in Black Ops 7, just as a player alone. And, like, can we please get Millie a jersey?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, come on.
Get this man a jersey.
Ship it out to France right now on a Sunday. Express airmail.
That would be crazy. If he makes it all the way to the final, that should happen. That should happen. But we'll have to see. Fist bump's coming out, though, which means that we might be loading into our next map here very soon. Hope that is the case at the very least. And, again, seeing if Torn Esports can try to get some momentum going. Shut down a team like P7 Notorious. Who knows what that's going to do here for the confidence going forward. Yeah,
so P7 Notorious heading into the hard point. What can they bring? Again, we just highlight how much this team needs to lock it in together, play as a team, show that they are open winners in their own respective right. The only player who wasn't at that Major 2 Open to win it for P7 Notorious was Snoopy. And a change up with Afro, I mean, you gotta think that is quite literally lateral change with what Snoopy's brought to this team. I mean, it's no different from what we saw in Major 2. So let's see if they can get it done in Major 4.
A couple of clean shots coming out initially there for Snoopy as well as DC. Trying to get something going around P1. Torn Esports, though, will be able to throw themselves on the time. Fight for some of that scrap time that's coming through. Snoopy, though, going to give it one more look. Wants to get a little mixy over the middle. We'll get some good tags and might see some cleanup shots from Eric. No, Red on the push. Now seeing if they can just hold on to the spawns here as P7 Notorious start to press forward.
Yeah, 3 players going to be on rotation for Torn, and you do deal with Beans and Snoopy, so should be an easy transition for Torn. Beans just going to look to wait for the rest of his team grouping up through rooftops. He's going to make a play for the back spawns, and that's a big win versus TK. If you can make it 2, that is going to open up the gates for P7 Notorious, but everybody goes down, and it's just going to be Eric at old. He drops. Torn going to get back into this to hold the lead.
Dak trying to press forward here and slow down some of the reinforcements coming through for P7 Notorious. Meanwhile, the other two trying to work their way to what could be a flip of the spawns. Trade comes in for Snoopy, but everybody pretty happy with how this has played out on Torn Esports so far. The majority of the time going their way. Finally now dipping a toe into the point, but still playing defense inside the hard point is going to be TK, as well as his teammate. So Millie and TK doing a great job of holding on to this and making it difficult for P7 Notorious to really get in for anything.
Yeah, really difficult, and you already look towards the rotations. It's going to be a 2-on-2. You win this fight through mid if you're Millie, and that is going to give you numbers now on the rotation. See if P7 can dismantle this, and they cannot. So Torn easily now going to have the setup over towards the new hill, looking to keep this run going. As P7 spawning up on the dojo side, they need to get a break fast.
Yeah, they do. Eric's going to do a good job of finding the first one just to give them a chance at an entry. Followed up by Snoopy and Eric Boom with a nade. Means that they will be able to actually get in for some critical hardpoint time. Down by about 30 seconds with about 30 to go here on the P3 point. It is going to be still controlled for now by P7, but Torn Esports ready to start to gather together on a hit, and they will break in quickly themselves. Fighting for the back 20, they'll find 3 down.
They waste no time, and look at this route from TK. It's going to spawn DC all the way on the other side of this. P7 Notorious should know they're behind you, but it's too little too late. TK's found his 5th in a row. He's 11-6 on Den. There's nothing that P7 Notorious have thrown at them that they haven't been able to handle. You got the rotation to new. TK now looking to see if he can turn this 5 spree into a Hellstorm.
Big push through, seeing if they can flip out the spawns as P7 Notorious. A couple roaming SMGs will continue to play around the point. Spawns, however, do flip. So, good moment now for P7 to try to find that fast break that we've been trying to talk about. Just haven't really seen it so far yet. Soupy, Beams working together, working for a pinch, but kills just have not come through all at the same time. And wow, you're still seeing Torn Esports fight through the back, and TK now pressing it on 7 in a row. Has the Hellstorm, almost finds a knife before finally being taken out.
TK, what can you not do right now? Mints with a couple of consolations towards the end of this hard point. P7 Notorious finally gonna break in. 20 seconds. Bring this into about a 40-point gap at the end of it, and it looks like Torn are going to respect this time. Look to rotate over towards the new hill. Beans trying to beat you to it, and the NPC shot's just not good enough, so Torn should have the initial setup. And it looks like they invested the Hellstorm.
They did. Doesn't really find a whole lot of value, but as we go back to P1, man, does it ever feel like P7 Notorious just a little bit sluggish here in this hardpoint? Just slow some of the rotations and slow to finding trades that we typically would maybe expect them to see. Need to pick it up here, though, if they're going to have a chance at being able to force a map number 5 and stay alive in Paris. So far, it was a decent start to P1. Beans is finding quite a few kills. Eric's also pressed forward, and Beans is going to be able to find another as he's able to beam one of the AR players.
Yeah, I mean, really just going to come down to Eric's performance in the second half of rotations, because you were 7 and 13 after the first set of rotations. You just look at the performance that he puts on for his team. He's going to be the first line of contact, so he needs to be putting in the damage, or at least closing out on a lot of these fights one, because when he does, it translates into a whole lot of time for P7 Notorious. So looking at him to turn up in the back half, and so far he's done that.
Rotational gunfights being won for the most part here. But now you're going to lose actually just about everyone. So DC, he's got to play his life. He knows gunfights are coming his way. He's able to come up with one. Reinforcements able to get inside of the hardpoint for P7, but won't be able to play their lives very long. And Torn Esports once again on the time.
Inside the hill. Looking to push out for some space. Dak. Thought he had the read for the spawns, and it seems like he does. He's going to leave the time for his teammate, but Nate's going to get here. No trophies to block it. Millie in the corner. 4 in a row. He's got Mints on his wing, and that is another 4 dead for P7 Notorious. 25 seconds still at this old time. You just cannot give it up.
I mean, this just feels uncharacteristic, and you're right. They can't give it up. They have to give this another look here, and it looks like the clearance is in. So some of those players are going to actually spawn at the back to delay the rotation for Torn Esports. While some of that scrap time does get secured for P7. Critical time to be sure. Mints, though, first on the rotation, and him and Millie are both going to drop. So finally, a good moment to talk about. Down by just 30 seconds. P7 Notorious still very much in this hard point.
Dak going to be the first contact in. TK, the next big wins from Eric, though. He finds 2. Will it be enough for P7 Notorious to get the setup, as he's still got Diamond Kong looking to press on with the NPC, but Mids puts you in the blender. P7 Notorious struggling to get into the setup. Dak's going to put together a couple of kills there. And here you got Torn on in. Beans through mid is going to try to disrupt, but he won't shut you down.
Lead growing. Torn Esports back on the time. P7 Notorious starting to run out of said time before we need to see a change across the board. Have to now get involved for the remaining 20 seconds, and there's only really one player to do it. It's gonna have to be by way of middle, and they almost line up. Eric actually comes through with the trade, so 10 seconds will be collected off of the old hill. We go to new. Torn Esports, they're set up and they're ready to go.
Need every second you can here if you're P7 Notorious, but it's going to be looking to quickly break the back spawns here. TK, good for his 1. Mints a second one. That's going to slow things down, and holding on to the spawns will be the rest of Torn. So it's just going to be Diamond on top window, and he's going to be found out by Tax. So truly nothing being won on the map by P7. Eric's going to try to force himself in through the front, but he's traded out, and it's still Mints winning everything inside the time.
Yeah, this is Mints on 27 kills right now. It's just been going on an absolute rampage, not losing gun battles.
Goodness.
And again, Millie comes together with 2. It just feels like nothing is going right for P7. Down by over a hard point now, late into this map. Not a situation you want to be in. And it is, once again, that point where you feel like there's almost no time to really make it happen. P7 Notorious now looking at what is going to have to be a massive comeback.
Yeah, Torn are looking to put P7 Notorious in a suitcase and send them right back to America. Millie on the corner. See if he can head this break. Eric Boom laying down inside the hard point. Millie's going to spot him, but it's TK for the kill. Millie for the cutoff, and there they go. Hopping on in. 48 seconds. Plenty of time to win this one. So P7, they got to kick it into gear for a break.
And it's just so clean. Everyone playing the time wonderfully as well for Torn Esports, so need a required break here. P7 start to gear up for it. It's 4 down. It's clean across the board. Torn Esports trying to keep the story alive of this incredible run here in Paris, and they're getting closer and closer to the finish.
When you talk about it, Torn, they've really truly come out of nowhere. And in P7 Notorious thinking that this is going to be an easy rollover. It's not their story. This is Torn's story. It's always been Torn's story since their run through Rock Esports. A 3-0 sweep versus the Texas Open champions. Now looking to 3-1 sweep. Torn Esports over P7 Notorious. It's a Cinderella story that nobody saw coming.
Torn Esports looking for what might just be the final push. Millie finds a huge gunfight in the back. TK through the front, but they won't find the kills inside the hard point. P7 just trying to delay it, but now you gotta get through the menace. That's Mintz. He's able to find a double. Gives them a fighting chance to still try and end it. P7 Notorious just hold on for dear life.
All three players looking for the collapse. Inside, it's going to be Eric hiding in the corner, but Dak says today is not that day. P7 Notorious go down, and Torn continue. Millie's going to let them know as they got themselves a matchup in the lower semis versus Team War.
Millie doesn't even fist bump them. He just yells at every single person. Oh, man. Incredible stuff here for Torn Esports. Like you said, what an amazing story it is to go through this bracket the way that they have, to take out some of the teams that you would just not expect them to win against on paper, but continuing to prove the doubters wrong, continuing to prove me wrong, and going on a heck of a run to match up against a mighty Team War coming up into that loser semifinal. But my goodness, with the momentum, with the way that they are playing, I'm excited to see that matchup, Colin, because these boys are for real.
Gonna have to have some talks on the way back for P7 Notorious on what is going wrong ahead of Champs, but we will see them at Champs. Surely the lock-in there, as this roster has been at the top. No reason why they can't be at the top once more of challengers. Torn Esports, though, we gotta talk about these players. TK, Mintz, they just started playing Call of Duty back in Stage 3. Millie, it's his 3rd year of competing. He really came alive at the start, playing alongside KB and Rupert, and even Icons, who's now on Team War. And you see him, you know, it might not be as straightforward as a year as one might think your year would be, with how well it started. But even with all the resilience that has been set in front of him, he's met it head on. And now, alongside Dak, a player we didn't even think we'd see in Black Ops 7. We thought that BO6 was going to be the end of Dak. And here he is again, making a run in Paris, showing that, you know, he is never truly gone.
He's just still playing upset. I mean, you love to see it. And it's something we've seen in the past, too, on, you know, quite a few other teams when he was with Cruz and when he was able to just pull off those upsets, pull off those surprises, man. It felt like sometimes it happened a lot on Championship Sundays, and he lets you know when it does. So special stuff all around. We take a look at the bracket and again see that matchup now. So the elimination round 9, loser semifinal, Torn Esports up against Team War, both obviously coming off of a hot series. So we'll see who can really carry that momentum. But we also have OMiT up against Bush Gaming. That's the winners final. That guarantees you top 2 and a chance to get into that grand final. That is the big one that's coming up next year, Colin.
It is going to be huge, and a rematch from the Atlanta Grand Finals. I mean, this is where OMiT EU are looking to show what they learned through Stage 4, finally getting themselves a championship win under their belt. I'm sure that is going to allow a lot of experience for these players to look to get their get back versus the Bush. It's going to be a fun one for Tun and Bryce. I'm excited to watch it.
I'm excited to watch it too, brother, but we are going to get ready to set that one up on our Alpha stream. Make sure you guys do not go too far. Winners finals coming up after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. This is Challengers at Major 4 in Paris, and we have a couple of cherries here in the winners final. Could very much be the case that we see these teams again, Ton.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It is the grand final from what we've seen in Atlanta, but we have it now in the winners bracket final as well. Bush went on a crazy losers bracket run last time around. This time it's been a little bit cleaner, but taking on OMiT is their destiny either way, and it's going to be an absolute crack in the winners final. I kind of agree with you as well. It wouldn't surprise me to see this run back in the grand final as well, but Tony Sports and Team Moore are going to be fighting out for a space in that elimination finals. They will play the loser. The winner will, of course, advance on to the grand final. Should be an absolute cracking day, Bryce.
It certainly will be, but we've been looking forward to this one. But let's jump into the maps and modes here. I actually had a chance to speak to the coach Bance before this, Ton, and he said he's very happy with how the velos have gone. He thinks he's got the system down and should be a pretty good run for them.
Yeah, no, I would kind of agree with that, to be honest with you. Looking how these two played up against each other last time around, it was a best out of 7, so permutations to come into consideration there. But the gridlock hard point was map number 1. That was one that OMiT were able to take away. It was the only map they were able to take away. They lost that one 4-1. Raid Search and Destroy was a map that was previously in there. That was the only map that wasn't close, to be honest with you. That was one that Bush took away. Overload, though, that's changed up. Scar is in instead of Den. But we have Colossus and Fringe in there as well. Both of those games, a 12-point hardpoint, a 2-round search and destroy. So I think if you're OMiT, you're happy with what you've got through, because all the maps that you have in here that you did play up against them, you either won or were only close losses. But for Bush on the other side of things, they'll be more than happy to have them as well, because there are maps in here that they have won, no problem. It should be an absolute cracker, Brycey. For all I said, that this final last time around was a 4-1 for Bush. It was a close series, all things considered. For me, looking at the grand scheme of things and how things have really kind of played out for this squad, I think OMiT have improved since then. For the side of Bush, you lose A, but you bring in Tricks. Has that improved them? We're about to find out.
We'll see. Well, as coming into this tournament, these were some of the biggest teams we were expecting to see, Ton. It is a game that we would have certainly cherry-picked for our winners final anyway when you talk about it, because these two have been lighting up not only in terms of how much they have been winning, but in how much they have been resonating with the fan base. For Telluride Bush Gaming, a fan favorite, they have built themselves already a content machine that is doing wonders. On the other side of it, the new guns, the team that is already lighting up. Coaches reports on OMiT, but last time around, it would be Telluride Bush Gaming. Will OMiT have a chance of revenge?
Yeah, OMiT will be feeling pretty confident, I would say. But, I mean, for Bush as well, they know they had their number in that grand final last time around. It was clutch situations in this guy. I mean, you said it when you interviewed him. Just as the new blood of Europe are coming up, Cammy was there to smite them down once again. So let's see if he's going to be able to do it once more. He was so influential for Bush in that previous series. And a player like Capsule struggled a little bit in that grand final, to be honest with you. Good start from him at 3-2, but OMiT will find a way through. 2-1 under their control for now with 10 seconds to go. P2 spawns just about there for Bush.
Bit of a fight still kicking off with these two, just trying to make sure that they can lock in these P2 spawns. There is a slip of the net. There is an aspect waiting in the darkness. They don't know he's here. They will be tracking the name at some point, wondering where he's got to. They will be so surprised with the double spawn now coming in towards the back here. They've got the triple spawn in towards the back. That is outrageous. One aspect, one little bit of patience has paid off.
Golf claps all around from Aspect there. Was very patient. The timing is actually perfect. As soon as his teammates coming in off the respawn, he just about found that kill. So they get all the spawns up close. There's a 4 dead as well. OMiT, a really nice break back, all off the back of Aspect. 25 seconds to go here, and yeah, for Bush, just didn't dot their I's or cross their T's. They should have been checking over towards the back, just making sure. They're gonna have to try and find a break with 20 to go.
Overhead, but through the front here, a little bit of trades, but it's not going their way quite yet, and probably will just have to wait on the outside. No reinforcements for it, so it will be over towards P3. DK has already made his way over there, but goes down before he can do any more damage. Now, the main gun here for OMiT has been Ethan pretty much all tournament, but a slow start for him so far.
Yeah, but I mean, the encouragement will be a slow start for Ethan, and yet you're still up in the scoreline. He'll pop at some stage, as of no doubt. He's currently trying to make a bit of a flank. Probably going to get taken down by his teammate there, so Cammy firing through the mid. He should get collapsed on. That's a nice break from OMiT. They find the flank as well. So the rotation over towards P4 now looking good for the OMiT side, and the break that came through. Fight through the middle of the map. Prolute will then start to pinch through there as the rest of the team pushing from that P2 side. Another team kill coming in from Bush, and at the wrong time. Just about holding them off if you're OMiT. 1v1 on the site, and just about won by OMiT once again. But the rotational kills start to be made by ProLoot. Feels like they kind of need them right now. OMiT running away with it so far.
Very good time. That's a huge kill out towards the back here. Fortunately, Cammy will pick up Ethan before he can do any more damage. But OMiT have just sucked this point dry. And they have so many points now for it as well. They've got players in towards the back spawn. Keep an eye on where that spawn pops up on the minimap. It will be out for OMiT at the moment. So will those reinforcements get there in time as they try desperately to take this one player down the back?
Ethan finds one, so that's good enough. Now everybody else going to try filter through here for the side of Bush. OMiT still spawning over towards the back side. It's going to be a tough defense. You've got to get your guns up very, very quickly. ProLoot trying to find them at the back. He will get a hold of one. Spawn's now there for Bush. That's a nice break coming through. OMiT still have a little bit of presence here, though. It's a little mixy for now. Denz escapes into the point. Aspect over towards the backside. He can only find one through the front. The rest of OMiT, can they do a great deal? Yes, they can. They get the spawns back. Nobody seemingly able to hold P4 down.
There's OMiT so far who've now grabbed it. There's a couple of kills going out towards the hin, but it will be a solid hold for OMiT now. They push them all the way out. They have the correct spawn. And now they can continue to bump the front of the hill if they want to. Try to take control, looking towards P1. Castle will go for one last flurry into the point. Down he goes straight away. Not an awful lot he can do there with the trades. And while you get some kills here from Telluride Bush Gaming, it's not really translating to points.
And works out perfectly for OMiT. They push in over towards the P4 side of things. They then spawn out over towards P2 if you're OMiT after the late rally, if anything, from Bush. So now OMiT on the right side of the map. Yeah, okay, we've got 50 seconds of P1, but you're rather fighting from this side. Currently in control. 45 seconds or so remaining, and nearly a 100-point lead for OMiT.
It is just gunfight after gunfight that is not going the way of Telluride Bush Gaming. OMiT continuing to pile on the pressure. They are not letting them near P1. That is not easily done at all. They're now looking for outside control, but Aspect and DK combined, shutting down so many of these Bush players that really are just not getting an opportunity to get in. It has been some time since they've had some points.
And the difference maker is DK right now, 18 and 8, M15 in hand, and absolutely beaming on Colossus. One that you need really to be firing. The SMGs are doing their job in and around the point, but DK is on Overwatch, and everybody that he sees is dying. Great start from him. OMiT now with a 100+ point lead. P2 rotation going to start coming in. A little bit of pressure here from Bush. Not out of this one yet. Full 60 gets them back into this game, and they may well be able to find a hero P2.
Denza not going to push yet. Just trying to see if he can hold that angle so his teammates can try and flood through. A couple more players heading towards the back here as well. OMiT desperately trying to break, but it's Telluride Bush Gaming that have held so far all of these corners. A point and a hold they desperately need.
So getting the close spawns coming through, so the reinforcements are very much there. OMiT taking their time with 35 to go. They just don't want to allow Bush to get themselves some good points on this hill to get themselves back into the game, and they're not going to allow the final 30 seconds. Can they defend from the front now? Bush going to have another look, but a nice break from OMiT.
Really going up and down and trying to get into this point here as well, but they managed to at the same time. Trakes using that NPC to cut them asunder. And now as we go over towards P3, OMiT last time had a bit of a shutout here, and Bush Gaming did not have the most pleasant of experiences. Will this be any different?
This time around, these two teams did play up against each other, ended on a P3. The one that Bush held down perfectly. They have it in their locker to pick up a significant amount of point on one hill, and they did it against OMiT in the grand final. They're probably going to have to do something very similar again. The comeback is starting. Let's not get away from it. But at the same time, that lead is still very solid for OMiT. Bush have closed that gap, but the gap is still quite significant.
This team's still looking at this point like it's got a lot of points to give. Denza going to go down before he can do any more. DK sitting pretty with a pistol. Will eventually pick up that kill, but nobody has been completely resolute onto this point. The problem is going to be is that OMiT keep finding points, one or two here or there, on and off the point. Bush Gaming not having the opportunity to do so.
Bush now having the rotation over towards P4. You can see them going statue side. So OMiT will probably get this remaining scrap time. They will do, and they're actually going to manage to isolate, capsule over towards the back, and find the kill as well. Only person in a position to really do a great deal is ProLoot. Should still be spawns in for OMiT, though, over towards the backside. Actually going to be a spawn out there. Now OMiT are going to be, well, parallel, and it doesn't really matter because DK is finding two, and Denza over towards the other side. OMiT with a good hold over towards P4 may well kill this game.
Oh, that capsule. That's a big kill out towards the back here. Puts the pressure on, splits the fire lines. Cammy will find a second. He's now going to try and get out towards the front here, but he'll get traded out as well, and it's a good break from Bush. They managed to combine and find the angles all around.
And that was much needed. 30 seconds to go here. If you push, your plan is going to be, we hold this 30 seconds, find a break over towards P1, P2 spawns, we're back in the game. It sounds like a lot, but really for a team like Bush, it is not. They are more than capable of stringing that together, and that's what they're going to have to do because of the lead that OMiT managed to put together. 3 down for OMiT. They may well be able to find the final few seconds here, and will do so. They spawn Bush over towards that P2 side, which they will take, but they still have a mountain to climb here, Bryce. The lead is still around 80.
It very much is, and OMiT are within lethal range. Just one hard point will settle the score. But at the moment, they're not having the best of time here. Drake's picking up a couple of points in towards the middle. Now looking to go up top with his teammates. Can they find a few more kills? No, Denza will find 2. And for Bush Gaming, this is all throttle all the time if they want back into this game. Cammy looking for some more players to go over to the top, but for OMiT, this is going so wonderful for them. Every time they pull even a second out of a P1, they'll be laughing.
Oh, Denza. That's 3 big kills that he's managed to find, and he's been instrumental to everything that's went well for OMiT in this game. DK has been the superstar. Let's not get it twisted. 31 and 22 from him. That kill feed is lighting up blue. OMiT find themselves 25 seconds away. The rotation to P2 is theirs. P1 is theirs. Map number 1 may well follow. Bush have it all to do.
Aspect trying to hold, hasn't held the front gate, has been knocked down. Capture will now be in. They should get that back spawn at the same time when it pops. You've got to be careful of where it does go, but at the moment, nobody dying. There we go. We'll be locked in for them. A little bit of a push coming in here for a moment. They've got 3 stacking out towards the back. It's going to be pushed that no, they're taking the prime positions. This is a lot of pressure from OMiT, but they don't have the numbers maybe to pull this off.
Spawn out on the other side, so I'm going to try and pinch in a couple of different directions. Big fight. If Denza can find it on the Cammy, that's a big moment. OMiT's still going to be spawning out, but as are the side of Bush. The rest of the OMiT players filtering through. There is the break, 20 seconds away. They can win it here at P2. Spawn still there for Bush. It's a bit all over the place, to be honest with you. Nobody's been able to get full control, but Ethan may well just call game with these couple of kills. There is the break. OMiT can still win it here at P2.
And now they pushed it out. You can just see Telluride Bush can run, sprint, and try to get into it. Every single player is about to hit this in one go. Everybody boogie as they jump into the point here. But they are being cut down in their prime. And that will be OMiT for map 1. A dominant statement performance out of that first hard point.
It's 1 of 3 needed from OMiT. And a fantastic performance. Just such a wonderful start. And they just came into this game significantly hotter. I mean, the lead at the start was, what, 100 plus? And Bush just never managed to find a way back. Incredible turnaround, though, from the side of OMiT. This was a map that they lost against Bush in that grand final. And that will put them at ease just a little bit. A wonderful performance in map number 1. 250 to 143. Statement on Colossus.
Must have had a good night's rest in the hotel. And a lovely breakfast, because OMiT have come in firing on all cylinders. A continental breakfast, as we are in Paris.
I don't think for a second that these lot had a continental breakfast.
Hey, nothing wrong with some pastries and fruit, you know.
No, there isn't.
Croissant, pan of chocolate. Oh, the pan of chocolate, I feel like it's a terrible breakfast, you know. Maybe a bit of mango, some apples, some cherries. I don't know what's in a continental breakfast. I'll be honest with you.
You were the one that took us down this route.
Wasn't it? I just know it's not a full English. There's stuff. There's meats and cheeses.
Okay.
You know, there's stuff. But we're gonna go to Bravo. We're gonna get out for this breakfast. Stop bringing up breakfast. We're going to Bravo. We'll go find out what's on over there.
Oh, I do apologize. Oh, Bravo. And honestly, a kind of elusive semi that I didn't really see coming. Team More have looked absolutely fantastic. And Tone, as kind of mentioned by the boys, it really has been a bit of a Cinderella story, but probably for both these two teams. Look, Team More had a relatively good finish. Obviously, a little change up in their roster. It seems to be working fantastically. Obviously, organization changed, no longer on Cabal. And Tone Esports, for them, I mean, to make this kind of run, unprecedented, to be honest with you. And now going up against each other for a place in the losers fight for a top 3 placement as well. Big game for both these two squads. Honestly, I expect them to be just as good as that winners fun.
You're right. This is a story in the making here, and maybe it's flown a little bit under the radar. You know, we talk about the big guns. You talk about the game we just watched. Bush Gaming and OMiT, they're everybody's kind of favourite coming into this tournament. Both of these two teams making a name for themselves, keep on moving forward. The return of Team War and Torn Esports, who have really been making the statements, have had some losses, of course, otherwise they wouldn't be here. But is there still a Cinderella story? Will they go to the ball?
I mean, just for a little bit of context for anybody who is unaware, Torn Esports coming in, sorry, Team War coming in as 11th seed. Torn Esports coming in as 17th seed. Obviously, we seem to have a little bit of a problem. We'll get that figured out either way. So both these two teams managing to make top 4, and I don't want to say by any rights they shouldn't have, but on the seeding side of things, they are punching above their weight, to say the least. I mean, they're outplacing teams like P7 Notorious, Project 7, Huntsman, Exceptional, Rock Esports. I mean, those are the kind of teams who've been around all season long in these top 4 conversations. Torn and Team War, at the business end of the season, have thrown their name into that conversation.
Yeah, what a time to do it as well. We always say this is where you've got to lock in and perform the very best you possibly can. There's no more excuses as we head on back over to Alpha and see how this game is going. The players are ready and waiting to get this one done. There's just a little bit left if these players do get into it here, but I genuinely don't know who's going to walk away with this game, because these two teams, like I said before, they've gone through the veto system. They know what to expect. They played each other at the map a little while ago. In terms of, obviously, Bush, they've had a little bit of a roster change. Trakes, though, looks fantastic.
Oh, man, I mean,
but on the other side of it, we've been watching OMiT the whole way through, Ton, and we think they've got better.
Yeah, I think, from our standpoint, we obviously cast everything over in the MEA, and to see how good they looked. And you know what I actually kind of like, specifically from OMiT's point of view, is that they did suffer a loss in their route to actually getting a hold of the stage 4 in EMEA, and then they bounced back from it. So I think, we've seen a couple of occasions where they've been under some pressure and they have absolutely performed. We cast over their very first game yesterday up against Stallions, where they went 2-0 down somehow, some way. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know if anybody's seen the clip of Denza saying, oh, that was pretty much a 5-0. It so kind of felt that way.
So polite.
It kind of did feel that way. It's typically not that polite, if I'm honest with you. But look, I think for them to have that bounce back ability, it does seem as if they have a sturdier spine on them now. They are starting to get into that stage of competition where they've been around for a little bit longer now. They have, I say a little bit longer. It's Ethan's second LAN. It's DK's third. There's still so much of a ceiling for these players, but they are rising to the occasion once again. Let's see if they can manage to find something here in map number 2. Told we're loading in to the Hacienda search. This is, I believe, an OMiT pick heading into map number 2.
Well, let's see. How does this one play out? There shouldn't really be any games that neither team is prepared for. Everybody leaning forward. Everybody looking locked in here. Some of the players on OMiT looking flashbanged by how bright the monitors are. Doesn't really matter. Here comes the first push, though, and it looks like OMiT heading towards B.
A big mid hit coming in from Bush, and they're going to catch Aspect out. So that's a lot of control now for Bush. And if you're OMiT, you're like, okay, well, we probably didn't expect that from the get-go. It's now going to be down to some players too. Well, just try and make some plays here. The main one you're keeping an eye on is Ethan on the outside. DK, though, as well. Aware for this one. What is that second snap? The first one at the capsule is, well, mandatory that he manages to find it. The second on the Triggs, there's just no way you expect him to snap. 2 versus 2 in the grand scheme of things, though. Ethan's found a flank. Big kill if he can find it. 2v1 in favor of OMiT.
Prolo looking for an opportunity, but may just get the worst timing there because he has no information. They are both on that side, and Prolo did not see. He will now. That should be the opportunity for him. Is he going for a different angle? I think he is.
I spot him.
They're going to go over towards A here. Prolo has been a little bit bamboozled.
I don't know now, though. He can get there pretty quickly. Got to be careful here, though, because you can have a look over from the top side. This bomb might just get down in time. It will. Prolo is going to be here and makes it a 1v1.
Prolo knows where this player should be, just based on where that player was going. Oh, no. He's behind him as well, and Prolo clutches the 1 versus 2. Locked and loaded, and first blood to Bush Gaming.
Ships in the night throughout much of the latter stages of that round. And Prolo is the one who comes out of the shadows. That's just unfortunate on OMiT's side of things, but Prolo has a lot of work to do. and manages to pull it off. Incredible work from him. The 1v2 comes through, and that's a nice one for Bush to get a hold of in round number 1. Sets their stall out nice and early. They'll be feeling good about themselves in this search and destroy now.
Let's see. OMiT's to lose that one. And lose they did. Through, but there it will be for Trakes. He managed to grab Ethan through the wall there, Ton.
Yeah, just going for that mid-map control. This time OMiT were more so here to contest that, but didn't quite have the numbers to get out of it scot-free. Trakes is going to be a constant problem. And then around the walkways, look at this pressure coming in from DK though. Do you get that timing of your Cammy? You don't. You were watching that for a second. There might be a freebie here. I'd imagine Cammy will check this. He won't. DK, he'll find one. Yep, won't likely find the second. 2v3.
This fight going to be timing right. Aspect is here.
That'll be called out.
Capsule that should be traded out theoretically, but somehow Capsule wins a gunfight. How has he won that gunfight? Capsule had no health.
It's another one of those moments where you just absolutely do not expect it. Capsule is the one to put the bullets in. Yeah, somebody over from the office side helping him out with that gunfight. I think just a little bit of patience there from Aspect. The NPC is good, but that range, you have to be perfect.
So far, so good for Bush Gaming. Not letting this one slip at all. Comes another push from OMiT. Question, we can take a bit of control here already, though. First one again to Bush Gaming. Trying to get a trade back into a second and third going down. Either will find one, but Aspect is alone and he's scared and he has to back off.
They are just overwhelming them through the middle of the map every single time. Bush are winning that meta game up top. Stanza and I believe DK that went for the double chal over towards the top side. They get gun. Cammy just looking over towards them. When they're not looking in his direction, it's free shots that go in. Allow your teammates to pick up the kills as well. Just not a lot of answers here for OMiT so far in this search and destroy. I said these initial gunfights. I believe that's now going to be 3 first bloods that go the way of Telluride Bush. And that's going to make a difference. They're going to probably keep hitting this now as well. OMiT need an answer. Answer is to just leave it alone, Brycey, by all accounts.
Trakes is see if I can make a play, and he is going to do so again. That's another first blood for Bush. Answer back though. DK again, but probably going to take out DK. Another trade. It's everybody just finding bodies. There will be Bush that take the lead one more time, but it's Ethan on the other side of it for a 1 versus 2.
Tough position. But again, when OMiT don't commit over towards top mid and Bush, well, I mean, they've won 3 rounds basically by doing that. Will continue to do that. Get so much pressure through the mid-map. Trakes finds an immediate flank. So now a 1v2 needed here from Ethan. Might get a little bit of timing or terrible ones at that. Oh my word. As he dips out of office, Bush moves through it. 1v2 still potentially on the cards though.
All timing for Ethan. Oh, I'm just going to back off. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Don't think you can stretch it either. It's going to be still in the open against Cammy up top.
Yeah, not expecting Cammy on the left-hand side here at all. OMiT, again, are just being dealt with on so many different levels here by Bush. Again, it's just that mid-map control. If they want to give that up, they have to be aware that they can't enter late. And Bush are having so much fortune up top. They're going to keep hitting it. I'd be surprised if they don't. You can manipulate, not so much manipulate, but you can maneuver around the map so easily from those positions up top on Hacienda. And they are just dominating that area of the map right now. And OMiT do not have an answer.
Here comes a push again, though. Will OMiT find the adaptation they need, or a Bush just got this one locked in? There's another first blood. Trakes is on a 6-3 as well. Aspect is trying to get out of here. Completely adrift at sea since that first clutch, really. DK will find Proloop, but he instantly gets traded back again to a 2 versus 3. Caps the door. I mean, Caps will probably stay in that fight a little bit too long, but DK almost comes off the worst. Gotta let that health get back. Gotta try and find a kill here because Bush Gaming are just having the best of times. DK is pinned. Through. Trakes gets his 7th ton. This is a nightmare.
I mean, it's all Bush right now. First Blood's maneuverability around the map. They've got so much pressure at all times. I don't think if these two do make it back to the grand final, we will be seeing Hacienda search and destroying it. This is as one-sided as it gets. 5 First Bloods, 5 rounds for Bush. Full sail needed. Yeah, for a moment. We head into the Overload at 1 apiece.
Just as we thought, OMiT were hot in that last game. It's gone the other way. Telluride Bush Gaming absolutely dominating now, and, well, Trakes will wait back into his spawn to cool down the Hellstorm. They should give him an option to plant B. We'll see it in about 2 seconds and call it out. There we go. Yep, you can get in there, you can plant. Needle thread, not going to hit.
The bodyguard ushering them through over towards this B side. Omen here in numbers, though, very, very quickly. They're going to have to hit this fast. Can't find their way through the door, though. Utility has to be good, and there's one of them. Nailed. 3 versus 3.
Ethan gets one. Gets into it 2 versus 3. They have an option here as well, but can he find his own? Trakes now. The man, the moment. Oh, my goodness. It's an absolute beating. It's a thrashing by them as well. Headsets off. After the bio break, they've had enough. And if you're an OMiT fan, you're wondering what on earth just happened. You barely even got any kills.
As one-sided as it gets. And bear in mind, by the way, that was an OMiT pick. They must have felt they had something on Hacienda. They didn't have a goddamn thing. And Bush with a dominating performance. And now that puts something in the mind of OMiT. A 6-0, a couple of breadsticks alongside of it as well. But the difference maker, those First Bloods again. 6 for Bush. 6 rounds on top of it. And that was the problem last time they played up against them. It was the raid, search, and destroy. First Bloods every single time for Bush. It results in an S&D win. Over towards Bravo. This one's taking a little while to get going, but Team War find themselves now in the lead. 200 to 135 up.
Just might flip a little bit here. Tony Sports do have the better position. I've actually been looking forward to seeing how Flames has been playing. He's been tweeting just how great some of his games have gone this weekend. Having still a pretty good scoreline so far, 25 and 20, but the score really has to be dimensions and icons. 38 and 25. Although they are outslaying by quite a considerable margin. They are not that far ahead in the points.
Yeah, TK having a bit of a slow one. Start helping things along, but yeah, Tone very much within touching distance here. Decent hold over towards P2 by all accounts, especially if you can pick up this final 15 or so. Starting to transition over towards P3. You leave 2 members behind, and they are going to hold down that scrap time. Team 1 aren't just biting off more than they can chew over towards P2. Will just rotate over towards P3. Nicely done, but yeah, 30-point game. I haven't seen how it has mostly transpired, but still a relatively comfortable lead here for Team War. They can win it here over towards P3. Tony Sports will need to find a break. And not like that.
Well, this might be the case of ending the game here. There's only going to be 1 or maybe 2 pushes for Tony Sports. Dimensions finds 1 before he can do anything. He finds Millie as well, and now they're all going through the tunnel underneath, but there are players waiting for them. A second full wipe. 20 seconds to go. Tony Sports, no options but to run it.
Yep, got to find a way through. Icons and dimensions have been felling them at every single moment. Torn them may well find a break here, and they have done. 2 kills will fall their way. Flames should be very, very weak. Oh, my goodness me, Flames. The beamer coming through. It's not going to seal the deal just yet. I don't know if they've got the tick in mind, actually. They might have that tick. They might have that tick. You have to get there if you're Torn. And you do have to take Team War, just about take it. Map number 1 goes their way.
And they are getting into a little bit of discussion going on the Torn side as well. Clearly some plays they're not happy with. Wondering where it all went wrong. Well, at least 2 players are. The other 2 just concentrating on their monitors. But this is... They know it's the start of a long journey. They've got to play quite a few games today. Here's the thing. We've always said it. If you go into the lower bracket, Tunt, it's game after game. Either of these 2 teams, they'll be playing straight away again afterwards.
Yep, it's consistent. But I think for inspiration, they'll be looking at what Bush did. They dropped in the losers bracket so early. When we were over in Atlanta, I think they won 7 back-to-back games. When they went through that losers bracket, runs can be made. Genuinely one of the most impressive things I've seen in challenges in the years that we have covered it. Insane how well they did through that losers bracket. They nearly went out at one stage. I think they had to reverse sweep one team to stay alive. And that was early on. And after that, they'd never looked back.
Question is going to be, Tan, is these 2 teams that we're currently watching, both wonderful runs. Both had a very, very good time going through the bracket. Do we expect one of these to maybe at this point cause an upset and get themselves into the grand final? They are talented enough to do so, but the other teams in the winners final also incredible.
I think it's hard to say. I think if it is likely to be anyone, it's kind of, I would say, probably Team War. I think the way that they've been able to actually put some stuff together off the back of an actual decent finish in challenges in NA, of course, slight roster change after that, does seem to be working in their favor, though. I think for Tone, you know, you look at how they managed to make it through this bracket with all credit to them. As soon as they come up against someone like OMiT or Bush, that is where they did falter just a little bit. 3-1 win for OMiT yesterday in those winners semi-finals. But for War, I mean, how long have they been kind of down here? Who did War go down to? In the end, it was Bush. So, I mean, both these two teams are losing out in the winners semi-finals and going down from where the 2 grand finalists, or the 2 winners finalists are currently sitting. So that is the competition for them to make a step further. I'm not too sure if they have it within their locker to do so, just based on what we've seen over this weekend. But I think if anyone's more than likely, I would say probably Team War.
Well, we will see. This is very much a question now of how do these teams get on? How do they adapt? There go the fist bumps. We'll be right back into this game very shortly. Everyone's seeming quite relaxed. Nobody really feeling the pressure here too much, as the pit has emptied out today, so you don't have as many eyes watching you. Apart from us, of course.
Yes. And our eyes are just blessed to be able to see team player names today, to be honest with you. That was, thank God, frankly.
Honestly, with the age I'm getting to, I'm blessed just to be able to see.
I don't know if you're that old, man. It's not going about that bad.
I'm feeling like it. Things are aging me prematurely. Like not knowing what a continental breakfast is.
Yeah, I mean, that's up there, isn't it?
Look, I'll have my croissant and cherries, and you know, I'll be fine.
Croissant and cherries for breakfast.
That's basically what they have anyway. But we'll see. We'll get onto this game, and it's already started. We're into the S&D. Already a fast start as the smokes are going to be down. They try to make some plays in here as Millie almost gets caught.
Just about surviving. On esports are going to be able to force Team War away, if not just for a moment, though. Big hit over towards the backside and the mentions. That is ridiculous. Flies in and deals with 2. Mince. Well, he's pretty much dead to rights here, you would like to think. A 1 versus 4. Not going to fall his way. A wonderful start for Team, but they just play so fast. They do kind of give me Rock vibes. Early Rock vibes. Just so quick. The gunny is as accurate as you're likely to see. Going to be a hard team to deal with at this latter stage.
You know what? Team War look way too relaxed. It's just, you look like, I'm having a very good time here. And the truth being that should be what you should be in this scenario. We talk about a lot of players trying to get really locked into that zone. I think Toronto Koi are probably the best example of it. They try to keep their energy levels kind of neutral. Although they're having a mixed season at best, so maybe not the best example.
Mixed season's probably right. Cons, my god. Second kill falls his way. Will eventually get traded out, but the net is, well, potentially closing, but TK just about loosens it off. Vic in now a serious amount of trouble. How did they turn this one around? It's going to be turned around by Flames. Now 1v1. Health will regenerate. Neither really knows where the opposition is.
Oh, I didn't get the timing. Didn't see Dak. Oh, Dak will see him now. I think they've just seen each other. Is he going to plant here? Does he think he's got time? Oh. Movement, not exactly what you would call on point. Oh, this is the worst timing. He's running backwards into a gunfight. And it will be Torn to get it.
Yep, Flame was not able to navigate his way over the fence. But in the end, ultimately, I don't think that would have made it a blind bit of difference. Into the Overload, though, we go. This one last time, okay, it wasn't on Scar. It was Den, I believe. Was an absolute cracker. One that OMiT pretty much controlled for the majority of the game. Until Bush just had a little bit of a rally towards the end, sent it to overtime, won it from there. I think for Bush, ARs are going to be critical. I mean, as it so often is the case on Scar, DK is having himself a relatively good series in the respawns, at least. OMiT will be feeling confident once more. They're on their more beneficial side. Are they finding the kills through the mid-map, though? No, they are not. Tricks shut them down. That's a 4 dead. And Bush can get things moving up quite quickly.
Oh, that's a big cut down. Ethan finding Capsule to stop that EMP moving. Take the wind out of the sails of Telluride Bush, and they'll be trying to grab this one again here, but Cammy's going to try and find a kill first. Not going to happen. Wiped both sides. Team's doing really well to deflect this pressure as it comes through. And we'll try another run at it.
Nicely done from both squads, to be honest with you. Trading blows. Ethan finds another gunfight over towards the field side, and his team can now start to set up some form of attack. Bush coming in off the respawn. They're all 8 players alive and kicking. If only momentarily, DK will fall. It's just about weighing each other up. Nobody able to make too much of an inroad here across the entire map. Just trading blows. This blow may well go the way of Trix again. 7 and 3 to kick things off. He's going to be a big problem.
Said it a couple of times already this weekend, but he's good. I still think it was a premature dropping, but whereas one team's loss is definitely Telluride Bush Gaming's find. 9 and 3, 4 streak. An absolute blitz.
5 spray now for Trix. He's keeping that pressure on. First cap did come through. He may well have to back it on up just to help his team out here, who have lost a couple of gunfights through the middle of that. My word, Trix with the NPCs ran out of bullets. He's been frying that well. Picks up a few, goes for another. Will eventually get shut down. OMiT probably did have to wrap back around to get rid of him. They had a bit of mid-map control. Trix proving to be too much of a problem.
Capital trying to stay alive here. Deflect the pressure if he can, but we'll go down eventually. Trix is going to be in the way. Looks for 1. Finds his first. He's wait for that to come back, and the rest of the team will come through. Prolo with 2. And only a 1-score game here, as everybody knows their defensive setup by now.
It's done by Aspect there. He was considering a re-wrap back around, but he goes back to cut through mid-map, and Trix trying to do it all on his own was always going to be tough, but forces them back, forces them to have to take the kill. And this is kind of where OMiT have stumbled, right? They've had a couple of opportunities where they've got through the mid-map. They're just looking for that final wave of kills. It has been hard to find. Ethan, can he be the tip of the spear that they absolutely need? It's a sharp tip of that spear, and there are the trades. And there will be the cap barring a miracle. Nade not going to happen, OMiT. Eventually, their pressure will tell.
Already a big push coming through here. Denzel will try and find at least 1 kill to slow this down and stagger it, but Cammy will find him before he can do any more damage. The rest of OMiT sliding into position on that defense. Long-range NPC with Capsule will lose up against Aspect's M15. And now this is again one of those situations where if you can find the kills, it slides the game.
Oh, it's a big 2-piece from Denza. The second one through the middle of the map is not what I expected him to see. Capsule gets caught napping, and all of a sudden, OMiT can start to put this pressure on once again. If they can find this kill on the pro loot. Oh, they didn't find it. Uncontested, though. They may well have been able to run this one home. Good defensive work coming in here from Bush. They can start to formulate an attack as well. DK probably has to find a couple here to slow this one down. They'll find at least 1, but Trix, Cammy, Prolut, all working well. This is a big opportunity for Bush once again.
Trying to slide. That is an unbelievable stop. Oh, a second one. Aspect with a laser. That is definitely putting it all onto the line. And somehow with 36 seconds to go, it's a 2-score game.
I mean, he could not miss a bullet. DK finding plenty of shots there, but can't quite deal with 3 members of Bush on his own. 25 seconds to go here in this half. It's been an entertaining one. It has been back and forth, and it has been a game where Bush have taken their opportunities, and this may well be another one. You have to get it moving if you're Cammy. There was a potential lead blocker there in the form of Tricks. He will fall. 13 seconds, and then maybe overtime to go.
Cammy slipping. Capsule's found too. Cammy's waiting for some reinforcements. Flying out with a pistol. Wins the gunfight and in. 2-1 to Bush Gaming in the dying seconds of this game. The reset will not matter. But Drake's getting a bit of stat padding in.
That's a nice moment for Bush to find themselves now in the lead. And they probably deserve it off the back of the half that we've seen. Nice work. Usually through green, that was where really they were finding a lot of success.
What have we got like trying to land the plane going on their thing? What is going on? Who's put that there?
Oh God, that has to just be a light off a mouse or something. Surely, like a little.
Someone
you know
turned
what I
it
mean?
upside down or something. Why is that aimed at the camera? It's like Stansted runway 4 or something. Just trying to bring in some sort of ship.
I feel like I'm gonna have a fit. Anyway, into the second half we go. Strikes has been the big problem. I suppose for OMiT and also for Bush, is he going to be able to keep up that pace as he finds the first blood in this round? That probably gives you your answer. Nice start here from Bush, and that is 3 dead already. This is a cap, barring a miracle. Good shots coming through. Trix is keeping it up, and Bush may well find themselves in the lead in this series very shortly. Hellstorm in the back pocket for Cammy, and OMiT have not come out swinging in this round.
Capital's looking for more here. They have all the bodies ready. Some more kills going down, but Cammy will be taken down before he can do too much more damage. But Capsule's already here as well. We'll go out towards the back as Capsule finds another. That won't go in yet here as they will stop it. And OMiT just to take a little bit of a breath.
Good shots coming in from Cammy. Just finds a little bit more pressure for Bush. OMiT are just going to slip through towards Motel. Tricks can't really do a great deal from here. Pressure now coming through as Prolute & Co will deal with the attack that was being formulated by OMiT in the end. So back now to really 11 playing field, but a lightning fast start from Bush on the lead here in this overload.
Breaks again, looking for a way through. Not going to get it this time. Pinstripe kill feed as everybody tries to find the kills they need, but it is going to be Bush Gaming with a slight advantage. Good player out towards it, but that will be picked off. Here we go, through the choke points once again. Trying to find that kill with a pistol, but his teammates not finding as many as he would like as DK gets 2.
And really, the SMGs have been struggling for OMiT. That has been a bit of a problem. Ethan at 15 and 23. Denza 13 and 19. Aspect is not yet to get things going either. And your answer back to somebody like Trix, who is absolutely dominating right now. But a potential opportunity here. Information on the player through mid, but the damage is maybe already done. It is. Trix for 2. He's unstoppable so far. 29 and 15. Trix is running this one up for Bush.
1-0 KD, and you're feeling it in the fingers, you're feeling it in the toes, as everybody knows the score is good enough for them to continue on with this game. They are continuing to be aggressive. Bush Gaming really aren't slowing the tempo down at all.
2.5 minutes to go. I think it's for OMiT. They've been second best throughout the majority of this overload, but they're still keeping it within touch. 2.5 minutes to go. The potential comeback is still on the cards. DK over the top. Should be able to find this kill. Yeah, does it. Oh my word, Trix.
What's that?
How on earth is he managing this? Cammy finds 2 with a Hellstorm as well. May well find a 3rd. More pressure coming in from Bush.
Oh my goodness. That can't happen. Here comes a push though from OMiT. Score now will help them out somewhat, but they just haven't shown that much potential of getting these wipes that they need. The kill's going down here. The Capital Strikes finds his own 2. Shut it down at the same time. Aspect will go towards the back, but that's it. That's all they're going to do. Now it's just trying to slow down Bush Gaming as much as possible.
Everyone doing what they need to get on the side of Bush. They haven't allowed really a 4 dead at a silly time. OMiT have really struggled to find clumps of kills that are really going to give them an opportunity to get another score over the line. DK to find 2 through the middle of the map. Should be dead to rights, and absolutely is so. Oh my word, Capsule. Shotguns Ethan, who has not been able to get things going in this map number 3. OMiT looking to put the final nail in the coffin here. Trying to find a way through. Over the top. Can't get it. Denza shuts it down. And OMiT just live to fight another day, if only momentarily. There may well be a slip here. Capsule going to try and make it work. He will eventually get shut down. But again, OMiT just on their heels consistently. And it may well result in the cap. Not quite. Spawn up coming in from OMiT. 50 seconds to go. They've got to make a move.
This is OMiT's potential last opportunity. They have to get this EMP moving into the other side as quickly as possible. They need the time for the reset and that little bit of buffer, but Capsule's going to grab this. He's going over the top. There's no way to stop it. It's 4-1. That's GG. And it has been a monstrous game out of Telluride Bush Gaming. They have shut OMiT down on this overload. And a lot of that is down to Trace. He has been performing lights out, and he's about to put this one home as well. A little bit of... Oh, not going to get it. Oh, does get it. Oh, well, never mind. 37-23. 1 capture as well for Trace. An MVP performance. Outrageous.
Crazy game coming out of Bush. Honestly, OMiT did well to only keep it 5-1. That was dominating. Bush 2-1 up now in this winners final. And you need to find another level now if you are OMiT. If you're Bush, you're thinking to yourself, well, we've got another search and destroy. At the very worst, they're in a commanding position in this series. We'll be feeling super confident for back-to-back grand finals.
Well, let's see. How on earth? Well, I mean, this game's so powerful. It's knocked out the camera a little bit. All we really see is that cherry red glow of a light. The rest of it is a bit blurry, but look at the scoreline here, Ton. This is outrageous. I mean, Traix didn't even do the most damage. It was Capsidal, but it just felt like Traix was everywhere, being so aggressive, and that sums up the entire game. Just aggressive play out of Bush the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, it was just lights out through the middle of the map so consistently. They were able to find so many moments. Traix was the one who really did the damage. Cammy was the one carrying the rock so often. 3 caps coming through from his side of things. Honestly, Aspect did well to defend as much as he did. 5 carrier kills for him and for DK. But it was so difficult to get anything going. A couple of occasions, OMiT had some nearly opportunities, if you like. Some half chances. Never converted a single one of them. 5-1 to Bush, who were just so ruthless throughout that Scar overload. And a gridlock hardpoint is heading our way. Bush will be feeling confident they can close out this series now. Is it 4 or 5? I don't think they'll care too little. Gridlock hardpoint coming up. OMiT will be feeling good about their chances here, but a fringe search may well be heading our way in map number 5. A one that Bush won last time out between these two squads.
Will this be the same old story? I mean, it's such a shock, really, after that first map turn that the score has gone this way. Well, we did know that these two teams, when they get into the vetoes, they should have the maps they feel confident on, but nobody predicted a 6-0 on Hacienda, and certainly nobody thought the Scar Overload would be that dominant by Bush. You were right. I think you said it earlier on. It's like never really saw Bush losing that game. They've been in control of the Overload the entire time, both sides.
Yeah, it was extremely comfortable. And will that carry into the gridlock hardpoint, though? That's going to be the question. Last time out, it was a win for OMiT on this map specifically in the grand final when they went up against Bush. But they're going to have to fire on all cylinders if they want to find a comeback here. It was a close game. One where they massively outslayed and only just won it by 20 or so. So big moments going to be needed here from OMiT on gridlock. We're going to load in a second. Over in Bravo, I presume we're in between the map break, but a fringe search and destroy is what we will be met with in map number 5 if we need it.
How does he think this goes? I'm expecting maybe a closer map at some point, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's been strange, hasn't it? It's been a couple of moments here and there, but for the most part, it has been comfortable map wins from both these two teams. I mean, it's completely different from what we did see in that grand final when they went up against each other. Most of the maps were close. I think the only one that wasn't was the Raid Search and Destroy. That was a 6-1 win for Bush. Other than that, really close games across the board. So to see such a disparity on each of the maps we've seen so far, a little bit of a surprise.
It certainly was, as we jump back in to see how these teams are going. And, well, the fist bumps do certainly give us an idea that they are loading into this map. Is this the case of an easy run for Bush Gaming into the grand final? Or do OMiT have it in them to find another hard point, one they've already grabbed, and send us to a map 5?
Well, OMiT have got to be thinking to themselves, if we can find this map 4, surely the map 5 can't go as badly as map number 2 did. For Bush, you'll be feeling supremely confident whatever happens. If you don't find this map, you know you've got the Search and Destroy you can rely on. But you know for a fact that you can find this gridlock up against OMiT. Backs up against the wall now for OMiT. Let's see what they're made of as Bush heading into this one now as serious favorites to head into that grand final.
Drake's grabs one already as they both all look for positioning. Drake's surely he's not going to continue on with the monster he has been in the last one. If he does, it is a trouble for OMiT.
I think when you look at the star power on both sides, Trix, of course, will lead most of the way. Cammy alongside of him on Bush, you would think. But for OMiT, I mean, look at Ethan and DK. DK has been performing really well throughout this series. The Destroyer side. Ethan has not quite arrived to the party yet. If he can do, then OMiT have more than enough chance to send this to a map number 5. But if Trix keeps it up and Ethan can't find his level, this one could be over very quickly. P1 control is here for Bush. About 10 seconds or so to go. P2 rotation is also there. Trix, the one who's going to try and hold this down.
To the P2, this is important. Ethan will find his second. Cammy just trying to find one and getting out, but it's not going to happen. The nade will cut him down, but Drake's going to be here as well. Misses that one. Pinstripe kill feed, and it will be both teams piling in, but DK finds 2, and that slides it back into OMiT's hands.
40 seconds to play for here. Spawns up towards the backside for Bush. Can they find a way through? Utility being used well here from OMiT. Cammy going to try and find a way through. And to the point we go. Can you find any picks from there? You can't find enough to get control. Still going to be spawns over towards the backside. It's ever so slightly closer for Bush. Roman holding true so far. 20 seconds to go.
Just trying to eke out these last 12 points, and Denza flies sky high and gets it. It will be Bush Gaming that do manage to get round this to begin with, and they will get into that next hard point. Ethan gets cut down with a bit of timing there from Prolude, but now on this rotation, you're going to see that it will be Bush Gaming looking to hold.
55 seconds. Still up on offer. And Bush have been here for a good 10, setting themselves up. Ethan is now going to be the player around the backside. Can he find the pick over towards Cammy? Not quite, but the rest of his team now flooding through the front door. They can find the picks. DK for 2, Denza for another. The break, is it falling OMiT's way? It feels that way it is. It's a nice effort from them. First time of asking, they find a breakthrough. 35 seconds or so to play for.
Just staying alive with his 8. Looking for more players coming through. It's going to be 9 for Denza. Could be 10 here. This is all timing. Looking for it. Not going to see that player into the corner. Will go down. The rest of OMiT jumping back into this point, and they do have an opportunity to just keep eking out the kills, but Aspect only finds 1, 11 health and dead, and it's going to be Bush Gaming that get back into Cherry Tree.
And Denza's made a little bit of a slip over towards P4, so he's going to be able to cause some problems here. Hellstorm in his back pocket, that's going to be useful for P1. When I said SMG needs to step it up to match Trix, I respectfully did not think it would be Denza. 13 and 5 out of him.
You're about to
kick
call him old
things
again,
off.
aren't you?
Well, he is. But here we go over towards the backside. If Denza's performing like that, it usually results in an OMiT win, and an OMiT break may well be coming here. It's looking pretty flawless. They'll find the positioning over towards the backside. That's a nice break from OMiT with a lead as well.
Position so far, because with these first couple of gunfights, they are pushed from every single angle here, but Aspect finds 1, Aspect finds 2. That player is definitely weak. But now they go back into it. OMiT in the lead here so far. It's a good fight from them. The Bush are still piling on the pressure. As you can see, they've got bodies around here and they are getting the trades, but the trades aren't really working out for them as they're not getting any points off of them.
Still find themselves in the lead now as we head over to another P1. And Bush make that actually not so bad in the end, to be honest with you. I think considering the rotation and how a couple of the moments worked out, find yourself only 25 behind, not at the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. Break over towards P1 will come in for OMiT though with 50 seconds to play for. And they're going to try and set up so they can make their move over towards P2. But this is valuable time that you can find over towards the middle of the map.
We go as they look for it. The good soap though, OMiT grabbing a lot of time off of this P1. Bit of a cushion, bit of a lead. Can they get this into a P2 push as well? We can already see the spawn is going well for them. It's just looking to turn the walls back here by Capsidal and will win it. OMiT finding nothing. Sorry, OMiT finding lots. Telluride finding nothing.
Lots and lots, Brycey. Kills over towards the back being found by Ethan. Maybe a little bit greedy there from Denza to try and overextend though, because now Bush have found a way through. DK is going to be the only one over towards this side of the map for OMiT to try and formulate this break, but everybody else now pushing from the other side. DK still alive and kicking on the other side, but the rest of his team are fallen. He might get the spawns for his team and just about does. Going to make their way through gift shop. DK over towards the backside will get taken down. Bush have an opportunity of some very good time here.
Still managing to hold, but there is players from both sides pushing. Denza will find another. Stacking here. OMiT trying to get bodies in position before they make this move. Trade coming in once again here. Ethan will find one. Pre-firing, ready for it at the same time. Nobody able to get a clean wipe from anybody but DK and Aspect combined. Eventually, OMiT rip control away here. They're going to lose the scrap time regardless. But they've put pressure on to allow them to rotate.
I mean, that's some really nice time coming in from Bush. OMiT, yeah, okay, they got a good amount of time over towards P1. A good chunk found by Bush over towards P2's putting this back into the realms of possibility. Drake's having another good game at 21 and 14, starting to put the pressure on. Ethan and Denza gonna have to combine well. Reinforcements on their way and now inside of the point. Drake's 4 in a row, can't find the 5th. Are the trades gonna work out in whose favor? Let's find out. Bush trying to keep this one alive, but Ethan with 2 and 3, and has he finally arrived? That's a big moment from him. Is that gonna get things going as Ethan will find his 4th? OMiT now in control.
The big gunfight, but it's going to be Capsule taking down Ethan. That's the first domino. Where do the rest fall? The fight going on the other side. Denza's got their flank completely secure, so now going to have to hit the front here. It's not easy, but Trace is a monster, but down he goes as well. Cammy's trying to get his second and does so, but he goes down as well. Trades from both sides now erupting as Capsule has arrived on the scene. He finds his own too, and it's scrap time for Telluride Bush.
That's all they're able to get a hold of, though. They need a good hold somewhere along the line. Spawns are a little funky now. OMiT towards his backside do need to continue to survive. They'll get the slither of scrap time. Prolute, yeah, needed to win that. Pressure now coming in over towards the backside. Him and Capsule have dealt with it. That's a P4 setup now for Bush. A couple of different directions they've got to look, but OMiT do not have the numbers.
This could be one of those hills that really goes against OMiT if they can't find a bit of a breach here. They have the lead, but that lead does not last forever. There's 3 down, though. That's pretty good enough. Prolute out towards the top here. He keeps one alive. He keeps them guessing where he's going.
Trying to find a way through. Oh, and the nade was good from Capsule. Cammy would have picked up the kill, irrelevant of that anyway, but Capsule will find another. That's a break back here from Bush. Much needed 20 seconds. Spawns over towards the backside. OMiT might have a roll of the dice at this one. Remember, I believe they've still got a hold of a Hellstorm for this P1 break if they need it, so they might just have a little look at this P4. They haven't done. Rotation over towards P1 has to be important, but it's going to be about a 45-point game by the time we head back over towards the middle of the map. It's Bush in control. Expects the Hellstorm to find its way in.
And we're above that crucial 200-point mark, but
there it comes.
Is that going to be enough if Telluride Bush can do the same thing off of P1? Here's the incoming. Here the trophy's deflecting. They don't get a ton out of it, but a little bit of a gap as everybody now piles back in. P1 in the ascendance. They're looking both directions here. Trake's waiting for his health to come back at the same time. The rest of OMiT are streaming forward to get into this point to deny them. And every single second they can grab makes it much harder for Bush.
OMiT just doing so well. Great survivability in the middle of the map, making it difficult for Bush to try and find the pieces that they need. Kami with 3 out of absolute nowhere. Ethan tries to answer back with 3 of his own, but he can only find the 1. Trades across the board. Just about going to end with DK, ending up inside of P1, and the second kill will fall his way as well. Scrap time now on offer here for the side of OMiT, but they're more bothered about P2. Capsule on his own should be dead to rights and is. So more pressure here from the OMiT side. They get a little bit of control over towards P2. They are 25 points away from sending us to our map number 5.
Here comes the pressure. It should be cut down one direction, though. That's a big kill by Denzer to take down Trakes. Now they've just got to look one way. Fight the fight in front of you. Kami coming into this fight here. Prolo's already found 2, but Kami's alone. He's got to wait for teammates, but he doesn't have that much time. Finds his 1, looking for a second. Ethan will grab him out of the sky before he can do any more damage. And Bush Gaming are trying to get bodies into this one, but they are losing some gunfight. Trakes finds 2 again, somehow surviving for a little bit longer.
And keep the pressure on as well. Bush having to have a stab at this. You are now only 7 seconds away if you are OMiT. One last roll of the dice here from Bush, or we head to map number 5. Kami is the first one through the door. He's the second one to drop as everybody from Bush falls. OMiT, send us to map number 5. A brilliant performance in the hard point once again. We haven't had any close maps yet, Bracey, but we are going to 5.
Well, we expected great on the hard points, OMiT. There indeed have been issues for them. I mean, that's where P7, if you remember back in EMEA, thought they had a weakness. Not every S&D, but they are better at hardpoint than they are S&D. We'll see. Does this matter when we go to map 5? Map 5 always being magical. Anything could happen.
It'll be a fringe, search, and destroy. Be heading there very, very shortly. Bravo is still underway, but we'll head there in a second. What a map once again from OMiT, who are looking incredibly impressive in the hard points, but honestly, the other maps have been left kind of wanting. Can they find something else here in this search and destroy? Last time out up against Bush, the fringe was close. We'll be heading over towards that map number 5 very, very shortly. But what a way to start a day in the winners final. But Bravo, still ongoing. This one apiece. We're only into map number 3. And a couple of issues on this side of things. Team 1 Torn Esports all leveled up at the moment.
Plays out. Already a little bit of time gone. Nobody able to get a score, but that's not unusual.
Minutes to go on this first half, obviously. He's just looking for that little bit of control. But will the floodgates open in one direction? There may well be a moment here for Team War to try and slide this one through with Flames. Can find one, needs to find a couple if they want to get this one over the line, but it's just going to be bundled in, you would like to think. Is anybody going to go for the EMP? They are not. Millie with 2. Dimensions and Flames just looking for the kills to try and secure it, but I think there was potentially an opening for Team War there. Oh, look at this, look at the fight come through thick! How on earth has he slipped the net there? That is the cap that Team War probably deserved in the end, but probably not the route that they thought they would have to take.
Wow. Just when Total Esports thought they'd done it, thought they'd made the goal line stop, and then run it back behind their own goal line and got punished for it. Big kills going down as well. They've cleaned them out. They've cleaned them out. Move the EMP. You've got to move. Vicky's getting in position at the same time. Can he find anything? No. Down they go. This is surely going to go in. No. Stop the first time. Not the second. 2-0 out of Team War.
Just so much pressure from Team War. It's relentless. Moving forward, finding gunfights, and Torn Esports have not been able to find an answer to the slaying ability of Team War so far. 5 and 7 TK. Thought he had a very good map in the search and destroy. He needs to step up his game here in this overload. Minute 50 to go now. Team War having to do a little bit of defensive work, but honestly, everything they seem to touch is, well, turning to gold for them. Turn to misery for Torn Esports. 1:40. Still to go in this off.
Trying to play spoiler here, but he's going to get cut down. That's going to be 3. EMP isn't moving, though, so there's going to be another respawn come up for Team War. They need to find some of the gunfights, though. They're not finding any of them as Dak finds another. And that's going in. I don't think this is going to be stopped and will be good enough to get a point back here for Torn.
And a much-needed one, because for the most part, they've been getting farmed. So to find one like that almost feels like a bit of a bonus, doesn't it? You have one opportunity, you absolutely take it. Team War the disappointing one considering the pressure they've been able to put in. But honestly, I suppose for Team 1, one of them was a big flank play that came through. Tone now seemingly getting into things on this overload. Big plays coming in from Dak. That's 3 kills found his way. A little bit of green control as well. Can maybe get something going if you're Tone, but no kill you need. Just about eluding them.
Who gets the last play of the game? Vince has found one. They've had a couple here. This is very, very dangerous. Player behind is going to be Flames. He does only find one as well. EMP moving. A little bit of an opportunity. Cannot win the gunfight. Pistol not quite good enough. And well, Dak managed to find one with his trophy. With 18 seconds left to go, somebody will be looking for the free play.
With the current position of the EMP, could well be Mince here for Tone Esports, just making sure to get a hold of that kill. EMP resets at the wrong time, but you should just about have enough time here for your Tone Esports to land this one home, and you do. Incredible work from them. And Team 1 were the ones who were putting so much pressure on at the start of that game, and will arguably feel the more disappointed. Tone Esports turn it on its head, 2-apiece heading in the second half.
Not a bad run. Not a bad run. But this one will continue on the Bravo stream. We're going back over to our Alpha game in the winners final. Telluride Bush Gaming against OMiT. And it's going all the way to map 5, Ton.
Well, it was a map number 5 that was the map number 6 in the end that they went to in that grand final. This is the map that Bush closed things out in Atlanta on. 6-4 scoreline. And OMiT will, well, be hoping for something along the lines of that, but in their favor. Just any sort of competitiveness yet in this search and destroy would be an improvement on what we've seen in the Hacienda. First blood goes DK's way, and the second as well. So that's already a better start for OMiT than what we've seen. 6 first bloods for Bush in the Hacienda. And the 6 rounds that follow. Now a 3v2 in the favor of OMiT after those 2 kills that come through from Ethan.
Drake's looking for a bit of a gap. In a good position here on the other side. There you're going to see Proto already finds one. Proto finds 2! Oh, he's looking for the 3rd. It's going to be an easy kill. No, DK with the knife!
It was Ethan.
Oh, he keeps the round alive. It's Ethan with 3. The potential ace for him. Probably knows he has to go for this. Oh, Ethan. Ethan, the ace potential. Does he get the right timing? I don't know if he did. He doesn't. He's going to have to try to go back into it. Does he just go for this defuse?
I don't think he can,
No,
but he's got the cover. And Ethan with an ace in round 1. My word.
Outrageous. The knife, the reflexes, keeping their whole game alive. Confidence in that last kill as well. There it is. No hesitation. Every bullet a home.
The 9th kill. We've seen it from the other POV. But it was the 2 openers that came through. I was told it was a little bit strange that it was DK who was finding 2 running through the middle of the map with the SMG. God bless Godcaster. 4 kills for Ethan. That is of no doubt. Ace in round 1. Can that be the catalyst for OMiT? Another first blood goes their way.
Looking for pressure now. It's OMiT who... Oh my goodness. Get caught. It's Capsule with a sniper that takes him down before they could do any more. Ends up checking out the smoke here.
That's bold. That is really bold.
Wait a second! He's not alone! He's not alone! How has he got away with that? 2 health and a dream! Down on the other side, though, to a 2 versus 2.
Oh, Aspect had a moment in Capsule. You'll find a second as well. And DK is left on his own. Capsule been holding this angle for quite some time. DK, you don't want to chow that. That's 3 in this round for Cap. Back-to-back aces in rounds 1 and 2.
DK is going to get this plant down, but there is no way he reads where Bush have gone. Never mind. Finds 1! Not going to be the second. Cammy is there. That's why you Wolfpack. That's why you're in a tradable position. And Telluride, even it up.
Nice jump from Bush. Big round from Capsule. Finds 3. And what didn't look likely to be a round for OMiT. Denza, who found himself inside of the site with the smokes down. He was the one that came out on top. Gets out of that position, but Capsule, again, finding the picks over towards the backside. Ever influential. One apiece now. Feels like it's going to be a different search and destroy at what we've seen on the Enterprise.
Capsule has been a bit of a monster with this. Let's see if it works out for them again. Right now, not a lot of pressure. OMiT have stacked out towards B side. And for that, Telluride Bush Gaming have made the A call.
Everybody coming back over, though, for a moment. It's going to be really on Trix to see if we can find a great deal through the middle of the map. He's got some pressure there, but for a moment inside of the site, and Trix just isn't expecting the push to come through. The call-out would have been there. It wouldn't have been quick enough. And now a 3v2 in favor of OMiT, Capsule, and Cammy. Last 2 alive.
Oh, Capsule. Chasing dreams there with a sniper rifle. Have to plant. Have to. Capsule gonna go for a push here as well, though. Sniper close range. Not gonna get it. Capsule sees his shoulder, but Cammy finds one. He's 17 seconds. He's gonna get cut down before he can do any more, and OMiT will grab the round.
Cap is a big, big threat here. A big one. But not big enough of a threat to find that little angle. DK there to pick up the pieces. He's had a good start as well. Our number 4 we go. There's a slight lead for Denza and the boys. OMiT definitely showing more of themselves here in the second search and destroy. 5 and 1 for Ethan. DK sitting at 1 and 3. Sorry, I was mugged up by the Codcaster. Big hit through mid-map here coming out from OMiT. They're going to get caught, though, on the cross. 2 players going down, though, from the side of Bush. Aspect with sniper out. 3v2 in their favor.
Oh, it's going down. This other one was going to get caught. Well, how on earth did he get out? Should not have got away with that. Bush Gaming let him slip through, but there is a Cammy jump. He's done it again. I've seen him pull off that move, and he's very, very good at it, but Ethan will find Trakes. Cammy in a 1 versus 2.
I have an idea of where he is and an idea that he has an M15. They'll just linger around, checking over the bomb where they need to. Another round for OMiT. There's just a big hit through the middle of the map. It was nearly countered by the sniper that comes out from Capsule. Cammy over the top makes it doable, but the 1v3, not possible. Big round from OMiT. That's created a little bit of breathing room now. Just a few rounds away from sending themselves to a grand final once again.
Is this their time? I mean, we're not really going into a potential potential rematch of the grand final, to be fair, but we will see if that does happen, of course. We've still got Torn and Wall waiting. Prolu has made his way through. This is outrageous. He has gone through every crack he can find. This is at least 1, maybe more. He's waiting, he's waiting. There's the 1. Out. There's the 2. Prolu makes the play, opens it up for Bush.
If you're OMiT over towards the safe side, you're scratching your head. And how on earth that happens? Bush end that one in the blink of an eye. Prolu with the big plays again. And bring Bush back into this game as a round they needed. 4-1 would have felt very different than now 3-2.
Well, well, well.
Over on Bravo. It is War with the lead now. 2-1 up. In that overload, 5-3. It was 2-2 when we left it. So a banger of a second half went on there. That will go to map number 4. War will be feeling confident. Bush now with a little bit of wind beneath their sails, but I see OMiT trying to find a way through here in round number 6.
They're dancing, going around, trying to clean out the A site. I'm not going down yet. Everybody dancing.
It's a big nade. One that Bush can't get involved with. Through in the middle of the map is where the fights are going to happen, though. And if your Aspect, you're in a lot of trouble here. Needs a little bit of a hand. He's going to get a hand. The rest of OMiT now finding their way through. First blood going to go over towards the side of Bush. Tricks for 2. Capsule for another. It's DK all on his own. Not a thing he can do about that. Bush through the middle of the map. So relentless. And OMiT don't have an answer. 3 apiece.
Just battle lines thrown up here, and OMiT didn't want to commit to the site. It's going to be Trakes who is just the problem. Finds 2 mid-map and then continues on to make more damage happen. He's been unfair so far in this winners final.
So back and forth. Trakes a big round. It hasn't really felt like OMiT have had an answer to the sniper. Not that Capsule has been ridiculous with it, but he definitely has won them some duels that you wouldn't have had go the other way. There's pressure coming in though. Denza through the middle of the map. Yeah, he's going to get caught by Prolute. They don't have the pressure over towards the B side. That is just far too aggressive from Ethan. Pressure now coming in. A gunfight that had to be won. Does go the way of OMiT. They lose another now. As well do Bush. 3v2 in OMiT's favor.
Bit of a fight around. They don't have the position they once had. They're a bit worried about it. Trakes is dancing in the middle of the map, by the way. This is like the most dangerous position you could be in. And if he swings this corner and gets away with one, that would have been magical. But not going to happen this time around. Capsule will go for his trade, though. Cut down before he could do any more. And OMiT get another round onto the board here, Ton. This is a very much a close game that we've been asking for.
Really close. Honestly, when that first blood did fall Bush's way, I was a little bit worried for OMiT. Just the manner that it happened, it was very aggressive from Ethan. Gets caught out by a player pushing through B. It had to be exchanged by DK, and it was. Another lead now for OMiT. Don't believe Bush have ever found themselves in that position. OMiT the ones with the onus here in the search and destroy, it feels. Another close one on Fringe, the same as what we had in that grand final at Atlanta just about a month and a half ago. Look how passive this is for a moment, but it's kind of working. Just getting aggressive over the top here from Trakes. He gets caught out, and the patience from OMiT pays off. 4v3 in their favor.
Takes just a moment for them to cut him out, and now they've got to question themselves, where do they go? There's everybody squaring up in the middle of the street. Ethan is going to look for it again, and that's a lot of information. He's grabbed it, and he goes for Cammy, but Cammy's dialed in. Unsure if that chow was necessary with an NPC.
It was extremely unnecessary. But they do have a little bit of access over towards this B side. Denza does have a free route over for now, but he's got the bomb in hand, and he's going to get caught.
Cammy.
2v2.
Cammy has ripped 2 players off of headies in this round alone. Prolute's going to find one more. It felt like this was OMiT's to lose. And they are.
Strange round. A child from Ethan through the middle of the map has got me really scratching my head. DK may well find Cammy. Can he find the second on the Prolute? Big 1v1 with 10 seconds to go. Big 1v2 from DK.
Oh my goodness. OMiT said, "What? Just try and lose this one." And DK said, "Bet I can do it better." Finds a little bit of luck. Finds Cammy. Turns and spins straight away onto the Prolute shot. Almost wins it right there. And Prolute's worried. I mean, this is only going to be 2 bullets. Look at that. 3 health is the difference. Probably hit a bit of wood, a bit of fence post. And that is just enough for OMiT. This is map and series point, and on to the grand finals for OMiT.
Scope is out from Capsule, but look at this aggressive push from OMiT over towards the B side. Prolute, he can find first blood. Is the trade going to be there? Not immediately. It's coming now, though, and that's going to give some information over towards Bush, though. They should feel as if A is almost wide open, and it is. 3v3.
Down it goes. Already plays in the way here. Catch was getting absolutely cut to ribbons by DK. And now more players going through. That's actually going to be Ethan that time around. And now Cammy in a 1 versus 3. Oh, that bomb's being defused. Cammy is alone, adrift, and going down into the lower finals. It'll be OMiT into the grand finals. Revenge so far against Bush that beat them last time.
What a win for OMiT, and to do it in the search and destroy as well is a statement. A brilliant series between these two teams, who for me will be meeting again in that grand final. But OMiT are the first ones there, as they were last time as well. A massive performance. And a grand final once again beckons for two rookies who, from the EMEA region, have went through with their team, worked on some stuff over this season, and put themselves now in that grand final.
That was a crazy S&D. Nobody knew what was happening. A lot of square-ups going in the middle of the map. Everybody just sticking the cherries in one basket and going, hey, let's square up. And I'll be honest with you, it was scary because Cammy was killing players off headies. Doesn't even look that impressive in the scoreboard. Neither does Proloot. 7 and 7, 1,400 damage. But Proloot made some very important kills. Capsule found it. Trakes was a problem for the first couple of rounds, but 6-3 for OMiT, and it looks like it should be more even, Ton.
I mean, you think of the clutches that came up, though. It was a 6-3 win for OMiT, yes, but Ethan with the 1v2, DK with the 1v2. If those go the opposite direction, all of a sudden you're staring down the line of a 5-4 lead for Bush right now, and we're still in that search and destroy. Clutch players from OMiT makes the difference. Grand finals is where they'll be heading. Bush down at the loser's side of things, and well, we're going to go over towards Bravo to see who they're going to be facing in the loser's final. War taking on the side of Torn. It's War up in this series. But they are down in this Sake hard point. Torn Esports 60 the good. This looks like it's heading into a map number 5, barring a Team War turnaround.
Well, this is a big point for it to potentially happen here. A lot of pressure coming down onto Dak, and Dak will go down. Flames getting into the point here. They will be outnumbered for this first few, and well, Mince goes around the outside like two Trailer Park Girls and cuts them down, and that'll be a good amount of points here now for Torn.
Massive moment. Because if they can add to this tally, it's going to be very difficult for Team War to bring this one back. But when it comes down to Sake, a good rotation changes the game. Still 20 seconds to play it for here. Over towards this backside. And if you're Team War, you have to fight for it. It's a big swing if you can get a hold of it, because now it's looking like it's all Torn. You're going to be sending us to a map number 5 by all accounts. Vic over towards this backside. Can he hold it down? He cannot. Torn Esports have got the bit between their teeth. They want to see this map number 5.
They get into position here, Team War. It's not too bad of a push from them, but Millie gets at least 2 going through here, and that cuts down Team War's prospects. Back into it one more time. They're looking to try and just keep the pressure on, but TK with 2 once again here. Torn Esports over into lethal range, over 200. Trying to find this, but Mince continues to be a problem. And one thing you could say about Torn Esports is they have looked good so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big turn up from them. Looking like they're going to send us to map number 5. Hellstorm on its way through. We'll land from Dimensions. Don't know where he's pulled that from, considering they're 100 down, but it is going to be the break that comes through. They need this hold. Good transition to 5. Get a little bit more than Torn, and maybe you can do that at P1 and think about P2 rotation. That works a long way away from this turnaround is what I'm trying to say now for the side of Team War. Nearly 100-point difference. Torn Esports are seemingly running away with this map 4.
Oh, this does feel like it's almost done and dusted. TK finds one more, and all the trades going the way that they want them to. Open help. Chance to just jump in and get the point. But TK not even going to be in there yet. It's Team War that will be there first.
Good work from Vic. Back will find a way around the outside, but Team War just about holding on. Again, it's Sake, so I mean, it just takes them to keep it mixy until you get towards P2. Find a good P2 to P3 transition and it's game on, but there's a lot of work to be done from Team War, but the first step has been done. It was about a 100-point lead It's now down to around 70 with 20 seconds to play for here towards P5. It looks like they're going to keep them at bay as well. So Team War made a big dent in that lead. Tony Sports are not out of this one just yet.
This is going to be the case where surely Team War can't find a miracle. Full stack from Torn Esports, ready for this P1 defense. Gather even more points. It would have to be just the most monumental effort, but TK finding those 2 kills has probably already shut it down. Kills both sides going for this one. Millie is actually going to just choose to dip out before he ends up biting the bullet. Torn Esports almost look like they're cruising towards this ending.
And just about Icons can find 3. Not the 4th, though. Mints will shut that one down. 10 seconds remaining here for Torn Esports to be sending themselves to a map number 5 here up against Team War. Back and forth we go. Team War have to find everything, and they do. And that buffer that they did have of around 20 seconds that Torn needed is now down to 8. They found a way through. They may well call game 5 seconds away. That will be that. Torn Esports force the map number 5 up against Team War.
All the distance, all the way. Fist bumps go out. And everybody gets a bit more tense, a bit more worried. Who wins map 5 is going to be the real question. Both of these teams deserving. Very much the case that they have been playing their hearts out to make these runs, but only one of them can be rewarded with a spot against a titan in the name of Telluride Bush Gaming.
Tony Sports are the one who found the Search and Destroy in map number 2. They will be feeling confident. But War have got it within them to find something here. They could not find the comeback. And honestly, I mean, the outslay is not... I mean, okay, it is fairly heavy in the favor of Tony Sports. I was working out in my head. I was just because I seen Millie at 17 and 29. He did not need to do a great deal for Torn to see that map number 5. War Esports, I mean, for them... Looking over towards it for War, it's been a brilliant tournament from them, but can they go a step further? For them or Torn, a loser's final is a big, big moment for them in their season.
It certainly is. Well, we will see how it goes down because both of them really deserve an opportunity to get a little bit further in this competition. Which one provides the better game ton? I don't know.
Well, we're going to find out on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. The loser's final is coming, but the loser's semi finishes after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're jumping into a map 5. Thorn Esports and Team War looking to survive in this tournament. Elimination game this is, but we are deep now and everybody playing for placement.
Should be a good game between these two in map number 5. Both these teams unexpected to be here, but the bomb is down over towards the safe side. Team 1 now have to defend it in a 4 versus 4. Nobody really making the inroads, but Tony Esports have surrounded them, and Mince and Millie will do well. Millie will find another. Flames is the only one who can answer. And now a 1v3 for Icons.
There's one. Not going to get the second, though. Isn't going to be good enough, and that is being diffused. Good enough to kick things off as well. 1-0 for Torn.
There'll be some noise in the background of this game, I would imagine. With Gentlemates currently on main stage. Trying to concentrate as best as they can.
Well, let's see. Big games going on everywhere in Paris. These two teams will be fighting. I mean, the winner of this goes up against Bush Gaming. But which team will it be? Both have had great tournaments so far. He's survives by diving into the water before he can take too much damage.
This is aggressive.
Oh, it's a bit of an aqua fight.
Icons, how has he won that? How on earth has he won that?
I don't know. It's the wrong way.
And he's continued to survive as well. His teammates have fallen, but Flames has got the... Oh, he had the eyes on. Doesn't make the turn, do they know? Millie's still over towards over to B. Yes, they do. They will just about isolate him. And now a 2v2, but the bomb is down over towards A. Torn in prime position.
How far away everybody's playing from the bomb site. Looking for one NPC. Takes down Flames. Been traded out. 1 versus 1. Trying to get through here. Oh, that's timing. That's timing. It's bad timing for Icons. He does not see it as he gets through that round. But Torn will win the S&D.
2-0 up now. TK will find it. Icons was working on the ace. With 2-0 lead now for Torn. And a search and destroy. Discussions across the board. How do we keep making this work here on Raid?
Here it goes. Team War will need to adjust. Maybe fight a little bit more. Of course, Icons. Good round from him, but good rounds don't give you the points on the scoreboard, and it won't matter. Full control of Paul's side.
Flanking Flames. Oh, he's doing so well. Was a 3-man hit from Torn through the middle of the map. It doesn't work out. They do not turn towards B. That bomb will go down. Flames still on the flank. You're in a lot of trouble, but there's information going to be gained here. Any of the picks are absolutely massive. The information gained is, well, you gaining a reinforcement as well to help you deal with this flank. Flames with the snapper again has done wonderfully towards this backside. Team War will get their first round, barring a 1v4 from Millie.
20 seconds for Millie. I mean, this isn't that possible, to be honest with you. Might find one, but lays down with a pistol. I don't even know if they'll find him. They're searching around. Oh, there we go. Easy in the end, but that is a good point for Team War.
Big round as well. It's on with a full commit through the mid-map. And one with a full commit over towards B. It's Flames over towards the backside, though. Does wonderfully to hold the flank down. And that is the difference maker. Round number 4 incoming. Team War trying to deduce of how they find themselves back into this game. Flames with 3 will definitely help them, but still find themselves 2-1 down.
Aggressive now from Torn, getting out. Smoke's going down as well. Dak just trying to push them back a little bit here. Cooking the grenade. He'll go loud as well, but TK looking for a player out towards the door here. They've got a tenuous grip, and this is best, but somehow they let a player through. It's not that good, and Millie will find one more, but he's now in a 1 versus 2. All that aggression to be cut down.
on his own. Icons and Flames will just back this one up. They don't really need to do a great deal here. Lily's the one who has to make the move. Time still on his side. 40 seconds to play with. You can extend that as well with the bomb plant going down. That'll be the idea. Bomb not in the worst of positions, but just looking for a little bit of info. There it is. 2. Big snap. News where the second one is as well. Ooh. Doesn't find it. Timor there with the trade. Just about. Find themselves tied up at 2 apiece.
Tries to make it. NBC better than a pistol though, but struggled to drag that one onto him. Still 2-2. It's a shame that these two teams, of course, only one can go further. Which team?
Big mid hit, sorry, coming from Tony Esports once again. Timor willing to let them do so. I mean, passive with it. Plays over towards the A side. Now, which ways is where Tony are going to be coming from with this A hit now coming through. Timor more than aware of this. A little bit of launcher control wouldn't go amiss, and that's what they're going for. Knew the stack would come through mid, but now the stack's coming over towards the backside. You've got some defensive work to do if you're Timor. One for one trade, 3v3.
They're going to make a move here, going into it at the same time, and, well, they're looking for a bit more. Not going to find it, though. 1v1. Oh, 1v2, sorry. There's going to be Flames backing them up here, so Millie will have to try and find one. He's got a tiny bit of time to play with. Option to choose a couple here, but was given the position away. They're going to be on Overwatch against him, and that is just going to be shoulders and, well, never mind. Close to it.
Always going to be difficult from that situation, but you don't give yourself the opportunity if you jump off the map like that. Less than ideal. But irrelevant to that, always going to be difficult. Keep it moving, though. 2 more now. Finding 3 rounds in a row. OMiT be stressing just a little bit now. Less mid-map push. Off Timor, they've got very aggressive here. TK's turned around at just the wrong time. Did they see bomb down there? Timor have kept themselves a little bit of control. I think they have done, because now they're just trying to get themselves over towards bedroom. They're turtling up. Everybody from Timor is here.
Stacked in, and, well, Icon somehow stays alive, and that'll be another trade. 2 versus 4 here. The bomb is being guarded. Like a dragon on top of his treasure. They're not letting this one go anytime soon. But Millie finds one. Almost that's for the second. Not going to be enough. It's a 1 versus 3 now. And, well, you're a million miles away. You've got no bomb. And Dak is going to take us on a wonderful scenic tour of the map. Because it's going to be a while before he gets in a gunfight.
Yeah, TK gets unfortunate. Push it over towards the B side. Timor extremely aggressive. Now Dak is scratching his head saying, how on earth do I find this one? Well, the answer is that you probably don't. Nice snap, not good enough. Timor, 4 rounds in a row.
Okay. All good from them. That first kill, that dropping of the bomb. They jumped on it. Still, everybody looking pretty relaxed. Maybe more so on the side of Team War.
How did Tony Esports turn this one around? Team War have been having their way with them over the last 4 rounds, haven't they? They've just been winning crucial gunfights across the board. And honestly, some rolls of the dice have just not been working out for Tone either. There's been a couple of occasions where they've hit over towards the site. Team War have been able to just do what they want on the other. Bomb will go down at B. 4v4 retake needed by Tony Esports.
Down the stairs. They're looking for the play. They know there's going to be inside the hut. They do find one. 4 versus 3. Icons will get one back on a TK. Millie will now go for his try. Everybody firing over this one. Icons will find the second, but it's a 2 versus 2 now. No time, though. No time, Ton. This is going to be the problem. Somebody's going to have to get towards this defuse, but they are going into 2 versus 2, and well, there's a knife and a kill and a 1v1, and it's already won. Team War will get this round no matter what happens, and a little bounce and a kill anyway.
5 rounds now for Team War. It's been an incredible run from them. I see this team come in. The new organization. A squad where some of them, as mentioned, hadn't really started playing up until stage 3 of Challengers. And here they are. 1 round away from a loser's final.
Big hit through the middle here for Torn. They're taking control of the B site very rapidly. Flames will be calling this one out to his teammates. Nade cooked. Oh, that's close, but TK has to back away. Absolutely no health remaining. That bomb has not gone down, and they're looking for this one. It's going to be Torn Esports to find 2, though. Vicky's going to be out here. Goes down as well, and that one player who was here to begin with, Flames, is left alone.
It's one of those moments where they know they're going to meaty hit marker with the nade. They try to do something about that weak player, overextend, and Torn punish. Starting to get nervy if your Team War. If Torn can find themselves another round here.
Well, Torn staying alive. It's a good recovery from them. These 2 squads will start feeling the pressure here for Team War. They just have to find 1 out of the next 3. All Nate's going over the top here. Everybody out towards the middle. That's going to hit a few players as well. Oh, they're in a bad way. Hiding behind a rock. Nothing to do, but Mint somehow finds 2. It's gone back to a 2 versus 2. Pulled it out of the bag. Now looking for it as well. How on earth have Torn Esports won that round?
Divine intervention has to be the answer, or is it Mince? Not a line I thought I'd ever say. But how on earth he's found 3, the final kill on top of 2 inside of mid. They were so ready for it. Torn Esports being taken mid control. War were ready for it. The nades, everything was perfect. Icons finds 2. You're right in their obituary. And Mince finds 2, turns it on its head. And all of a sudden, Torn Esports are 1 round away and Mince is on a 6 spree. And Team War are going to be scratching their heads of how they're not shaking their hands.
Surely Team War don't lose it like this. I mean, they have had an opportunity to win this. The bomb's going... Oh, no, wait a minute. That player's gone out. TK says, all right, I'll take it on. It's been dropped, though. 2 versus 3. Oh, Millie's going to go for this as well. They are aggressive here, Torn.
They smell it, don't they? Round 11. It's surely on its way. Don't have actually left the bomb over towards B. So if you're Team War, do you stack over towards this side? Torn Esports are just wolf packing Flames. Not enough shots to find a kill, but the call out will be there for Icons to do what damage he can. Very little is the answer. Millie will find his 3rd. He'll get taken down, but Flames should be dead to rights, and somehow he's going to get away with it. He will not. Torn Esports send us to round 11.
Nobody's relaxed anymore. Everybody's butt cheeks will be clenched as tight as they possibly can.
Oh, mine are clenched, Bryce. Mine are clenched.
This has come all the way, and this is 3 rounds on the bounce for Torn. Team War thought they had this. Thought that it was opportunity in abundance onto the losers final. And now, a little bit of drift.
Did Mince get a hold of that Hellstorm? He did. It's a huge moment. Torn Esports now will play this one passively, because the Hellstorm is on its way. Team War, Kitchen's not the best place to be. One in the corner and will be heading over towards this art side. They might be able to survive this. I don't think they're going to be able to wrap it around, but it's a lot of pressure coming through. Does not land, but so much space created. Bomb down, 4v4.
Massive advantage for Torn. Oh, there's 2 from Millie. Oh, this one could be over. This one could be done. There's three. It's a 1 versus 3. Flames left alone. They have been absolutely annihilated in this final round. Team War were 5-2 up, but they will certainly lose this. Flames has got a dream. He's already been stunned. They know he's going to be here. It's shoulders at dawn and down. And Torn Esports will go through top 3.
The celebrations from Torn. What a performance to turn that one around. You thought it was so done. But Mince, with the kills through mid-map, he's the one who ultimately then goes on a 7 spree off the back of it, gets the Hellstorm. GG. What a map number 5 between these two, and Torn Esports will find themselves in a losers bracket final.
I just don't understand how that happened. What a ridiculous, ridiculous series of events. Team War, just 1 round away from going through top 3 into the lower finals against Bush Gaming. But they lose 4 rounds back to back, including a round where they were 2 versus 4, but Mince tied it up and got it back into contention. And now they find themselves out of Paris.
What a tournament from Torn. Commiserations to Team War. They will fall out. A good run from them, nonetheless. But I think for them, heading into this one up against Torn, they would have said, this is an opportunity to get ourselves to a losers final. It was not to be taken. Torn Esports will advance on through to the elimination finals up against Bush Gaming. OMiT await the winners. It's been a hell of a championship Sunday here so far, Brycey. And we have 2 more games to go.
We certainly do. Telluride Bush Gaming against Torn Esports coming up soon. The winner of that one will go against OMiT. Now, Torn have faced OMiT before and lost 3-1. Bush Gaming have also gone against OMiT and lost 3-2. Both looking for revenge. OMiT looking for their first win of the year.
A huge couple of games incoming. I think for Bush, are they going to be reeling? Torn Esports are going to have so much momentum coming into that losers final. That's always something to consider. Is it going to be enough, though, up against Bush? That is always a little bit more of a difficult of a task. They had to go map number 5 all the way with Team War. Bush will be feeling very confident, but there's a lot on the line, Bryce. You never know which way it's going to go.
Oh, you certainly do not, as everybody has been deserving of getting this difference. But we'll find out how this next game goes after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Major 4 Challengers Open here in Paris. We are live once again, getting ready to lock in some more matches for Championship Sunday. I'm Visions, that's Seymour. We got a heck of a matchup on our hands, brother, coming into this losers final, and I can't wait to get into it.
Can't wait either, because what a crazy turn of events in the lower bracket we had.
Yeah.
I actually felt like it was going to be straightforward when we were seeing Team War and their performance over the course of the winner's bracket. They drop on down. You expect them to pick themselves right back up, but I mean, Torn have a different story going on. And like I said, when they beat P7, it's just another page of the book that is the Cinderella story. Team War go down in 5, and now Torn Esports continue this complete turnaround of an event to take on the Telluride Bush in the elimination final. They win this, they auto-qual for champs. They don't even have to worry about team changes. They don't have to worry about LCQs. They just get a free pass right into the event.
Yeah, it is a massive series without question, and just look at the teams that they've gone through. They've went through Rock, they've went through OMiT Brooklyn, they went through P7, they go through Team War in a map 5 comeback, down 5-2. These guys got to be riding on just all the energy in the world heading into this Bush Gaming matchup. I mean, these boys are just completely on fire, but this is arguably the toughest challenge yet. We haven't seen these two match up against one another so far, but Bush Gaming, despite losing in 3-2 fashion, are still your back-to-back-to-back-to-back champions. So that being said, Torn Esports have a massive matchup ahead of them, so we'll take a look at the maps and modes that are also laid out here in front of them.
Last time that we saw Torn take on the Bush was when Hitman was on the roster. It was the last week of the group stages of the North American Elite Stage 4. Torn lost in 4. They did take the Search and Destroy, however, it wasn't the Den. So a little bit of a change up in the maps. We get to see a double dose of Den to kick things off in this best of 5, Austin. And I think that really goes to show that not only is this a new roster when it comes down to the namesake of having Millie there on the right. He has been quite a hype man for this team whenever they're winning. But it's also a change in the fact that we're seeing different map sets now for this team. As we go into Den, obviously, like I've been saying, it's going to be off the back of what performance do we get out of these rookies between Mince and TK.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive one. I'm excited. Let's get into it. And as you had kind of framed up, taking a look at some of the younger players to see if they can match the firepower of this Bush Gaming squad. We know what happens when some of these guys start to pick it up, start to put it together. They sometimes start to steamroll you, but so far so good for Torn Esports. Dak also able to come away with a couple of kills, and now we'll see if they're going to be able to turn this into a potential setup, as well as heading over to P2 and locking in some nice time on P1 while they're at it.
Bush going to take some routes now, see what they can get going here. Dak locks down 10, and that's going to keep things safe and sound inside the hill for Torn Esports. You can already see the arrows of Bush starting to rotate across the rooftops, and a lot of information's getting garnered here by Torn. You can see TK on the back. He's on 7-8 in a row to kick things off. He hasn't died yet, Austin. What a start coming out from the rookie.
Yeah, massive start. And now fighting for what could be spawns. Would love to try to break right into the hill, and it looks like they're able to come away with one on the entry. Good follow-up also comes on through, and wow, that is a very fast break. Torn Esports get the spawns, and they get control of the point.
Bush hasn't been able to get anything going so far, and you gotta feel that Torn are fired up after their run, after their win over Team War. Bush looking to get hot, though. Here we go for the break. Drake's leading. He's got 2. Looking for 3 with the pistol. That's going to be 4 in a row total. He ties to the Marty Dom. Still spawns in the back, so there's still more to deal with.
So another wave of kills you got to cut through here before you really lock in the scrap time. Bush would love to try to contest some of it at the very least, and Trakes is able to come up with a few, so that's going to slow things down. But Mince on the pinch, looking to get involved in the play, will also be shut down. So all things considered, pretty solid here for Bush Gaming, able to get some of that scrap time back, and now we look towards P3.
TK crossing you up. Back at Couches. He's going to go down. Over to the rotation. Bush again looking for this quick break. Cap not able to get anything going through mid. Looking at the players from Tin to see if they can get this one going. They funnel on through, and looks like Mince will be able to go down. Trakes now inside of Dojo, locking in the setup for the Bush.
Couple players now making their way through. Caps also looks to get involved in the play, coming behind, and will be able to lock in some more time. So Bush Gaming now focused on the front. And Drake's looking to try to bob and weave, see if he can make his way forward. Good kills now actually coming through for a few of the players on Torn. Just can't really find their footing into the point, and now they're almost forced to turn towards this new rotation coming up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Torn are going to do. Good cleanup on the transition. Trakes is going to get caught as well, so everything's safe and sound. We're also getting information on the players for the exit of the point. Mince, this double kill would be huge, and a little bit of assistance off the nade. He cleans it up cleanly. Confidence now for Torn in the setup. You do lose your anchor, but inside the hill, you're soaking up a lot of time. You just got to be worried about caps. I don't think Dak's going to be able to read it.
Spawns look like they're coming in now for Bush, and they can start to turn their focus towards the front. So, after the slow start, Bush Gaming starting to find their footing, starting to build up a bit of a cushion here at the P4 point. Good kills, though, from the front. Despite not having the spawns in the back, they're able to break their way through and win some more battles as they continue to press forward here. A couple of splits going to come through now for Bush Gaming as they look to try to attack this. Still a decent amount of time left on the point.
Yeah, I mean, the good news here for Torn is that you started off this game so hot. You got yourself a Hellstorm in the back pocket of TK. So going into the second set of rotations, you had choice of when to use this one. And another wave of kills. Millie now on 7. I'd imagine that's going to be another Hellstorm for your team, and it is. So you got a double choice here. You can use it P1 if you need a break. You can use it P3 if you need a break. And you can even hold it for P4 when things get down to the wire. So many options here for Torn as they pull ahead once more.
Trying to maintain that lead and keep Bush Gaming fighting from behind. 7 in a row for Millie. So more streaks to potentially work with here as we get further and further into the map. Taking our time is now Bush as they start to spread out and also think ahead about what would be a flip of the spawns here ideally. But that player's going to be shut down. So Drake's now coming off the spawn to likely put some pressure back onto P1. But while they do this, a lot of this time has been secured and has been slowly going over. Spawn in the back, going to be picked up. And again, Bush Gaming just have not been able to contest P1 or really get players across the map for P2.
That's 14 straight kills for Torn across the entire team since P4 ended. Finally, Bush are going to get something going to break back in for the scrap time, but that is a huge amount to give up heading into the second set of rotations, including those streaks that Torn are now going to have. So you better hope that Bush can lock in for this P2. This is starting to run away from you, and you need these guns to get hot. It's been a slow start from Capsule, but there he goes. A big two-piece. That's going to get things rolling.
Big Caps starting to pick it up, and yeah, a big moment to try to get it going, to be sure. So far, looking decent on the initial time. Hill, though, not going to have a ton of reinforcements. Spawns look to be in for Bush, so they can look to send another wave, try to get in, see if they can break. Torn Esports, though, not going to make it easy. Couple kills going to come through here for them. That's going to be 3 now down for Bush. Spawn's still in the back, but not making it easy. And Torn Esports still doing a good job of just trying to build this lead further and further.
I mean, Torn, yeah, I mean, not making it easy for Bush to get any control, and Bush just looks so easy every single time they lose control, and it's not really looking good across the first couple of hills. The second set, now a 50-point lead for Torn as we head over towards the new set of hills. Mince is already there. He's going to find a big win. He's fighting for dojo control, calling for his reinforcements, and Cammy gets traded out, so Torn going to be the first ones on the hill, but Bush are not too far behind. They'll take you away.
Wow, hard point differential in the scoreline here for Torn Esports that has just been relentless, especially through this lower bracket. And Bush Gaming now realizing they're the real deal. Still climbing towards that 200-point mark. Hellstorm going to come through. Finds a few, but also going to be at least one team kill. Mint's now trying to play his life inside the cubby, and he's going to go back and forth with a great nade to follow up and assist with the kill. 20 seconds to play for. Both teams would love to get it. More so Bush Gaming than Torn, but Cammy with a big double. He's now going to find some life, but everybody starting to look towards this rotation to do.
Bush going to have to fly. 2 players to deal with in the back line, and Mince is going to cross you up twice. Finally, Bush going to get the break for the spawns in the back. Still some players to deal with, and Torn immediately going to be looking towards these kills with winner's advantage. They don't need to sit on the point just yet. TK recognizes that he's up creep without a paddle. Going to have to play on the hill on an island. Hope that his teammates can get here in time. Bush going to find a couple kills, looking to collapse all 4 players. They're here.
All right, 3 players going to drop down. Bush able to hold on. Dak, though, Ready to pinch this up from the front. No, he's shut down. Big pickup by Trakes. That's going to slow things down because that was a little bit of a split hit coming through for Dak. Did not have his teammates with him. So, critical time. Now going the way of Bush Gaming as they try to get back into it.
This is big time. I mean, you get the remainder of this 30 seconds. You're within maybe a 10-second difference going into the third set of rotations. You are really fortunate enough to have this opportunity, especially since you were down 60 going into P3. So, looking to lock down this time. See if you can burn a couple of these streaks. Torn haven't yet used any of their Hellstorms, Austin, and that's what I'm kind of worried about because we're getting to the end game now of map 1, and Torn have a slew of streaks to use whenever they want to put this away.
They sure do, but Bush Gaming have done a pretty solid job of getting back into it. A game that was almost looking out of reach is still within. Need to find kills, and you're starting to see the slaying slow down a tad bit here, so those streaks that you talk about might have to start coming into play. Contest on either side of the point, as it's still 20 seconds separating the two. Dak doing a good job of finessing and staying alive, able to beam Cammy, and there's the clearance. There's another good moment for Torn Esports. Still lots of time to play for on P1 as well.
I must have missed it over to the P4 because Torn actually did burn both of their Hellstorms. They're not going to be holding on to it. So Bush, if they do get a break, they don't have to worry about that no more. However, Torn putting their foot down, 10 toes down in the ground, soaking up this time. 12 seconds won't net you a win on the map, but you're certainly separating yourself from the Bush right now, who are desperately looking to vie for a break in P2, but isolated in these gunfights. They've lost everything on transition.
Clutch moment now. Looking to come in for Bush. And you got a player lingering behind enemy lines as well. He's just bobbing and weaving through the rooftops. That's TK. 27 kills for him. 4 in a row. Continues to be a menace. And that will be number 5.
My God.
Might not even need the streak, but TK might very well earn it. Looking for number 6. Won't finish it off, but look at how much clearance he's done from the front. Another 10 seconds is all you need, and Bush Gaming have to start to sprint into the point.
One last chance. Trakes run the corner. Dak finds the kill. 3 go down, and it's 8 seconds left. Capsule falls. Everybody spawning all the way across the other side of the map in the bush. Although you come down from the winner's bracket, you've stepped up to Torn on a run that they're not going to forget. And they're going to take map 1.
They are fired up, and they should be. A Cinderella run turned into an upset after upset, coming in as, I believe, the 16th or 17th seed here at the tournament, and looking like they are one of the top teams as they just continue to put it together and coming away with another hardpoint win against a Bush squad that looked so crisp and so clean. We were watching over their hardpoint coming into this open. It felt like there just were not a lot of weaknesses to pick apart after watching that elite, but losing that losers final, or rather winners final, and coming into this lower final, it feels like starting to see a few holes Torn Esports looking to exploit as much as they possibly can, as we'll take a look and see just all the stats. And it's not often that Bush Gaming get outslayed, but that's exactly what happened here through map number 1.
It's the Millie the Gunny show alongside TK and that 8-0 start that he had at the beginning of this den. A hard point, 4,100 damage for Millie, 3,200 for TK. And just looking at how that transitions for Millie inside the hill. He's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 431 damage per hill. I mean, really putting in the work for his team, digging in for Torn in this first map on Den. It has me worried too, seeing the Bush get outslayed like this in a hard point, because you look at the rest of the series, especially going into the search and destroys. That's kind of been the bread and butter for Torn Esports across their run so far. I mean, you even saw it against Team War. They didn't just win 1, but they won 2 search and destroys against what was notably the best search and destroy team that we had in North America across the 4th stage. That is a huge thing to walk away with from that lower semifinal match. Torn got the wind in their sails. There's not really a lot that the Bush can do to really kill that. What they need to do is just focus on their own game going into this search and destroy. Lock in, show what made them champions at the end of stage 4 and at the end of Atlanta.
Yeah. Have to hit a hard reset. I mean, you have to also remember the run that this Bush Gaming squad did in that lower bracket in the last open as well at Atlanta that you just mentioned, right? They went all the way through the gauntlet, pulled off one of the best lower bracket runs we've ever seen to win a tournament. So you're never going to count them out, especially with those 4 players on the roster, but you have to certainly credit the other side. Torn Esports are running with momentum. looking good at the start of the series, but have to now piece it together going back into a den on the search and destroy.
Don't really get to see stories like this at the end of seasons. That's why I think, I mean, it's just so locked in with Torn Esports right now, because so often we get to Major 4, you get the champs, and it's like the same teams and challengers that's just been running the show. Truly coming out of nowhere with this one. And you almost want to root for them too, Austin, to see if they can get that auto qualification spot for champs, because like that would just be an incredible way to end your season, especially for an organization like Torn. It is pretty brand new to the challenger scene. So, I mean, you got Bush, another brand new organization on the year, and they've made a name for themselves. I mean, they've done leaps and bounds to make a name for themselves. Shout out to the Bush for what they've brought to challengers this year. But when you're in a moment where now the Bush need to show why they're champions, again, you just go to the fundamentals. You go to what makes you a strong team. And I think for the search and destroy, that really puts me into, you know, Cap and Trakes, especially on a den. See what they can do. I mean, when you're looking at the submachine guns, it's just trying to find those openings on the map, trying to figure out how you can win these opening duels, manipulate Torn on their attacks, manipulate them on their defense, try to force some rotations, and that's really on the subs to make happen.
I agree with you. That's something you're going to really be kind of watching, the teeter-totter back and forth on a map mode combination like Den, and trying to bait players into certain strats or into certain pushes and see if you can use numbers to your advantage. We see how difficult it can be sometimes to read the offense. So we'll see what ends up happening to this one. I'm sure everybody looking to talk over how we got to play this, figure out the strats, get on the same page. Fist bumps going out. And a massive one now for Bush Gaming to try to get back, to see if they can get their S&D on lock. And I think you already brought up the big point. Torn Esports look great in Search and Destroy, but I just don't think you want to go 2-0 down to kick off this set here versus a squad that's looking so incredibly hot and gunning for that champs qualification spot.
I mean, it's just confidence at this point, and that confidence just brews more and more the more you give over to them. So yeah, you don't want to go down 2-0 to this Torn team. That's when you think this feels impossible, and I imagine that right now the floor is shaking for these boys sitting in the challenger's pit, seeing that the Gentlemates just took down FaZe, are moving into the top 3 for the event on the other side. So you know that it's going to be loud in the stadium right now. You know that it's going to be distracting. How do you lock in here for the Bush to bring it back?
Well, a lot of information is going to be gifted here to Bush Gaming because they're very pushed up on the B side, so they know that this play is very much happening at A. Prolute, though, wants to get forward and is able to get assistance from the back, so they do find a kill or two, but in exchange, it's not great. So Trake's the last one up, and he is going to be able to find that first. Now needs to try to clutch through a 1 versus 2.
It's going to find it, though, and stops him in his tracks. First round goes the way of Torn, and very straightforward on the defensive side. Good read over towards B. You stop the opening salvo and get that lockdown. I mean, it's very stock standard for what we're used to in Den. Considering that those trophies are gone, really hard to defend that A site off that opening first round. So, good call from Torn to kick things off. Bush now going to have to swap back to their attacking side, and still without those trophies. I mean, I want to see Bush just set pace here. Put the snipers away, make sure that you're running into it, drop some smokes without those trophies eating it up, and see if you can get a quick plant over to B.
Nade's going to come out, but no one's going to be pushed too far forward here on the defense for Torn Esports. Happy to give this side up and start to grab some of that mid control. Lingering player, though, will be Prolute through the middle to see if he can maybe find one, or does he get caught going for the peek? He does. So ambitious play. The island player now dealt with on Bush Gaming. Man advantage to Torn.
And now Bush got to fight through Dojo. All the way in the back. Drake's leading the charge. 3 players here, and Mince is going to fall. Torn going to meet them, and everybody lines up for Cap. He makes the play. Everything falls apart, and Bush find their answer. Just an immediate call to bang out Dojo. Torn meets you there, but unfortunately, the nade chalks you up. Everything falls into the hands of Capsule, and he's not going to miss opportunities like that.
And sometimes it just takes a little moment like that to get the ball rolling a little bit. Just a good little double, good team play, good follow through. Everybody just on the same page for as far as the call that is made, and no hesitation. So A huge round, and one that felt like it might have been controlled again by Torn with the first blood, losing Prolute through the middle, but the 3 remaining players coming up big, tying this one up.
Jackson spot Prolute there. Oh, he goes back in for the second shell, and that's going to make sure not to give that kill up. Illy with the follow-up, and that leaves A site wide open for a bomb plant 4v2. Capsule and Cammy gonna have to make this retake, and they're gonna quickly take control of the middle of the map, but retaking from this point of ingress, it is very difficult.
Cammy, Caps, not gonna find that first cleanly. TK will hold the ground, and well, gonna get the exact same from the secondary player as well. Not gonna find anything, and that is just a clean offensive round coming through.
I don't know what Byron thought he was going to get done with re-challing the sniper through mid. I mean, as soon as you see that glint, you do not want to give Dak opportunities like that. First blood, going to be followed up by Millie. Incredible 1-2 bang to open up the middle of the map, and right away, as soon as you've noted that Byron's gone, I mean, that's pretty much all B pressure wiped away, so pretty easy, or sorry, A pressure, pretty easy for Torn to recognize that for the bomb plant. No second guessing themselves there. Bush gonna have to look for an answer yet again. This time you're gonna be coming up on trophies, so if you get a quick plant off, get those trophies down, it should be a difficult retake for Torn.
Site is open, but Millie's giving it a bit of a look just to see if he can get some info. And the front of Dojo will be cleared out. You can start to see some of those nades come through, but Millie's now going to reposition, see if they can try to get together. 3-man unit strong at the back of Dojo. Good tags coming through. Also, no bomb commitment just yet onto B.
They're taking the time. I mean, they're taking too much time, but even still, you're winning your battles, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. Another 2-piece from Big Cap. And that's going to be all down to TK 1v3 in the back line. Bush just run him over. It's the bailout from Caps and Shrakes on the map to take another round for the Bush, tying things up again from the attacking side. No need to go for the plant this time.
And it feels like they're just waiting you out, right? Last time around, you know, the aggression comes through more or less because their hands a little bit forced with losing Prolute through mid, but this time around, it's just holding our ground, not giving them anything, and as soon as you start to realize that they're pressing for the retake, they're starting to make the commitment, you match it, and you finesse, and you use team shots beautifully to make sure they are not able to recapture the B site. So, all tied up, very close affair here. We now jump into a massive swing round here in round 5.
Back over towards B, trophies down right away. Smoke too. Min's gonna go for the plant, and here comes Bush. They have a chance to deny this. Shots over the back of Dojo. Dak somehow still alive. Prolute struggling to get eyes on, but you get your chance on the outside, and that's gonna be 2 kills quickly for Bush. Make it 3. Trakes inside the hill wins it all for the Bush to take the lead off the defensive retake. First defense of the map. I'll give him the 3rd.
This Dojo area, Bush Gaming are starting to really bully Torn Esports out of it. Might force them to start to reconsider of how they, one, want to probably play retake here at the site, and 2, maybe even their next offensive round. But holding strong, winning out on trades, doing exactly what you want to do against a Torn Esports that, again, has been very strong in Search and Destroy. So they are matching them tit for tat, making sure they are here with the pressure and looking good while doing it.
Not a lot of chatter from each side. Pretty silent. You're just locked in to listen to your IGL, your captain. Say whatever you want. I got it. Play through mid. Bush looking to pick up the pace here. Millie gets caught, and TK's been noted. Trakes, looks like you're going to call an audible back over towards B and just see if you can bulldoze Torn once again. Dak tagged down low. Prolute's going to win that fight. Cammy watching over the back of your teammate, and it's all down to 1. TK versus the world again for an unwinnable retake.
Yeah, too much to ask. Gonna go down, and Bush Gaming not gonna give anything up. Just playing beautiful Call of Duty right now. Starting to synchronize, starting to put it together, and they're very quick to collapse as well, right? They're not taking a whole lot of time, or when they are taking time, the patience is working out because they are reading the play correctly. So not only are they starting to find rounds, but looking good while doing it, and Caps is also a huge part of it right now. 8 and 3 leading the charge.
Yeah, Cap is having himself a game right now. Alongside Trakes. Yesterday, a lot of the search and destroy woes really came off the back of, well, Trakes misperforming. Losing a lot of their opening duels. This time around, really stepping up for the team when they need them. 4-2. Don't want to let go just yet. It's going to be another first blood their way.
Oh, big battle through the middle. Bomb will go down. Torn Esports down a man, and now starting to feel the pressure. Trade will follow. Mintz just needs to try to escape with his life, and he will be able to reposition. Might be able to grab the bomb here uncontested as well. Gonna have some options to work with, as well as a bit of time, as he looks to try to reposition.
And he's not going to be able to get it done. Another round. Locked in. And Cap is the one that kicks this one off. He's got himself the first and second blood of that round, and it seems like the Bush train has left the station. Choo-choo. They're on a run right now for the search and destroy. And this is exactly what we were kind of looking for. Just to step up in the 2s and the 5s. See what Bush can look to turn in this series where Torn have looked so good in the search and destroys. Just looks like Bush have found their answer. So we got ourselves a game here. We got ourselves a series, and Torn gonna have to figure this one out. Millie, very different game than what we saw in map 1.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dak, the only one that's really been contributing a whole lot so far. Would love to get a little bit more out of the other 3 members, and it will be a lot of utility thrown by A. Torn obviously going to realize that is where the hit is unfolding at. Dak might start to think about a flank, but no, he's actually going to wrap back, try to regroup with his team. Bomb's not going to go down just yet. Still a lot of uncertainty on where some of the members are here, but there's a first blood. Able to find a huge kill. Trakes, however, in trouble. Can't play his life. 3v3 we go.
Nearly finding him a second one, but that does give up the bomb plant for your team. So 3-on-3, you do have a player in the back, and it's going to be Capsule. Do they clear this one? They don't, and Cap's going to get his one. Prolo goes down, 1v1 for Cammy, but Mintz is too low. And the Bush going to call game in the search and destroy, tie things up in the series. They got their answer back. And that is going to leave everything on the table now for the rest of this best of 5. Got ourselves a series, Austin.
We sure do. And we were hoping for a response. I think we were also hoping for a good series here. And Bush able to deliver in map number 2. So massive to take the search and destroy off of a Torn that's looked really good. We see Dak trying to get the boys saying, listen, let's go stretch the legs a little bit. Let's try to hit a reset. Let's regain. Let's get ready for that map number 3 and forget about map number 2. But after the start of that search and destroy, it really was just all Bush gaming, steamrolling, getting involved in the play. A lot of those plays led by Caps, doing an excellent job of getting involved in the aggressive play with the NPC, but everybody pulling their weight and doing what they have to close out some of those rounds.
Just looking at a couple of those first bloods too. I mean, Dak did his best. 7 and 6, 3 first bloods. Incredible performance from your sniper, especially in the rounds earlier when Torn really looked to be pulling ahead against the Bush. But I mean, you said it too at one point. It just seemed like Bush figured out Dojo, and that was their point of contact for so many of those rounds. Just continue to hammer down that weakness, try to push through Dojo, posture up for a couple of those post plants, and not even just take those fights and run through Torn and just mechanics alone. And then as soon as Torn get used to it, Bush kind of pull a fast one back over towards the A-bomb site a couple times, and you just don't know what to expect from there on out from Torn. Great looks from Bush, just changing things up towards the end of the search and destroy and just keeping you guessing.
Keeping you guessing, and I think that's what makes really good search and destroy teams. Just never making it easy for the reads, and yeah, that is basically what kind of happens here through this second half of the search. So beautiful stuff. Again, not too many players getting involved across the board, it felt like, for Torn Esports either. Dak really leading the charge, but that just kind of goes back to great shutdown play on the opposite end. So we got ourselves through 2 maps here in the best of 5. It's all tied up 1 apiece. We go into the swing map mode, heading into Overloaded. It's going to be on Gridlock, so this is going to be an exciting one. I think we've seen Bush play this a couple of times for sure. And we'll see if they're going to be able to try to get something going now heading into the respawn and to match a lot of the slaying pressure that we were getting out of Torn Esports there in the map number 1.
Yeah. I think that there's one thing that's been impressing me with the overloads out of Bush. I mean, way better than what we had back in like stage 2 from this team, but it's just the performances that we're getting from Cammy as well. I mean, just in the amount that Cammy brings to this team with the MPC, it completely changes the dynamic to overload. And you can see that with your ARs setting pace alongside you, it's really hard sometimes to keep up with that pressure. And I think Torn are going to have a couple of issues with that. If you're not getting the same performance, you know, out of somebody like Dak, if you're not getting that out of Millie again, you're going to start to see Cammy take over once more. And that's where I think the difference is really going to stand out here on Gridlock.
Well, we'll have to see who's going to be able to grab it. Players are taking a quick reprieve, so will we. When we come back, we got Gridlock Overload coming your way. Hello everyone and welcome back. We do apologize about the wait, did have a technical issue and did have to work through it. But nonetheless, we are now back into the action. We got a gridlock overload here for the swing map mode. Now the big question is, Colin, is anybody ice coming back into it as we've had a bit of a pause here?
But I am. It's 10 a.m. Come on, guys. I had to get up at 1 a.m. this morning, and we're sitting here having tech issues in the lower finals. This has been a long tournament, and I'm happy to be in this gridlock as we get the overload underway. Maybe this is going to be a good news for Bush. Torn Esports, I mean, they lose the search and destroy quite convincingly, but you're going into the overload and in the respawn, you might be behind now in terms of momentum.
All right, well, coming right into it, and an early capture will be Bush Gaming. So obviously they're not feeling too iced, and they're right back into the mix. EMP also going to be retrieved and picked right back up through mid. It is good clearance though through the back by Torn Esports to make sure the base is made safe, but now I have to start to fan out here, pick up your lanes, and make sure there's not another offensive play currently in the works.
Back looking to defend here and inside mail room. It's exactly what Torn are going to get done. 2 quick kills. You can see a little mid-map workage from Millie, but 2 ships passing the night. Trakes is working his flank, so he's getting behind. Millie's going to strike. Trake should have an opportunity to slow things down on the rotation, force a funnel over towards the A zone, but there's really nowhere to go with this ball.
All right, good cleanup kill. And Prolute's going to grab the EMP. Thinking about pressing forward here, but wants kills to come through by Trakes. Unfortunately, Trakes can't find anything. Can Cammy follow up on the play? Able to find that first one, but the trade will follow, and the clearance is there. So once again, Torn Esports make sure there's no second capture, and now maybe they can start to press forward.
Let's leave it at 1 cap. Good nade from Millie. There's the clearance. 3 players to defend. How can Torn decipher this puzzle? They're actually going to leave their ball carrier alone behind the truck. Bush are just going to full-blown push through the top window, take you down, and that's just going to be Mintz back here. And he won't be able to get anything done for that. So ball down yet again. There's a stalemate going on over towards the A side for both ends, and Bush have yet to get anything going since that first cap, but now's their chance.
Yeah, they've been close, but the defense is held strong. Now it's a big stack at the 18-wheeler. That's going to be a cap, you have to imagine. The clearance is good. Maybe even a small delay on the capture itself to make sure you get into position for that new EMP spawn, and that's going to be the case. But you do lose every single member, so second cap in, but a chance now to maybe try to get something going through mid here for Torn.
Second cap for Bush, and it's going to be a little bit worrisome here. We saw how things went versus Team War when the Bush got going. Now Capsule's got the Hellstorm too, so a little bit extra pack-a-punch there to use. Or another cap, and here we go, down through Dojo. This is where you can get a free one in with the positioning of Prolute.
Tough battle. Drake's gonna drop, but might be able to slide it on through. Oh, the 1v1 is actually secured by Cammy, so puts the capture in, wins the 1v1 battle to make sure it does go through. And already a 3-0 lead with about 1:30 left now on the clock here for the first side.
Yeah, I mean, that's just good damage from Prolute on the front line, and you're looking to put this one away in regulation. Prolute again in position. Nobody's here to stop it. 4 colds for the Bush, just like what we saw yesterday on Scar versus Team War. Seems like the overload is just at another level in Paris for this team. And Torn, after a little bit of a break, are going to have to ask some hard questions on how to get around this roadblock.
Yeah. Tough situation, to be sure. It's a slow start here for a few of the members as well. Dak, in particular, I think he was a huge driving point to making sure they were able to help win that map number 1. Help his team win that map number 1, rather. And I think he's only limited to just 1 kill so far here in the first half. So have to get some more members on board and really get involved in the game if we're going to see any kind of a comeback.
Gotta dig deep for this one. Swap. Here comes Trakes. First contact versus Mintz, and he's going to immediately hit a route through Dojo to go down nearly 3. That could have been worrisome, but Trakes is in position now on the flank, and you need to start worrying about your own spawn, and Bush just going to pick this device up and start rotating it in, and fortunately enough, Millie gets the God spawn inside Dojo. That's going to stop things.
tries to just book it right to the B point, but not going to be allowed to do so. Cap still there for the cleanup. Dak now getting forward. And, oh, brother, Dak just can't buy one right now. Just 1 in 13. Feels like he just cannot get the kills needed. And now, grabbing the EMP will be Capsidal. TK, though, he is looking to see if he can pounce and try to follow up with some kills. Oh, good team shot's going to come through. And this could start to enable an offensive push.
I didn't even see Dak as 1 in 13 right now. That is
Yeah.
tough to look at. Trying to get that 5th capture on the board. Nobody's going to be able to stop Proloot. So there it is. Bush 5-0 up in the overload. Starting to run away with things. Like I said in the search. Train's left the station. And you're trying to catch it. There's no chance, though, for the Torn right now. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. And Capsidal still is holding on to this Hellstorm.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to boil it down to more than, you know, just getting out slayed, but that is really what's happening. One of your members just has not been able to contribute. Dak finally able to grab a kill here in the second side and follows it up with a second, trying to get somewhat warmed up here after the long break, but 5-0 down. Torn Esports just have not had a lot of responses. Proloot unfortunately takes out Cammy with the stun, but nonetheless, he cleared out a decent amount of space around B. Good little fight back, though. Mince and TK will get a clearance. Now a chance here to reposition. Proloot going to take an alternative route.
Alternative route going to be shut down. No flank presence here from Torn. You got to worry about P4. He's doing his best right now for the squad. 4 in a row. 14 and 17. Will this be where you start to kick off comeback? 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's got to start now. TK in the spawn. He's going to get you through. First cap on the board for Torn. So, first domino has fallen.
A lot more need to follow. Dak able to stay alive here in the back. Would love to see a second, but we'll get traded out. TK now repositioning through mid, looking for the cleanup, and he will come away with 2. So hold on a second. We'll see Torn Esports start to put together some good team kills now, as they're starting to get, again, forward into the back. It's just a matter of trying to grab that EMP as soon as possible. You don't really have a lot of time to work with here to try to lock in 4 more captures.
You don't. Dak trying to kick things off to the middle. See if he can turn around this poor performance here and now and see if everybody will forget about it. As the ball's still holding on, nobody's going to pick this up, but you're starting to see Torn members push into the bush, spawn. Unfortunately, they don't find the kills, Austin. They don't even get the ball through mid, so all of that work is for nothing. And now with 1 minute 30 left, you even question if this is possible down to time.
Not feeling very likely, especially with that triple followed up here by Proloot, making it that much more difficult and securing the EMP, or at the very least, delaying the inevitable. Streaks now coming in to slow things down for Torn Esports as they're going to have some fun, pad the stats, and push gaming.
Oh, no.
Oh, you don't get the knife there from Trace. Red, unfortunately, is the turn and burn will happen, but again, just the time, not exactly on the clock whatsoever for Torn. A little bit too late to get going.
Yeah, it seems like it's done. It seems like it's in the books, and for Torn Esports, you're already thinking about the map 4 hard point. See if you can send things to a map number 5, search and destroy. Give yourself a chance against the bush once more, but after what was a lights out performance in the search and destroy, it doesn't look like the bush are stopping anytime soon. 5-1 up, 35 seconds. No need to grab this ball. Mince is in your spawn just looking for kills, as they know this game is over.
Over and dealt with. Beautiful showing here from Bush Gaming. The slaying just beautiful across the board. Cammy had one of those games that we saw yesterday, actually, when you go back to one of those winner matches that we saw in the semifinal, I want to say, where he just put up an unbelievable stat line of like 32 and 11 and just goes like triple positive. And when you're getting performances like that from Cammy, yeah, it's a little bit difficult to make any kind of moves on the map. And it's not only just Cammy, but certainly led the slaying. And that's really the big story point of that map number 3. The slaying differential here was drastic in favor of Bush.
Yeah, and there's no stopping the bush right now in what we just say. So a little bit of a break between maps 2 and 3. Things settle down as we go into the hard point, though, and Torn, again, I mean, it does not look happy on their side of the bench.
No.
And you got to start thinking about who's going to be the one to step up, not just, you know, in the vibes, but in the comms, get things going. I don't like that they're not talking to each other right now. It's just head in the phones. This is not what you want to see when your life is on the line in this tournament.
I agree. And to be fair, Dak would usually be the one to kind of get everybody refocused or kind of lift the vibes up a little bit. But when you're the one, you know, the team leader that has the bad performance, and you know that that game was sort of on you at some point in time, only having one kill, you know, for the majority of the map, you feel that pressure, and it's hard to kind of come back and say something motivational or say something just to try to get the team lifted. So you would look towards him if someone's going to do it. And you have to find it now, because this is where Bush Gaming, this is where they're going to find that final nail in the coffin. They try to steal it going into the hard point, and have to find a response required. Again, if you want to try to get this champs qualification spot here as Torn Esports, you need to now win 2 maps in a row to do it.
A little bit of a tough pill to swallow. That map 3 was. But you know you're playing against Challenger's best, and you talk about overload performances. I mean, we've talked about Cammy for days on end for Paris alone, even towards the end of stage 4. 16-7 in this moment. That was the first half where he's getting captures too for that squad, winning fights on the zone, winning fights in transition. I mean, what an event it's been for Cammy. And Prolo too. I mean, a lot of talk around this whole team has been Trakes. His MVP performance in stage 4. I mean, for sure that is very worthy of conversation, but it's going unnoticed right now of what Cammy's bringing to this roster, and he truly is looking like the Cold War Cammy. I mean, the takeover Cammy that we know. And it's even in light to last time he was in Challengers when he was playing for Boston Academy, and as soon as he gets into Challengers, it's just, you see why he doesn't belong down here.
I agree. I mean, Cammy on a Treyarch title and in Challengers, like, there's something about that sentence that, you know, just doesn't really sit right. You expect him to be at the highest level, playing and competing and fighting for Sundays on the big stage, but not the case. And, well, he's here to show you why he deserves the spot as we jump right into the map number 4. Do or die now for Torn Esports. Here in our lower final, have to find some way to get it going. Do what you did in the map number 1, which was dominate through the slaying, out-rotate Bush Gaming. We have to see it here right now.
Torn gonna open up, though, with the time and the kills. So already, just forget about game 3, move on, and Goldfish Brain. What we're kind of looking for here for Torn. So bumping the hill, looking to flip these spawns, and it's TK working alongside the top of the minimap to see if you can try to flip over to P2. Kills go your way, spawns are gonna flip, and the Bush might get in for a little bit of time here on P1. You're doing everything right so far.
A couple seconds surely to be picked up by Torn as we look towards new, and a little bit of a slow push here from Bush. Just trying to see if they could find the exits coming off of P1, but they don't really read them correctly. So it means that Torn Esports kind of have a rotation into new. And now it's about trying to hold, but Bush knocking on the door, finds some clean shots over the top, allows some of their entry players to get inside, and that is a nice break coming in, but now need to find the second wave of kills.
Still in the back spawns, Capsule has a lot of work to do. He goes down to the side door, Proloot out front. Can he work some magic? No. TK out the window, and Torn have the lockdown so far. Still Bush, bodies around, job's not done, so see what you can get done here if you're Bush to try to break back in, but every single fight's going the way of Torn so far. Now you gotta be worried about letting these spawns flip, and you can see that the Bush gonna be spawning behind P2. Now Torn looking for the rotation to 3, and they haven't given up any of this time.
They haven't, and it's a spree here for TK. This is looking like some deja vu for map number 1, where he was leading the charge. Millie also doing an excellent job cutting down these rotational kills and allowing Torn Esports to not only get scrap, but translate right into the next point. Bush not in a position to fight for spawns just yet, and they are just getting completely blown out at the start of this map.
Sake's looking good, and this is where you can blow it out of the water if you're Torn with a P3 setup. Prolo looking to interrupt this one, and through the window, he bumps his head. Seal finds the kill, gets in, he's traded out, and right behind him is going to be Capsule. What can you get done? Absolutely nothing. The close spawns refill the hill for Torn. And you can already see these subs starting to run some routes to push these lanes.
This is beautiful. This is the response that we wanted to see. And Bush Gaming just have not been able to win rotations, have not been able to win
My
gunfights,
goodness.
breaks. I mean, across the board, it has been perfect hard point for Torn Esports. And this is not a situation you often see for Bush Gaming.
It is. I mean, right away, I mean, this is just Torn knowing how to read the map, knowing how to manipulate these spawns. They immediately try to force you into the back spawns of P3. Fortunately enough, though, Bush going to win some crucial fights over towards the new hill, and they're going to have a setup. It's the first time we see it. No Hellstorm from Torn, so this is a chance to bring these back.
Prolute fighting for his life, and he will get the spawns in for one of his members. Splits looks to be the case here, potentially for the rest. 1v1 against Mince. Prolute able to find it, but the spawns at the back that might very well come through for Torn. No, not going to happen. Dak still able to play his life. So a bit of chaos here across the map as both teams start to look towards the hard point. Tie up the remaining time. Millie trying to play his life, but Trakes is in for a double.
Yeah, Dak not able to get anything done on the flank there, and although Millie gets in for a little bit of a contest, that's his good time for the Bush, starting to chip away at this lead. This is the most time that we've seen so far, and now we head into P5, so early rotation, Capsule trying to get ahead of the curve. He's going to be locked down in a bit of a 1v1. Does it go his way? No. Mintz and Dak both respectively win their fights on the rotation, and now everything's in a little bit of chaos, as you don't know where to look right now if you're the Bush. Torn, starting to push these lanes, look for the setup, and looking to lock things in.
Great kills across the board. Last one up, Prolute. Oh my,
Ooh.
Prolute, what has he just done? We don't see it from his POV, but that looked filthy, and Byron almost puts together another. TK gets one back and will delay things a tad bit, give his reinforcements a chance to now make their own moves as Torn Esports step back into the point here for now. Still 50-50 battles, though, about to take place, seeing if Bush Gaming can get involved. However, have to deal with the menace that is Mince down low.
You know, I don't want to be that guy, Austin, but, like, this has got to go 5. Like, come on.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
It seems like it's written in the stars. And Torn Esports have come out with a gusto in map 4. At Bush have yet to answer. Capsule 9 and 16, Cammy 6 and 15. 2 performances that you need to see turn around into the second set of rotations if Bush are to bring this one back. As it is Sake at the end of the day. If you string together a couple hills, this is a very comebackable map, but it really determines on those 2 threes that you're looking to chain together.
Trakes maybe trying to get in the head of TK as he shoots bodies and tries to give them something here to work with as they are still down by almost 100 points now. 30 seconds left on P1. Torn Esports managed to get a decent clearance through mid and have somewhat of a setup here, but Bush Gaming now gearing up for what should be another aggressive hit, knowing that every single point is extremely valuable, knowing that we have to get them off the time. Prolute's going to make the move and see if he can maybe make a move for the scrap time here with 15 seconds remaining.
You have to drop everything and hunt for Dak right now. Even Prolute. I mean, there's just no point for the scrap time, and P2 is just so important. You can't allow Dak to do any damage, and he's already got 1 kill. So that is going to give way to the back spawns. You got a chance to break this one quickly if you're Torn. Dak's going to spawn up with you. Trakes knows that, but he's immediately benched.
So able to find one is Prolute. 3 in a row for him. Byron doing everything he can to try to will his team back into this hard point. Another big kill comes through for Prolute. Looking for shots over the top. Cammy now finds a double up. And how about the ARs inside the hard point, side by side, blocking things down.
I mean, this is everything that you can ask for from Byron and more. 22 and 15. He's on 5 in a row. Finally goes down, and you're giving up some good time here for Torn. You'd like to see one more shot here from the latent players of the Bush, but instead, Cammy goes down. Now you look for the setup towards new TK over the top of the baskets, and there's 3 players just looking to bum rush it over towards P3 and Bush. I don't know if they're ready for it.
Oh, TK may have just slipped through. Decides not to commit. Knows he doesn't have his teammates with him just yet, but the spawn's still very far away. The hill is still active.
So sneaky.
And Torn Esports are going to be able to reposition, get through, but Prolute with that kill on the TK means that he's able to get one of his teammates to spawn up with him. So a chance now to use numbers as you take a look at the hard point, but still not able to get a touch in is Bush. Mintz now needs to hold the line. He's got so much to deal with. He's under so much pressure, and he's still playing his life as TK gets involved.
I mean, it's the golden child of Conestoga turning up in map 4. 209 points. 23 and 16 out of the TK as well. Incredible stuff from this roster. With their backs against the ropes. Truly never out of this tournament. On the rotation over towards New. 4P4. You can already see Torn starting to think about this. Another shot coming out from Bush, but 13 seconds. It's not worth it at this point. Even though you need this time, you're just giving up so much towards New, and you can see that Mintz, he wants to make a play.
It's just desperation, pure desperation, hoping to pull off a miracle of fighting for scrap, winning rotation, and it's only 10 seconds needed, and we are going the distance to a map number 5, and I think we are just about primed and ready for it. Too much to deal with, it feels like, here for Bush Gaming, but Torn Esports have to tip your cap for as far as what they've been able to do. It's a good clearance across the board again that comes through for Bush Gaming, but that perfect hard point for 3-4 more rotations in a row is a tall ask.
It's flying at them. Confidence surging from Torn. Split kill feed. TK's gonna find him his way in. One more left. Low, not able to get the regen, and Capsule with some wins to keep Bush alive in this hill, in this map. And for Torn Esports, I mean, you don't even have to think about this P4. All you need to do is set up towards New, and that's exactly what Mintz is going to do. Just set up at P2 and wait.
Really need one from Mintz here. And yeah, he's able to deliver. How about it? Cammy gets the trade, but good information.
Yeah.
But you are getting a couple of sprees now coming into play. Capsule getting a Hellstorm would certainly be some great insurance to try to extend this. And Bush Gaming making it as difficult as possible to put them away, but now you're back on the time. Torn Esports looking for the finisher. Have to now make the aggressive move, find the entries, and nobody's going to get there in time. So stalls out a little bit longer than you would expect, but still, in the end, Torn Esports good for it, and they do send us the distance to a map 5.
Too tall an order to answer. And Torn just come out with too much fire in these hard points. That's both of them where they just looked untouchable, and Bush had no answers. Towards the end there, you can see a couple players from the Bush start to come alive, but we get ourselves a map number 5 in this lower final, and I'd have it no other way between these two, especially for Torn. I mean, they have come so far in Paris. You didn't want them to bow out so easily, and here they are fighting. You get a little bit of a break before this map 5, talk things over on how you want to handle this search and destroy, but let's look at the scoreboard here, because there's a lot to talk about on the Torn side, and every single player having a good game. Everybody positive. Nobody really falling behind in terms of damage numbers, in terms of hill time. It is just a well-oiled machine on that side of the field.
It is. Everybody getting involved, and I think a lot of credit to Dak for bouncing back after a really rough map number 3 right on the overload.
Sure.
We certainly touched on it. We said, listen, this is obviously the driving factor, but I think to bounce back the way that he does is huge. TK also sets the tone just like he did in the map number 1. So man, gotta give props to Torn Esports for taking hard points off of a Bush Gaming. Not easy to do, and outslaying them while doing it. It's now a matter of locking in on this map number 5. That's going to be the big question here, and you have to clean up a lot of the team play that we were seeing in the map number 2. Torn Esports has been pretty consistent when it comes to that game mode throughout the weekend. Just need to showcase it here one more time.
I just look at the plays coming out. It is perfect. I mean, you hardly see a sake be this easy for teams and challengers. Constantly, it's usually a bloodbath all the way down to the wire, but 250 to 157, 250 to 171. Both hard points go the way of Torn Esports, and we got ourselves a raid search and destroy, which I don't know if this is where you want to be right now if you're Torn. Raid, notoriously a really good map mode combo for the Bush. Across stage 4, across stage 3, Atlanta as well. I mean, this was their home in search and destroy. So going into a map number 5 against them with your backs against the wall, hopefully a little bit of that magic in map 4 carries over into this one, because you don't expect the Bush to bend easily.
You definitely do not. Again, you never count out a team that goes through a lower run like we saw in Atlanta. Always have the ability to bounce back, and I think with ProLoot leading a lot of the comms when it comes to search and destroy, you're going to be feeling great, especially because he comes off of a great performance, so he's still feeling really strong. But it is a raid search and destroy, and this is an interesting map number 5, because we just saw Torn Esports play this and come back when they were down 2-5. So the fact that you have this as your map number 5, as your map mode combination, I feel like gives you a bit of confidence saying, listen, guys, if we just play a little bit cleaner, play a little bit more consistent, we just came back on it with 4 rounds in a row to eliminate Team War, which is wild to even say out loud because that team is just unbelievable in this map mode combination. That's got to give you a bit of confidence coming into this one, I would have to imagine here. So a massive regain and a big chance to, again, pull off a massive upset against Bush Gaming, lock in that champ spot. I mean, there is literally so much on the line here for this lower final in this final map of the set.
So much on the line, and for Torn, it's the dream to get to champs right now through auto qualification. For Bush, it's business as usual. Can they sweep you under the rug to get the rematch in the grand finals versus OMiT EU? Once again, we're gonna head to a break while we get ready for this map number 5. We'll be back with the Search and Destroy when it's up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Major 4 Challengers Open Lower Final. We're jumping right into the raid Search and Destroy, and the action already kicking off for us as Bush Gaming grab the first round pretty quickly here, Colin.
Quickly, convincing, and that's a wake-up call for side of Torn right away. Bush, I mean, this is their home. They set themselves up in the estates of the Hollywood Hills, and they are happy to live here. Take him to a map 5. It's quite the chow for Torn in terms of the map set, but for Torn, your run through the lower bracket, through the tournament just in general, has really stemmed through your Search and Destroy, so I feel like there's going to be a bit of confidence here. I mean, you just beat Cabal on this map, or, well, Cabal, Team War on this map in a round 11 fashion, making a comeback, so, I mean, it is definitely not over by any means. Mince, can he make the plays that he did versus Team War? TK, can he take over as the cracked young gunny that he is? Questions that need to be answered.
Big gunfight. Millie, does he escape with his life? Looks like there is nobody in position to trade that. Capsule was looking but won't find anything, and now 2-man advantage. And likely a free plant to come here at the B site, as the only real contest is going to be Capsule. Cammy's going to try to gear up with him, but you almost need someone to really scam here to give you a chance at this retake.
Shot's not going to hit with a sniper. Stack in the water, and nice reposition from Millie. All the way back, Tiki. Capsule, too much to deal with. He finds one, but that's all you get in the round. tied up. As it's a beautiful play call coming through off that first blood from this side of Torn Esports. As soon as you get those first bloods, head over towards B, lay that rock, make it impossible for the retake to happen in the disadvantage. So really cool, calm, collected in the opening rounds from both sides. Both attacking rounds going to open up this map. And Austin, I mean, I look towards the bush to see what they bring back on this attack, because we didn't really get to see much of that break off back in the first round. We jumped in a little bit late, but it was quick out towards A, and it looks like they're going to keep that pace.
Yeah, it definitely does. Good utility, looked like it came through as well, and made sure Torn Esports were not able to get into ring, and a little mixy. Smoke will come through, wall bangs to follow, just try to get some information. Nade's going to come over the top, and well, Torn Esports, they're choosing to fight this. TK with a beautiful snipe will also drop first blood onto Prolute, and Trakes now is forward. He finds the first one, tries to snap for the second. Will trades follow? TK trying to play his life. It's chaos, but now it's a 1v2, and now a 1v1.
1v1, Cap. Oh, he's been seen. Gotta get away. Back in the reach out, you animal. He's not afraid to back on down. Has the M15, looking for the information. And happy to set up in the ring, and what a shot from the NPC. He just rips him. Another round for Torn back to back, and it's a huge clutch up in the 1v.
Wow, big moment to be sure. And Millie with just a great read, expecting Caps to likely push forward, try to grab some of this ring control, and he just holds his ground beautifully. But it is just an all-out war at the back of Laundry. Both teams just full on sending it, and a lot of trades back and forth. Caps playing his life initially, but in the end not going to be able to work through the 1v1. So as you said, Torn Esports coming up with a massive round and will give themselves a slight edge.
Nade over the top from Prolu. First blood. It's going to slow things down. Into Tiki. Millie trying to answer back with a play, but he's going to be humbled. Sets back into the pool side, and this might be SEAL Team 6 looking to get the hell out of there.
I think that's the call. It's never easy doing it because you never know. Do players get inside of hard? Are they sitting inside of Zig? So you have to clear all this space again. You can see just how wary they are of it. Middle map control, and yeah, Trakes is sitting in the middle here, so they go for a risky call, and now they give themselves options to go between either side. The problem, you're down in a 2v4.
It's a bullseye there for Trakes, and he gets all the information that all three players inside Zig, so easy rotations out for Bush. They know this is going to be an A play. Millie left alone, 1v4, 24 seconds, and he's giving himself away, so here come the Bush. Looking to tie things up. Nice shots from Millie. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
2-2. I mean, Bush with immediately answering from that round lost into the 1v1. And it's Prolute's opening blood that really stalls things out for Torn. Millie tries to make the play in Tiki, and I get that. I mean, it's a good call to get aggressive. If you can win that fight or even back them down, you have a chance to get that bomb planted. But as soon as you don't get it, the only play is to leave B. Like, there's no way you can live there in a 3 versus 4 with the bomb not planted.
Well, very back and forth, very close. This is how the first map mode combination went, though, on map number 2. So we'll see if Torn Esports can continue to remain competitive, as it's a massive stack defensively through the middle. Going to be picked up by Bush, realizing it. Prolute with another first blood, this one by way of nade. And they're going to realize, hey, back of Laundry's clear. We can play for a very easy post-plant setup if we can get this bomb down.
All the way into the back of Guardians. Prolute finds one. Prolute finds two. Back over towards the A site. He's on 3 in a row. This is going to be an easy round for the Bush yet again. It's Millie once again. He's got the snipe out. Good luck. Have fun. That went exactly how I thought it would.
Absolutely, it did. And I feel like that's a situation where Millie's at the back there. He's isolated. He's playing island, so he knows how important it is to play his life, while the other player on the opposite side of the map is developing with his 2 remaining teammates, and he sees Caps pushing up, and he's saying, listen, they're rotating, they're pushing through our spawn. I think that's what really gives them the green light to start making their way through art, start moving into ring, see if they can follow up behind on a flank. But Prolute reads it. He's there for what was 3 in the round. Byron's having himself an absolute series right now too. He's coming up quite big, and that is one of those pivotal rounds there. It's going to give Bush Gaming again that slight edge.
Even in the hard point, he was the only one shooting back for a while out of the bush. So, what can Byron do? Look at Trakes has found an angle. He's found a timing, and they have no idea that he's behind him. TK didn't even see this. Trakes gets the kill. Cap follows it up. And everything just falls apart so quickly. You can't let that happen if you're Torn. There's no chance. Trakes gets in there for free.
Gets in for free and capitalizes completely. And you could see Trade just not really following. Mince almost finds that player jumping inside of open steps, but doesn't get the finishing touch. And Bush Gaming now starting to grab the reins in the search and destroy. And on the opposite end, Torn needing to find a response. We saw a 5-2 comeback last time. You don't want to put yourself in that situation again. We'd love to try to get one now and see if you can keep it close.
Not at all. So, Torn looking for the answer here. I mean, it was a 2v4 that reignited your passion back into the match versus Team War. See if you can start it without the dramatic fashion that you did beforehand. Millie's going to get tagged up in the nade. That's good information for the Bush. Looking to rotate back over towards B. Do they get into kitchen? Do they try to play for a pick through money? That's what Trakes is looking for.
And this bomb's going to make its way over to B. But lots of players that aren't going to clear money. So Cammy finds a free pickup, but you lose both of your teammates. So now a 1 versus 3. And the bomb is now down as well. So tough round to be sure. And likely one to be picked up now for Torn Esports.
And it's so unfortunate to kind of like put this narrative out there, but it was the same thing back in Black Ops 6 when we saw the, you know, like the Houston Spartans or the Royal Spartans, whatever we did for Dak, whatever would be on those rosters. But every single time we saw Dak get to a Sunday, it was just one series that always fell short for himself. And you don't want it to be this series. You can start to see Dak slowing down. The overload, of course, not a good map. Answered back in the hard point, but you're in the search and destroy again. And you look to the vet to really set precedent in this map number 5. So Dak, I mean, he's been very quiet in performance for this map 5. If he can turn around, you expect him to lift the waters, lift the tide of Torn across this map as well. Gets one in that last round. Torn brings things back to a 1-round gap, and it looks like a 2v play.
Smoke is out. Those first bloods have favored Bush Gaming on the defense quite a bit. Look at the stack through open. And it's going to be a first blood actually finally secured here for Torn Esports. So now they got some options to work with. Trakes, however, gets one back. So you're going to lose that player in Zig, and that's going to force your hand to go forward here. Need this kill cleanly, and they find it. Prolute now out of the picture. 3v2 we go.
Yeah, numbers. Torn instantly going for the plant. Planted for basketball courts, and that's a big one for Trakes. You lose that, and you maybe get a quick retake for the Bush, but instead you have full kitchen control. 1 versus 3. Cammy is going to have to go above and beyond for the retake. What a pick this would be. Mintz looking to stay alive. He doesn't, but he buys enough time for Torn to get there. Tie game, 8 rounds through, heading into the 9th, 4-4.
Big energy surge. But man, does this moment ever tense up. 4-4 the tally. Coming down to the wire. Potential round 11 in the cards here. So much riding on this matchup. Bush looking to find their 5th championship in a row. Torn Esports looking to lock in a final as well as a champ spot that is guaranteed. 2 more rounds and they secure it. But back on the attack here for Bush Gaming. And it looks like back to that strat that was working out today.
How many of you are sitting in the grand finals wondering, we don't know who we're going to get at this point. It could be either one of these 2 teams. The performance that we're getting. And it's quite scary seeing how far they're pushing each other just to meet them. How does Cap stay alive?
The nade might have found a connection, and they're able to also draw first blood. Millie, no longer a part of this retake. 4v3 for Bush Gaming. Drake's looking to try to pounce, but he's now going to drop. Bush Gaming going to lose one in response. Cammy with the snapper, all down to Mince. Mince can't find the trade.
Oh.
Bush Gaming, there with the finesse, there with the fast plan, and they are now on series point.
How is it 2v3? I mean, you're backed inside the ring, backed in the wall. If you're Cammy, this quick slide out past the van, the timing works out perfectly, and you separate from Proloop. Mince doesn't know where to look. Cammy makes the play. Match point for the Bush. Torn now under pressure of what to do to force this one to a round 11. 4-5 down. Can they get it done? Can they clutch up once again, Austin?
Torn Esports, how much more do they have in the tank for this Cinderella run? Team after team trying to eliminate this squad, and they have continued to play upset, but has their miracle fell short here in the lower finals. Need to find this round. The stun going to be some great information. 3-man stack through the middle for the defense of Bush Gaming, and with that stun connection, it looks like they're going to backtrack and try to rotate.
I don't like this. But that first pick is going to make things a little bit easier. A little bit of indecisiveness on where to take this bomb. Mince, a rock in the water. Waiting for a mistake out of the Bush. Patience from Torn, but it's met by the patience of Bush. Sitting with mid-map control. That information on Cammy will give away that this isn't going to be an easy opportunity for a B-plant, but you're going to stick it anyways.
Caps has been watching that cross the entire time, so they know that the plays here at B. 2 players to open. Cammy's able to find TK. 3v3 we go. Smoke is out. Push is in. Mince trying to get a read on this, as he's gonna get tagged up, and now he's gonna be taken down. Caps is able to find him. TK, what can he do? He's got assistance down low, but it's all down to Cammy, and it's gonna be a reposition all the way in the back.
Cammy for the chow. Good shots. 22 seconds. Time against you. You gotta make a play. You gotta do it now. Full flank around. Up top. Back to back. Torn take us the distance. Round 11. Chalk it up. Let's get this one as far as we can.
Unbelievable stuff. You just felt it in the air. It had to go the distance. It had to go all the way to a round 11. Here in the map number 5. A story and a half. Torn Esports just need to secure one more round. Punch that ticket to champs. Eliminate the back-to-back champions of Bush, man. So much going into this. They've tested each other's skill. Now they'll test each other's will in this final round of search. Let's get it.
The will to turn another page here on your Cinderella story, Torn. Looking to check off the name Telluride Bush Gaming. Bush looking for their 5th grand final in a row. Drake's through mid. They're going to give up A for the post plants. What did Torn do with this? They go for the quick plant. They will.
It's all on a retake. All on a retake by Bush. 40 seconds to clear this site and find a defuse.
Dak.
Dak decides not to throw the nade. Stun check should be good for some information. And now the push comes through. Dak's gonna get cleaned up. Prolude finds 2 cleanly. Millie gets 1 back. 3 versus 2, we're gonna go. Make it a 2 versus 2. Time is low. Mince makes a move, but it could be costly. Now a 1v1. TK up against Cammy for the game, for the series, for the tournament. Cammy gets tagged and he goes down. Torn Esports pull off the upset and advance to the grand final.
Millie's in their face. Millie's in their face, and look at TK letting them know. Torn have pulled off the impossible run. From taking down not just 1 Open champion, but 2 Open champions, and now 3 Open champions in the Telluride Bush to get their first grand final in Challengers. For Mince, you start playing COD in Black Ops 6, you just learn respawn, you come from Search and Destroy, and you make the grind through Challengers. It's not an easy one, but you stick it out for TK. First time playing COD inside Black Ops 7. You change titles, and here you are for Dak. It's another year of competing. You thought it might be your last in Black Ops 6. It's not. and you get your grand final all the way in Paris. Millie, a team change that you never saw coming. You switch things up, you change the vibe, and it has been such a good change for this man right here. All the way through Paris into the grand finals, and you qualify for champs as well. You get that last auto qualification spot, and you make North America a little bit more fun to watch across the LCQ.
What a run it's been. The 17th seed coming into the Challengers Open at Paris. And as you've put, just taking down team after team. Just so much resilience, so much fight, refusing to quit, and getting the job done in a round 11. Man, what a clutch up. What a game, what a series. It's just so much to process, and you can't help but be happy for these guys because of this entire run and what's on the line. You also mentioning that, listen, Dak has always fell short, it feels like, when it comes to those grand finals, but this is now his opportunity, this is his chance, and this team has got some kind of magic that they are playing with.
They're on house money for sure, Austin, but job's done. You've made it to champs. Only one thing's left. Can you take home the chip? OMiT EU. You thought you had a date with Telluride Bush once again. I mean, everybody thought it was either going to be the Bush or War. No other team really was on the list, but Torn, they have completely turned heads in what we're seeing right now, and I think you're going back to the drawing board with OMiT EU on exactly what you need to draw and figure out on how to handle this grand final. It is completely shell-shocking to see this outcome. And for the Bush boys, I mean, it's going to sting for sure. You thought this was going to be your tournament. Everybody said this is your tournament to lose. And everything on a Sunday just wasn't clicking. You lose to OMiT EU in Game 5. You lose to Torn in Game 5. Not able to lock down the hard points. Not able to get down on raid, search, and destroy. That's a heartbreaker.
Is it ever? Wow. One more look at the set, and it's the way that they start, and it's the way that they finish. Truly magical the entire way through. You get a little bit nervous looking at that gridlock overload, but they stay composed. They get us to that map 5, and we take a look at the bracket. We take a look at the run that Torn Esports has went through, the absolute gauntlet, the game 5s. I mean, it has just been a crazy, crazy run so far on the day. They're getting a lot of reps underneath themselves here, and again, just building that confidence up, Colin.
And you want to say, you know, maybe it's luck, maybe it's a run that you just got a good bracket. No, look at the run for Torn. I mean, you beat Rock Esports yesterday, your Texas Open champions, your Birmingham runner-ups. You beat P7 Notorious, your Birmingham champions. You beat Bush now, your Atlanta champions. You've knocked down every single Open champion across the Challengers year that we've had. And you shut down the best search and destroy team we had in North America in that lower semifinals in Team War. I mean, it has been a grueler for Torn. They've earned every single ounce of success they've had in Paris. And I cannot wait to see what they get in this rematch versus OMiT.
Well, we're going to have to see. And as you said, it is a rematch. They did lose to them in the winners semifinals. So what did they learn? What did they take away? What are they going to change going into that series? Will be a best of 7. Man, special stuff all around. Exciting to see if they can try to pull it all the way through, get through that best of 7, be champions. I mean, it would be massive for some of these young guns, be massive for someone like Dak, who's been around for such a long time, Colin. Man, it's been an absolute day. What are your thoughts going into that final here before we go to break?
Okay, I got no thoughts right now. I think that I'm just running with the vibes of this Torn Esports team. I mean, what a story would it be if they walked away as champions here in Paris, you know, coming out from the roster change that they had, just the story that they're running with right now. It's truly what Challengers was made for. But on the other side, too, I mean, you got to talk about this OMiT EU team, the light of they lost in Atlanta. It was a close series versus the Bush. And everybody's been talking about DK and Ethan being the next up from Europe, the rookies that are promised a spot in the CDL. The only thing that they're missing right now is a LAN win. The only thing in their way is this Cinderella story from Torn.
Torn Esports seeing if they can do it here again. One more series, one more to be champions. We'll see if they can try to get the job done. For now, we are going to throw things to break, and we come back. Grand finals coming your way.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It is time for the grand final here at Challengers at Paris. The last major, the last chance for these two teams to make a legacy of themselves. And one thing I do know for certain, we've got a new winner coming our way. Torn and OMiT, the only two teams left, Ton.
Yeah, a surprise, to be fair, to, well, at least see Torn on this side of things, but what a hell of a loser's bracket runner has been from them taking down Bush to get to these grand finals. Not what we expected. We probably did expect to see OMiT in and amongst the mix, and the mix is where they are. Grand final spot actually secured up against Telluride Bush Gaming. Previously in that winners final for Bush, that's a double rounded loss. That's a tough one to take, absolutely. But it means that we get a new winner, Bricey, as you do point out. Should be a really interesting grand final.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Here's the map set for us. Not all of it, of course. We have a couple more, but Gloucester's Hardpoint, good start for, I think, OMiT. They've had a pretty nice time on that so far, Ton. But this will be an interesting one. Realistically, the only team to beat Torn this tournament is OMiT.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, for the side of Torn yesterday up against OMiT, it was a pretty comfortable win in all fairness over towards OMiT. They'll be hoping for something of the same, but Torn will have a different kind of feeling heading into this series. They've just taken down Bush to get themselves here. Now you got to go up against the big bad for EMEA. How is things going to play out in this grand final? Hell of a start from TK. I mean, honestly, it looks like TK is going to be getting a lot of kills on the board because we got the caster bug coming in straight off the bat. Who'd have had it any other way? Let's get it.
Oh, we've hit all fives. I don't know if we've ever had it with every single player before, but this time we will. And, well, just be thankful that we have names this time. So we'll see how this one all plays out. But a good start from Torn Esports. They've got not only a little bit of time into this P1, but still the P2 spawns, and TK is obviously doing quite well. The worst thing is he's actually doing really well. He's 6-1, but it looks like he's getting every single kill.
I know, I'm having to cast my eyes up to the leaderboard at the top right. I think something to bear in mind, we always talk about in these grand final situations, this team coming from losers has a bit of an advantage coming into that very first game. They're going to be feeling good about their chances, I think. You know, when you get to this scenario, you feel nice and hot, you feel nice and ready to go, and that scoreline does tell that. You've got the P2 rotation, 50 seconds remaining at P2, and all the points right now going over towards Torn Esports, bar the one that OMiT have managed to get a hold of. So OMiT coming into this one slowly, Torn absolutely flying out of the gates.
So many points, so little time. A little bit of a flicker on the back here, and it's some kills by OMiT, but it's not quite enough. A 6 streak for TK. And they are keeping this one running. TK now on 7. Pretty impressive on just the P2.
11-1 out of him. Incredible start. That's a Hellstorm in your back pocket. And eventually, OMiT will arrive to the party. Ethan does find a couple over towards the back side. And DK had himself a hell of a map when they did take on Bush in that winners finals. On this map specifically. But for Torn, I mean, look, you're heading into this one. You're thinking to yourself, hey, can we potentially get something going here? This is not a map that we've seen them play up against Bush. They won both of those hard points. OMiT won both the hard points up against Bush as well. So are they evenly matched in this scenario? I mean, based on what we've seen yesterday, I said it was pretty comfortable for OMiT, but so far, so good for Torn. 3 dead that time around, though. OMiT found a break, and it feels like they've started to find their thumbs.
Well, a slow warm-up is sometimes the way it goes. Denzer pulls a cloister and jumps off the side of the map. Not what they need when they're just starting to mount a comeback.
No, less than ideal, to say the least. And there comes the break off the back of that for Denzer. That is a mistake. That is incredibly unforced. They won't keep a hold of spawns for back P4, so it's not the end of the world. But for Torn Esports, you take that opportunity and run with it, and then some. 15 seconds to go. They've managed to flip the spawns. Torn now, we're momentarily in control of P3. Did have P4 spawns, but every single gunfight goes OMiT's way, and they will find their way over towards the backside.
They get into position here. You can already see Torn members trying to get here to slow down this deluge, as they know the players are coming through, but they're not winning many gunfights. At the moment, still one more going out towards the front here. Denzer trying to reinforce out to the back. They're making sure they've got that spawn locked down. And so far, so good. They can now afford to really push this one out through the paces and wait for the inevitable hit.
Yeah, and if you're Torn Esports, you really did need to take probably more of an advantage than you already have done, because it seems as if OMiT are starting to wake up just a little bit. That's a 4 spree for Ethan. 35 seconds remaining here. Over towards P4. Make it 5 in a row from Ethan. Hellstorm in his back pocket as well. OMiT have arrived. 25 seconds remaining. OMiT may well take a lead heading into a second rotation, and based on what we've seen so far, that feels unexpected.
Ethan saw the 7th spree coming out of Decay and says, hey, I can do this too. He is moving. It's almost like he's completely disconnected his 2 thumbsticks because he's just gliding around this map and aiming in every single direction. And the lead has been taken by OMiT here. Will be Torn Esports first in this P1, though they have the opportunity to claw back a couple of points themselves, but it will be a scrap.
And TK actually using his Hellstorm during that moment for absolutely nothing in the end. Find a couple of kills over towards the backside, but everybody else falling. They keep a hold of that control, do OMiT. And they pick up nearly every single second of P4 to, well, turn this game on its head. It was a bit of a slow start from them, but they are very much in this game now. Torn Esports 3 dead from them. DK inside of the point, and P1 control is there. If you're Torn, you just maybe need to lick your wounds here, take a step back. Came into it nice and hot, caught OMiT off guard. You're now going to play your own game.
Pretty big, and somehow he switches back, and there's a body shooting going on. Ethan, there's thunder and fury in the veins here, as they have certainly caught light into this game, but that is one of the most early body shooting things I've seen. They don't care about the bad karma.
I mean, it was knife in hand. He had time to get his gun out and still shut him down. Players over towards the backside, trying to find a way through. This is nice from Torn Esports over towards the back. We've got DK inside of the point, just trying to survive, and the rest of his teammates are on the way. TK on his own, and TK dead. OMiT went on a hell of a run here. Torn Esports are barely getting themselves a single second since P3.
Denzer will call this out towards the back to try and shut it down, and there's a bait and switch that goes on. Denzer will be weak as he gets to do the second fight here. But all these trades, all these bullets thrown around the map aren't really going to matter too much to OMiT, who have been holding this time for so long. But here comes the headbutt. Ethan trying to slow the tide. Another big fight by Denzer, not going to get the second.
Spawns.
And Dak stays alive with 2, and everybody's piling in. It's 26 seconds to go, and no team is secure.
He managed to find a way through the front, but nobody able to get a hold of the spawn. So all of a sudden, OMiT are still very much here. But OMiT are, well, very much dead. One player spawned towards the back. A couple more here as well. So OMiT may well be able to fight over this final 10. But that was an important break for Torn. You got to find those kind of moments. You find it the unconventional way. 4 men through the front. You win your trades. You get the final 25. Managed to get themselves closer to that 100-point mark. And that will not feel as bad as it maybe could have done. OMiT could have been well past 150.
More kills coming through here, and at the moment OMiT are pinned. Look how far back they are. There's going to be a flanker coming in as well. Don't know who it's going to be. It's actually TK. Funnily enough, he has managed to get back into this point, but OMiT are being battered right now. They just cannot get moving.
Hellstorm may well give them a little bit of a release to this, or a way in at least. Flank coming in again, though. Every single time. It's just Dak dipping and diving around. Doesn't find the next one. DK trying to find a way through, so that's 2 cruise missiles brought in, 1 apiece on each side, and both of them somewhat wasted. So Torn Esports still in control of P3 here. Dak has been causing all sorts of problems.
There we go. Eventually managed to get through here. Can they grab this spawn to try to keep the momentum going? A little bit of slow. The P3 has not played the way they would have wanted it. The Torn Esports have taken full advantage. In fact, they're going to take scrap time as well. Won't be enough to change the lead, but they are overextending with 4 players, and they are moving.
Dak is feeling it. Spawn out's going to come through and finding that gunfight as well. It's been since the body shooting from Ethan, to be honest with you. Dak is looking final. Can't find that one over towards the backside, but he's got a Hellstorm in the back pocket. This may well be a lead change if you can keep a hold of this point. Torn Esports currently don't have anybody inside of it. Denzer doesn't spot him. It's going to be an awkward gunfight, to say the least. Trade should absolutely be there, and it is. There is the control you want if you are OMiT. 35 seconds remaining here at P4. Felt like Torn could have got some of that time. They don't pick up a single second, really. A couple of misplays here and there by both these 2 squads. Ultimately, it's still OMiT with a 15-point lead.
Near Hellstorm now coming in. Going to do some damage here. It's actually much more effective on P4 than it normally is on P3. That's one of the worst hills to call it in on this entire map. It does not an awful lot here other than move them away for a second, and well, that does actually give them the scrap time and the rotation, but they're now the wrong side. Well, they'll have to fight through.
TK. I mean, this is an NPC extravaganza, to say the least, on Colossus, as it usually is, but we are really getting a show here. DK over towards the backside. Gonna get a little bit of bad timing. If you can find anything here, it would be a bonus. He will not. Torn need to find a way through over towards P1. 45 seconds remaining here. OMiT just about holding on. Aspect with 3, though. Looking for the P2 rotation, which is where we're heading in 40. That 40 is also the lead that OMiT have. P1 has been kind to them, as has P2. But Torn last time out found themselves a good rotation. 4-man hit through the middle. They'll get a hold of it, and P2's in their sights.
Oh, that's a huge couple of kills there from Mince. Now hitting the back here at the same time and still finds the kill with 6. They have taken this one away. They're still in control of P1. They now have P2 spawns as well, cleaning house, making sure everything is fine as they hit some serious slaying power out towards the middle of this map.
I mean, Minsk goes crazy. Everyone on Torn Esports, for the most part. Oh my word, TK. It's been absolutely eviscerating OMiT players over the last minute or so. And this is the kind of time to start to heat up at the latter stages of the game. Another hellstorm. Torn Esports are finding themselves behind. They are being saved by these streaks that the players are going on, but they can't keep that up forever. OMiT will find a way through. P2 is under their control, and it's about a 30-point lead. Hold on.
This is still very much a game that could go either way, son. Bit of a fight out towards the back here, and it will be just Mince left alive. He tries to make this one work. Will eventually fall. Scrap time. Lethal range here for OMiT as they cross that 200-point mark. But last time P3 was a problem, and if it's a problem again, we could be seeing a lead changes. It looks like it should be scrap time for OMiT. Still a bit of a pressure coming in, but that'll be enough. Everybody move.
And that is a good moment for them to get a hold of that scrap time. They're going to be heading over towards P3, as you say, within lethal range. Hellstorm missile is available for Torn, but as you mentioned, over towards P3 is not the easiest thing to call in. They may well need it once again, but right now they're in full control. 170 and hopefully rising, but that's a couple of kills going to go the way of OMiT. They can absolutely win it here over towards P3.
Fins are already extending the strength control. They do not get flanked. They're just trying to hold it from the front here, but Ethan about to break 40 kills. So much has been said about this man. So much has been put on his shoulders. The hottest prospect in challenges for the last 2 majors. Only a visa has prevented him from making his appearance in the CDL. That's not even an opinion, that's just fact. We might be seeing it sooner rather than later. He is putting this game to bed if he can.
Big kill over the top from Ethan, but you are holding it down if you are Torn Esports. We've seen moments like this pass OMiT by. They have to be careful not to overheat here. They can quite easily just rotate over towards P4. Can they keep Torn Esports at bay, though? 15 seconds is all OMiT needs. Torn are not going to be far away. Next couple of gunfights are big. Aspect will fall. Another one over towards the backside. Are the players still going to spawn up here for the side of OMiT, though? Momentarily, yes, they are. They're still going to continue to be there, so spawn out here for Torn. OMiT are 10 away.
Oh, and they managed to take down the player towards the back here as well. Big fight onto the hill, and it will be Aspect who wins that one away in the end. 5 seconds to glory, and the rest of Torn Esports just have to fling themselves upon the blades of OMiT, as that is going to be map number 1 done.
A big map number 1 from OMiT. Torn came out screaming into that one, which is something we would have had a chance to predict, but we were straight into the game. For them coming out of the losers bracket to beat Bush, there's got to be some momentum there. And OMiT shut it down immediately. A big map number 1.
Well, let's see. Does this continue? It is a best of 7, so this will not end in 3 regardless, but these 2 teams are ready. Torn, they've been stopped on maps before. OMiT, they do specialize in hard point. So this is very much now about this S&D. Do they have it within them?
Well, S&D has typically been quite kind to them. But yesterday up against OMiT was not necessarily something they got going. We have it over towards Sake, which is Torn's pick. But the Colossus hard point. Fantastic work from OMiT after, what was it, something along the lines of 30 or 40 to 1 before OMiT really started moving. It was just that the second half of the first rotation got turned on its head very, very quickly. And yeah, okay, Torn started to bring it back, but from the position they were in, it's got to feel disappointing. But 5,200 damage out of Ethan. That's a big map number 1 from that young man.
It almost feels cruel at times, Ton, to continuously extol the virtues of Ethan game after game. The expectations only grow. They do not diminish. They do not go away. And like I said before, it is a fact that coaches and players and teams are looking at him. Whether that means next year, whether that means Rostermania for champs, although that is less likely, But EWC, shortly after that, does mean that somebody might be willing to add this arrow to their quiver. And it is just a mention of when.
Yeah, I can't imagine, unless something else changes, that we'll be casting over him next year, to be honest with you, Brycey. Hey, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky again. Who knows?
Right until then.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky again. Sake Search and Destroy is on its way. Scar Overload to follow. And then Den Hardpoint will be coming up next. As far as what we've seen yesterday, Den Hardpoint is the only one that was really involved, if I remember correctly. And that was an OMiT win, and a comfortable one at that. Tell you what else happened yesterday also, though. Ethan dropped 45 kills on map number 1. Went a couple of steps further there, if I remember correctly. So, really good start from him once again. He's got Tone's number. And that is my worry for Tone in this series in particular, is being able to keep up with the slaying. I think they're a really good fundamental team. But as are OMiT, I think for me, just keeping up with Ethan has got to be their priority. If they cannot do that in these respawns, it is going to be a struggle.
Let's see. Snipers on Overwatch. Looking to try and get in here, but already a couple of cut downs. 3 versus 3. Bodies all awash in and between these. It's 2 versus 3 now. Tony's lost a couple of players. A 1 versus 3. It's all ended pretty quickly, and Mince gets cut down before he can do any more.
Mincemeat comes to mind. Big win. Coming out from OMiT in round number 1, an aggressive one at that. Denza with 2 as well. Always going to help you along. And I've always kind of said it along the lines. I always feel like I'm giving sort of backhanded compliments to Denza at all occasions, but if he is able to have himself a good series, if he's able to put up numbers, the rest of it just falls into place. He is the facilitator. He is the glue. Hey, look, if he goes on a win, it's all his credit as well.
Here's the thing. Watching Denza, nothing but, like, just brilliance, really. For being honest, I know you like to make the occasional jab age-wise, which is something we certainly shouldn't throw stones in a glass house. Denza has been very, very good. Probably the best we've seen him in a while here. The same with Aspect. Yeah. You know, new lease of life with this team was formed.
Yep.
We talk an awful lot about Ethan and DK, but this is certainly a sum of its parts, and its parts all firing on all cylinders all of the time as they get the first blood into the second round. Wow. And there's the second blood as well. 2 versus 4, OMiT cruising high.
Tone need to steady this tide very, very quickly. It's getting to the point of it being quite dangerous. Oh, TK has to snap onto the second. Aspect was aware. 1v3 now. Needed for Mins. He's left all alone once again and dealt with. The fashion that OMiT are winning these rounds is convincing. And as I say, Tone really need to stop this quite quickly. Because if this tidal wave of OMiT rounds keeps gaining a little bit of momentum, Tone are going to get swept away very quickly in this grand final.
Fortunately, if there's one thing you can say about Tone, is that their resilience has already been shown this tournament. They didn't get here the easy route. They didn't have a couple of games that were just washes over and over again. What they have done is drop down to losers early on and fought round by round, map by map, multiple times. They have gone the distance and have not been bowed. So we're expecting them to certainly fight back into this, and already they are doing so. OMiT have lost 2 players. Torn Esports have the advantage.
Ethan. I'll find one back. Oh, should be traded out here. Oh, the snapper is actually going to just deter that challenge from continuing. They'll leave him alone, and Denza trying to find something, makes it a 2v2, but all of a sudden it's Ethan left all on his own. 1v2, he might have the angle on them. Ethan once again literally can't be stopped.
Oh, we're going to see that again in the replay. If this was an unknown player, if this wasn't at LAN, the PC check would be called, because I don't think that moved off of the bodies at any point. And here we go. Ethan finds a bit of timing. Mince gone. Every bullet hits its mark. Millie goes for a slide, but you can't outslide the bullets as he doesn't miss. There's nothing missing.
Laser like with the NPC. Once again, he's 6-1. Having a hell of a grand final. They fell at the last hurdle in Atlanta. They are sprinting over them right now. It's 4 in a row from Ethan. Oh my god. I mean, this is an absolute massacre. It's an absolute slaughter right now.
Thoughts about map 3, Ton?
They need to take a breather. They need to take a step back. You need your leaders to be stepping in right now and calming everybody down. Because it is not working out. They are trying to fight fire with fire, and Ethan is literally the devil right now. Cannot be stopped.
An alternate angle to show us the devastation being wrought amongst this stage. OMiT so starting the hard point. Since then, afterburners have kicked in and somehow got even faster as we go into the S&D. Sake is the scene right now of a very one-sided fight. Get over this point. Someone from Torn is going to make an adjustment. We've got to work out a better way to go about these rounds.
I mean, this has been ridiculous from Ethan. 9-1, 6 spree. Hellstorm not quite acquired yet. I like this from Tone. Slow it down. Invite the pressure to come and deal with them then. You can't get into a fist fight with OMiT.
Here we go, making the way. TK trying to get into a better position. This is a great position, but gets one. Bomb is also going down here. Millie managed to get it, but Denzel will find a second, and there goes the bodies. Mince left in a 1 versus 3. Finds one, though. Goes for the trade. Not able to get the second, and, well, that's 5-0.
Big moment once again. And you see the flank coming in. TK nearly finds 2. Couldn't quite find it. Ethan ends his spree on an 8, by the way. Yeah, I know. Ethan ends his spree on an 8. Hellstorm is acquired. Not necessarily the map that you would love to have one on, but
considering what possibly happened in that round, because there was a 2-piece made that I don't know if it should have been. Of course, I've got to take it with a pinch of salt simply because our kill feed is a little bit messed up, but it does look like there was a kind of an absolute ripping on those mid stairs.
Now very aggressive from Torn once again, and OMiT just read it. 4 versus 2 in their favor. Is that the Hellstorm on its way through? Yes, it is. Millie will take down Aspect, though, and right now Ethan is in no man's land. Missile will not go through the roof, and Denza will get caught 2v2.
Their best round. 2 versus 1. TK. Is there
this 1v1?
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Oh, it's an absolute slaughtering. And OMiT have stood up, and there's not an awful lot you can say here. Not a lot happened here. Torn going to the bathroom. Maybe for a little bit of a breather. Look in the mirror. Pep talk to themselves. Because what else do you do? What else do you say?
Ugh. Incredible start from OMiT. Just one. I mean, again, what do you say? The hard point goes. I mean, look, it was a relatively close hard point until it wasn't. It was comfortable though for OMiT. But to come out and do that to them in the search and destroy, I mean, goodness gracious me. 11-3 out of Ethan, 8 non-traded kills, 8 kill streak, 2 first bloods. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the next map.
Generational. It's like I said, it's what? I don't really want to sit here and say even more nice things about OMiT, if I'm
I know,
honest.
but
hey, I'll give you a tip. I already know Ethan's on the desk of several people and that the offers will all be made. I'll let that one slip. I know it's on it. I've spoken to coaches of the length and breadth of the CDL. To pretend any difference that he's not going to have offers very soon is quite frankly insane. I think DK will get some as well. I think Aspect and Denzel also have a pretty good shout. You don't have a team that is this electric this late in the season to not make names going forward. I think Torn Esports have also put themselves into a very good position going well, and the same thing goes with Telluride Bush Gaming. There is a lot of talent in challenges that players will be looking to pull up. We know that there is a bit of softness in the underbelly of the CDL. Right, there are players that could very much be interchanged.
I think as well for me, especially this tournament, you kind of look at some of the players that have come through. I mean, Mince's story is crazy, right? I mean, he was literally picked up from like a local LAN event. Somebody's seen something in him, and he's really performed fantastically over this event. Players like that are coming up. I mean, look for Bush. Bush are probably the team with the most storied players on there, right? You've got, I think everybody has had their route and had their go in the CDL. Other than that, outside of them, in this top 4 teams that were remaining here in Paris is mostly rookies from this year, which is fantastic. I mean, mostly, look, a couple of these players have been around for a couple of years, but they've never had their shot. To have these kind of players to raise to the occasion at the latter stage of this year, big statement from them and fair play to them. It's been a hell of a grand final so far from OMiT, though. This one could be over quite quickly if don't turn it around.
It certainly will. Well, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have map 3 here and find out how the players are feeling. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We take our toes and we dip them into this mode. It's overload time for these two teams, and for OMiT to see whether or not they have taken a bit of a breath, a bit of a break. Absolutely not. That's a 4-man wipe and that's a score. What on earth? I didn't even finish the intro.
This is ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
I know it's hard for us. We were talking about it in the break of how to sell games like this, and sometimes it is difficult, but this is a grand final. Denzer is 4-0. They're looking to run it in for a second point. For Torn at this moment in time, I've been trying to say they need to slow it down. They need to do something. You need to change. I don't know what it is. They've been absolutely fantastic all tournament long, but they need to dig deep right this second. It's transfer over towards the B side. Ethan is running this one around. There is actually going to be a pickup of the overload here. He's going to run it through the middle of the map. TK, Dak, I should say, going to get taken down. Ethan shooting through walls now and keeps that pressure on for OMiT.
A little bit of a balancing of the map here after that unbelievable start as that EMP is moving. They might be able to just get this here in time. Nade will be flying over the top, but will they be able to stop him? No. A team kill almost does, but it's not going to be good enough, and that goes to 1-1 between them.
That's a nice moment from Taunt. Is that going to give them just a little bit of momentum here? Can they get a hold of something really potentially on the cards? I did want to jump in with the stats at the beginning of the map, but as you say, it kind of happened very, very quickly. Their previous matchup yesterday, which was a 3-1 victory for OMiT, the only map that Tone managed to take was an overload. Albeit it was on Den. But Scar and Den have been around for a very, very long time, played somewhat to a similar degree. It was a very comfortable win for them as well. So this is their opportunity to get themselves on the board. Maybe find themselves behind now. OMiT once again just answer back. Ethan's 14-4. We played 2 minutes.
Yes, seems to have been kind of enjoying this atmosphere here. Said before, you know, second land, and that land seems pretty good online. Somehow better as it comes to the event, and this is our grand final, and they don't have a ton of answers for him. Still, a lot of overload to go though. Torn Esports not that far behind, just a 1-point game.
I think as well for Ethan, it's just so much confidence and comfortability is where you've got to kind of step your game up in the LAN environment. And for him yesterday, it was I believe their last game up against Tone. Map number 1, he dropped 45 on them. So he's coming into this series saying, I can do that up against them. I'm going to feel confident to do that again here in this grand finals. And that has been the case so far. Him and Denzer are really causing some serious problems to Tone. How did Tone get themselves back into this? Well, with a little bit of mid-map control like they do right now. Oh, just right this second though. Just finding everything they need to. Big 2 coming in from DK. Denzer and Co just trying to find a little bit of control through the middle of the map once more again, but Torn Esports are setting their stall out here. It's only 2-1 for all the slaying has belonged to OMiT.
Bit of a pressure here. Pick up the EMP, and Ethan almost goes for the chow there, but he's going to just try and run this home. Won't be able to get it that far. It'll be Mint that actually finds those 3. DK also overextending here. They might pull this because they know he's here. Big gunfight from TK. This might be a score. They could go either single way that they can. Ethan's going to try and hold it. It's not going to be enough. And there's a 2-2.
That's all Tone need to do. It's not about keeping control of the map and going on crazy kill sprees. I think that's one thing to know is that Ethan's able to put up these numbers, but they have to do it in the right way. And you know what? Tone are being outslain by what? Something along the lines of 7 or 8 at this moment in time. TK is keeping it relatively close. But at the same time, they are making the most of their moments. They have been ruthless and very efficient with the opportunities they've had.
Well, still erupting around this map there. Players have had to come back to it. It is sometimes a difficult run to make here on this side. Denzer grabs it. There's 3 here. They're going to try and push a little bit of tempo if they can make some kills in the middle of the map. DK going to check his corners, but not that corner. They don't have the bodies ready to make this happen. Denzer is just trying to keep this one alive for as long as possible. Bit of a fight going down the other side. It's a good chance for Torn.
Trying to keep the pressure on there as the rest of the team defended. 25 seconds to go. Mints want to keep this alive for the last play. Aspect is lying in wait. Aspect is moving forward. Finds the gunfight. Might slow them down just about. Get around the corner if you're TK. Mid-map fight as well. Which way is that one going to go for Denzer? It falls his way. Last play should be with Tone.
Three seconds. And we're able to get on it. Oh, they grab it. Oh, they've grabbed it. 25 seconds to play with. Their respawns are coming up, but they might not be here in time. Aspect is going to just try and stay alive. 18 seconds. They have to move the EMP, but they need to make the fights every single direction, and there is a player on the flank that shuts it down.
And that is the kind of half that Tone really needed. You haven't necessarily had it on display in front, but that doesn't matter. You've been able to do the fundamentals. You've been able to find some points. We're all tied up. You presumably get my words out. Going on to the preferred side. So there's got to be a good feeling in the Tone camp after that one. You bring this overload into your hands and find the map. You may well have a bigger hope in this grand final than you would have thought. This can turn around very, very quickly. We've seen it before.
Let's see how this one plays.
Map again. Working out well. Really looking towards it. You know, Aspect is in a very slow game. TK is all over them. That has been a problem for OMiT to try and deal with. TK is doing some heavy lifting right now for Tone as they're going to have another little go at this. Ethan with another one through the middle of the map. The trade will come through. Is this one going to land? Looks that way. Tone Esports. What feels like the first time since the first hill on the hard point have taken the lead.
A pretty good team here, and Tone Esports are just trying to keep it mixy. They are like cockroaches in this house. You just can't get rid of them. They're doing it again. They managed to get the kills going through here, and that is a quick stop. Still, Tone Esports have two here ready to just try and slay out. One's already gone down. Second one's gone down. Line's finally clear for OMiT, but it took them some time.
Did indeed. As they're trying to get this one away. Ethan and Cole will clear out mid-map. There's another gunfight to potentially be had. We'll just wrap this one back through Motel. Big pressure going to come in here from Tone, though. They should be able to grab this once again. Everybody spawning over towards the staircase side and finding the gunfights as well. Nicely done from Dak. He's the one who can find two. Shut down once again by Ethan, who, I mean, arguably has slowed down.
It goes a slow and steady push.
Oh, that's a big one from Dak. And all of a sudden, you can maybe get something going there. I think it was Millie actually towards the middle of the map. Pinstripe kill feeds. Denza just lying in wait to maybe get something going, but big gunfight wins coming through from Mint. That's 3 in a row on the defensive end.
There's a potential here. I mean, that has been stopped, but Tone are being aggressive. They are not allowing them to really breathe into this one. And again, doing what they're doing so well. Tone is just making this so mixy by continuously overextending. OMiT are having to clear their own base before they can do any more. And Dak will be looking to strike here. If Dak can find one, if Dak can get the timing right, which he does not. I was going to say there is a potential here. Now it's going to be Ethan who pushes out the other side. That is a crazy chow from Ethan. Goes for it sky high. DK will grab it here. It's not in the best position for them to move the EMP.
It's been really awkward. Played really well by Tone, to be honest with you. As you said, they just keep getting themselves inside of blue. And just making things extremely difficult for OMiT to get out their spawn. Just staggering them so consistently. Now finding a couple kills, but again, Tone are not able to really stamp their authority yet. Millie will push this one forward just to give them more time that they have to transpire over the map. I mean, this is really well played from Tone, but for the first time, OMiT have a little bit of control now. Ethan on 3 spree, DK on a 2. That is a terrible nade. Taking down your own teammate, and that is the attack pretty much gone.
This is becoming a very low-scoring game, but it does benefit Tone Esports.
Big win. Big win. It's another opportunity. If Tone can get this one over the line, you'd like to think this one may well be done. Aspect is in no man's land, trying to find gunfights. Here come the reinforcements as well. Aspect with a big win. He's got a little bit of backup. He finds another as well. Last player across the line. Who's it going to be? Can't quite get it there. But still the pressure on OMiT.
Ethan's going to grab this here, but it's a bit dangerous to do so. But is he going to find the kill? He does. And now he's away. Unfortunately, there is a player going against him here, and the pistol is good, but it's not that good. A minute left to go. And Tone Esports might be able to just grind this one home. A score here will end it.
All this pressure. They haven't been able to add to their tally. OMiT still got it within them to try and find something here. It's just one flurry of kills, and is that going to be the flurry of kills? Big gunfight here. It's going to be found by Dak. Can he find a second one over towards the plane side? Good defensive work. Nicely done from Dak. And Torn Esports are looking like they're going to get themselves on the board here. A lot of pressure coming in on the overload carrier. But look at the pressure once again inside of blue. They're all up in their faces, but that's going to be 3 dead momentarily. Can Millie find anything? He just needs to stay alive. He's going to get caught. Pressure on with 25 to go.
Looking for it as well. Tries to get the pistol double. They've got some players going through here. Ethan is holding on to this for a second, but they're going to go down. And with 16 seconds left to go, Denzel would have to kill everybody and grab the EMP. I'm not sure it's possible. That EMP is walking back now for Taunt. They're going to park the bus with 10 seconds to spare. OMiT would have to run through and dive on this one. They do not have the time. Taunt Esports win the overload like they did yesterday.
Incredible work from Taunt to take this one away. And again, the overload eludes OMiT. Incredible work from Taunt. Honestly, I really enjoyed how they played that. They were just so awkward. They always just seemed to be finding routes, getting behind the opposition, and playing with them off the respawn. If you can find 1 or 2 kills in those advanced positions, it just gives your team so much time to be able to then put themselves in that position again, to once again find kills. It's just constantly putting the pressure on. That was really, really nice overload gameplay coming out from Taunt, who have themselves on the board. Brycey, after maps 1 and 2, this was in danger of being a 4-0. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. 40-minute grand final. It is not going to be that now. Taunt have got themselves on the board. They have slowed this momentum down. OMiT have a game on their hands.
Taunt showing. We did say, you know, there's been resilience from Taunt. They have not allowed this one to just be an incredibly one-sided affair at any point. Big plays coming out of them, and they had it right. I mean, look at how it's gone for OMiT. They're all dipping into the 30 kills. TK was a driving factor. TK had 4,500 damage, but for Taunt, all they kept doing was making it mixy. They just basically didn't allow OMiT to relax, like bugs under the skin. They were constantly causing pressure.
And when you can usually get your main AR putting up those kind of numbers as well from DK, it's usually a good indication that you're going to have some mid-map control. You're going to be able to get things going. But I think, honestly, you look at the non-tradeds that were coming through from Dak and TK. Those are those kills where they're finding them in the back. They're getting in and around behind you. Just causing absolute chaos. I mean, it's just so awkward to play against. And it's the kind of play that it's smart rather than having to, you know, have the gunning. And sometimes, you know, when they have been going up against them, fighting fire with fire, it's not been the easiest thing to try and find. On the side of Taunt Esports, just playing awkward, making their lives difficult. It wasn't as convincing as the win yesterday in the overload, but it didn't really feel like OMiT were going to find a way back into it, did it? It always felt like there needs to be an extra step, and every single time they tried to take that, the door was slammed shut. Taunt Esports, I would call that a relatively comfortable 3-2 victory if you can.
This is going to be one of those games, isn't it? To the point where we think we know what's happening, and then suddenly it all turns on its head. This next mode, this next hard point, I would feel pretty confident about it being all for OMiT, but I just don't know. I've got a feeling like Taunt still have a lot left in their tank. They've taken many teams a distance so far this tournament and have yet to be shut down completely. If you look at those first two, you think, hey, this should be pretty simple, but so far it's not been.
Then hard point incoming. And this is where Taunt need to set their stall out. You've just done really well to find that Scar overload. Do not let it go to waste by finding yourself getting bodied on Den. Den was difficult for them yesterday. It was a hard point win that came through for the side of OMiT. It's a relatively comfortable scoreline of 250 to 135. I mean, that is arguably a little bit of a pasting. Can't let that happen. Even if you're going to lose this one, if you're Taunt Esports, you cannot let yourself just go back to being lambs to the slaughter again. Have to find some sort of stability.
Let's see. How does this one shake? How does this one rattle? And how does this one roll? Taunt Esports, maybe they'll find a little bit more of a boost to their morale, as it looks like they're already going pretty difficult into this one. TK finds 3. And what a great start.
That's the kind of start you need. TK 4-0 to kick things off. And blessed be, no problems with the numbers on Podcaster. We can call it out as we see it, Bryce. 5 in a row from TK to kick it off, and 23 points to 0. Nicely done here from Torn. OMiT potentially shell-shocked from that overload, you wonder?
They are taking a bit of a battering time. It's going to be Torn Esports that continue to move forward. Hey, if this was online, I'd say maybe the host has changed or something, but right now it's just vibes, because realistically, Torn Esports have found a lease of life.
It is vibes and violence right now working in the favor of Torn Esports. Got a hold of the spawn over towards the backside though, and OMiT once again will have to fight from the back foot. Ethan will find a way through spawn, but not with him though. Has to do it all on his own. Finds 2. Doesn't even have time to get the nade off. Back spawns there. Torn Esports in a commanding spot with 35 to go here at P2.
Still a fight, still going on. Everybody looking for the scrap time. Realistically, much more important for OMiT to keep this pressure up. DK finds his second. I think he knows where the third is going to be. Reinforcements coming in here, and he ends up killing his teammate.
It's an ideal because your teammate is not going to be spawning that close. But the rooftops is where Ethan will have to come, or just through the middle of the map, just trying to transpire over towards P3. Should have a freebie on the way. Predicts the gunfight, finds it. A couple of players are heading his way. Third for Ethan. The communication from your team just has to be good for that to work out as well. Brilliant from Ethan, but comms on point. OMiT back into comfortable kind of rhythm. All being squeezed though. They're not finding all the kills that they need to. And Torn are going to find themselves back into the point.
Good hold from as well. You can see though, it's going to be able to try and split this map as all the lines currently held by Torn Esports. They are looking every single way. It's a big kill from Mince, but Ethan will find his own too. He's hoping to crack this one for his teammate coming in towards the back here now, and Denter's a bit wobbly. Well, it's not quite good enough to get the second, and he will go down. It's been a great hold from Torn Esports as Millie finds his own 2.
How on earth Millie found 2 there? I'm not quite sure. Kind of seen it off cam. Ethan tries to survive. Should be a trade out onto Mince there, but there you go. The scrap time will go OMiT's way. Feels like they're chasing their tails just a little bit. That lead that Torn had still exists. OMiT have cut that down just a little. Spawn out going to come through here for Torn Esports as well. Couldn't get a hold of the back spawns. That should be a rotation win for OMiT.
Couple of big fights still going down in towards servers though. Aspect finds one. Does go down again here. Still in a bit of trouble. They will have the better spawn. But he's going to find himself cut down. But look at the way that they've now spawned out here. OMiT have become under so much pressure. The spawns are everywhere. But they will lose control temporarily here to Torn Esports.
5 seconds to go, and you managed to get a hold. Yeah, nicely done. This is so much better from Torn. Feels as if they finally have arrived into this grand final over the last 2 maps. OMiT trying to find a way through the back. 20 seconds to play for. Trades, are they going to be there? You are for DK. TK is there to bring one back. Which way are these gunfights going? Somehow surviving if you're TK. Still has that Hellstorm missile. We're saving that for P1. Millie really has been fantastic so far. Every single time we've seen to find ourselves on board with him, he's finding picks all over the place. We head back over towards P1. OMiT find themselves about 30 behind. On top of that as well, Hellstorm is probably going to come in here. Torn Esports should be able to find a break.
Yeah, I think it's coming in. You see a player stopped on the minimap. That means it will be firing. We're going to have to try and move here, but there we go. Impacts already gets it. It will be Torn that can move back onto this P1 again. They started well last time around. They're starting again very good onto it. And they're holding this lead.
They're doing extremely well. I think we were worried, honestly, Brycey, after the first 2 maps that this one was going to be done nice and quickly. Seems to not be the case. OMiT will find a way back through. For all that you've kept a hold of that Hellstorm, used it at the right time. 20 seconds of time potentially on offer here. TK finding 2 though. He has been a thorn in their side. He's 19-9. We said that they need to try and match Ethan on that level of things. TK is doing that and then some. Big kill from Dak. Keeps a hold of that towards the back side. Big gunfight coming through though. Ethan will take him down. Spawns are there for OMiT.
Got it. It's gone well. So far, good for OMiT. This is only going to be a 10-point game. Next swing of Torn Esports. Going to take a little bit of a while. Look how far they're spawning out because OMiT have pushed. Aspect grabs the one towards the back here. Now going to be a rooftop push. And we will know this is the most likely once they push those spawns where they want them to be. He's going to stay alive here. He knows when the news is going to be threatened. It's the nades that are causing issues as they pile in. Not enough trophies to deflect it all as it goes in, but it's a little bit of a fight going through. One player left. Ethan trying to turn and burn, flying as high as he can. It won't work, but DK with the close spawn gets back in, and OMiT continue with this lead.
Oh, that's just the kind of moment where DK revels in, doesn't he? Everybody pushing over the rooftop side. He can set himself up. Honestly, Torn, brilliant work with the utility. But it's just the close spawns that helps OMiT out. Lets them find a lead for the first time in this hard point. P3, though, was kind to Torn Esports last time out. Trying to find a way through. If you're Dak and Co, and you manage to do so. 55 seconds remaining here. Torn Esports looking for an answer back to what was a fantastic hold from OMiT.
They did a good job of holding this last time. Can they do it again here? Millie putting a lot of bullets down. Trying to hold on. Millie going back and forth to just reduce this to a much slower push. They just cannot find the kills, and Millie again eventually will fall. 2 versus 2 into the point here, but it's Torn who have the advantage. They get to pick their gun throws through the choke points and pick those gunfights they are. It is slid back into their favor.
Yeah, OMiT slowly and surely making their way through Dojo, but in the end cannot find the kills. That's nearly a perfect haul from Torn. Okay, they don't get every single second, but OMiT don't get one either. And now they can start to put the pressure on through the Dojo. Denza having to hold through the mid-map. Everybody else now expecting this push to come through. Starting to hold it down. Big gunfights coming through. It's only Dak who is left and dealt with. Only find themselves 20 behind. This game is toing and froing, isn't it? No way out for either one of these two teams. The lead is close and has been for the majority of the game.
Big old here might swing this. And grabs the third, and that pushes them right back here. You can already see Mince is waiting. He knows he has to wait for some sort of tradable reinforcements. Okay, outside with a pistol. I mean, that is an outrageous... You have an M15! You could have taken it with that. Decides not to. Decides it is a good idea to hit them with the pistol. And for Torn Esports, they've taken a different route entirely.
Trying to find a way through the lobby. It's going to be the spawn out and spawn in for Torn. But Ethan shuts them down. 5 spree from him. It's taking a while to get going in this one. And he's leading the lobby in kills now. Him and DK, the duo, the rookie duo from EMEA, starting to light it up at the right time. 30-second lead now as we head over towards P1. Hellstorm not available for Torn this time out. Kills being found by OMiT. Feels like they found another gear, and Torn Esports need to keep up.
Surely not again. Surely it won't be OMiT taking over towards the later stage of a hard point. DK, that is not a fair fight for you to try and win. They're on a 7 streak, so you can feel they are feeling very, very confident. How is he still alive?
Ethan's nade finds the kill through mid, and DK keeps it rolling. 8 spree for him now. Trying to look to try and flip this one around. Make it 9 in a row from DK's 30 and 15. And P1 time going their way. DK keeps it going. Eventually will fall, but Ethan is there to pick up the pieces once again. Pressure in over towards P2. If you're Torn, you need to stabilize very, very quickly because P2 spawns are there for OMiT.
First push. Aspect finds one. Nade goes out. It's going to be a pretty good nade. Doesn't actually manage to get the kill, though. A lot of pressure from Torn here. They have the better position. They are trying to get up the stairs. They do so. They get into the point. Fight on the outside. Ethan gets a team kill going down. It's still very much up for grabs here. TK finds the last kill they need. Torn Esports can now hold.
And the Hellstorms that OMiT have do not help them here. 40 seconds to play for. They can be meticulous about this. Torn Esports are finding themselves about 40 behind. If they hold perfectly, it's a close game. But they're picking apart from the outside. There's the break. Denza for 2. And a big moment for him. He was having a slow map, but he just comes to life at the right moment. OMiT can't win it yet. 25 seconds to go, though. It'll be all but done if they hold on the rest of this time.
Denza. Okay, out towards the back here, and they are looking to just hold this for as long as possible. They're already getting into the next here, but so are Torn Esports. A big fight going down. Ethan just squared up in the middle of the road. Didn't even care. Trying to fight this fight, still not even slowing down. Ethan, your health regenerates. You can take a second.
Sometimes you can't let the dog off the leash. Denza gonna have to back it on down. Hellstorm is going to be available, though. It's coming in from DK. They're 9 seconds away from sending themselves to championship point. Now Storm on its way. Torn, sorry, just need to survive as long as they possibly can in towards the dojo. That's where they're going to try and hold up. But 4 seconds away. OMiT still inside the point. TK doing what he can. Finds 2. Is it enough? The answer is probably not. Torn Esports are putting up a fight, but they can't quite go blow for blow with OMiT. They will take a 3-1 lead and are 1 map away.
They get it done. It's same case as the first one. OMiT, slow to start. A little bit of a worry going through, but they carry it in the end. And now you'll be questioning, is this the final map? Is there more in Torn's repertoire to go into this one? Stress in abundance after fighting this far.
And we go to Fringe, which is an OMiT pick. We've seen how good they can look on this map. Torn Esports are staring down the barrel. But what a game from DK. Him and Ethan gain ridiculous damage out of those two. But again, TK and Dak were kind of hanging tight as well. But it's the 26 and 30 non-traded kills from DK and Ethan. That makes the difference. The objective kills on top of it as well. TK was trying his best. He was in there and amongst the mix, but not quite able to get it over the line. And as mentioned, OMiT are 1 away from finding themselves a result. If they do manage to do this, Brycey, that would be a 2-2 split over the 2 regions for LAN wins over the season. It's been hellishly competitive and would also be the 4th winner that we have on LAN over this BO7 season. Fantastic year of challenges this has been, honestly. It's really been entertaining because you never know who's actually going to go on and win it. Brock surprised us at first, and P7 Notorious in Birmingham. Telluride Bush in Atlanta, and it's going to be OMiT or Torn here in the grand finals of Paris.
Is there more? Is there more to go? I don't know. I mean, we've spoken how good OMiT look in their hard points. It has been always the point of contention. You know, when we spoke to teams in the EMEA region, P7 said, hey, yeah, their hard point is really, really good, but ours is a better S&D. Well, hard point's still really, really good, but the last S&D they had against Torn was 6-0. As we go on to Fringe here, the smart money's on OMiT, but Torn still have the opportunity.
Yeah, head to the Fringe, search and destroy. And for Torn, you know, their search has typically been pretty good, but that Sake will give you an indication as to how OMiT will want to run this one, and it will be fast and furious. That is of no doubt. But yeah, they are 1 map away now, Brycey. Things have looked really, really good for OMiT here. But for Torn, is there still a route back in? We've seen that in the Overload that there is potential, but they're going to have to change up their search and destroy pretty quickly here in map number 5.
They certainly will. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll, of course, have that S&D. So don't go anywhere. More on that coming up after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping into our next game here. Of course, it's a Session Destroyer, and already it's starting off with a bang. Everybody in, and it's going to be real good for Torn Esports. They find 3 into the kill feed, and that'll be game. Map 1, no, not map 1 done. Round 1 done.
Map 1 was done a while ago. That is round number 1 going the way of Torn Esports. Surprising to see it in that kind of manner as well. I don't think they were ready for it in any stretch of the imagination if you're OMiT. Sake was much of the same, but on the other foot. So OMiT, in that scenario, not quite ready for it. Torn Esports with a nice start. And again, I full credit to Torn because they have kept themselves within touching distance in this series. They may well be 3-1 down, but they have not folded after those first 2 maps didn't go in their favor. Good shots. Million Mints combining well. And now a little bit of control over towards this B side.
Oh, Ethan does grab a second here. This comes down to a bit of a wire. It's a 2 versus 2. And just trying to stay alive on this defense. Torn Esports are a little bit unsure about where OMiT would be.
Awkward scenario here. It's OMiT now. Go back over towards B. They should probably see the cross though. Denzer, does he check it? Did he see anything? I think he would have done. Shots coming through. He definitely knows what's going on now as Dak makes him away. 30 seconds to go here. Torn Esports are waiting for the pressure to come through. Denzer's going to check this, and Dak is going to be here to pick up the pieces. Aspect over towards the backside. TK is running around the wrong way. Big gunfight comes through him. Dak will find it. Aspect towards the other side. Can't get it done. Torn Esports 2 to the good.
Torn Esports got away with a lot there, and realistically, that player going around for the flank should have been caught. I think Dak get his second kill. Look at this. Goes and double checks, and here's Aspect coming. Easy for him in the end here, but I think Aspect may have got some bad timing.
It's kind of all over the place. A couple of seconds here and there. Gunfights might have played out a different way. But it's a 2-0 lead for Torn Esports. First blood's going to fall their way, though. Oh, a couple of set nades. And Torn get taken apart throughout the middle of the map, and that's a 4v2 now for OMiT.
They choose to apply this pressure wherever they want to, and with this amount of numbers, they should be able to trade it out, but they are checking their corners. They're making sure they don't lose anybody.
Hard round to win, especially with sniper in hand. You got to just hope you can find a pick. And the angle not working out. DK ready for it, and ready for the second as well. OMiT get one back on the board.
This is becoming a great S&D. You can feel how tense the players are with the choices that are being made as they maneuver around this map. Nobody is comfortable right now.
And these teams having to play through what looks like a crazy atmosphere in Paris. Right on the other side of that stage. Stage they'll want to be on next year. You're telling me we're not going to Paris next year? You've got to be crazy. Every event in Paris for me, to be honest with you. As long as I can go to the next one. Big hit coming over towards the B side. Aspect will find the first blood. Got to hold something if you can here, and they pick out Ethan. Nicely done. He was kind of left out to dry, and Torn Esports take him down.
This is confidence from Dak. I mean, they have really not stopped moving at all. But it is advantage to OMiT again here. They're not going to know that Dak is going to be all the way across here, but because they haven't seen it in a while, the old spider senses will start tingling. TK's just got an absolute deluge of information. He's seen the cross and he's going to plant. I mean, this is bold.
He's going to get away with it as well. But the question is can he get out? Going to go for the push and gets shut down. 1 versus 3 now needed from Dak. He's now well aware exactly where they are. Where's the trades actually coming through here? Is the other player going to make the move? Doesn't need to in the end. But a long wait coming through from the final player who's just maybe waiting for a push to come through. Is DK an aspect? It's DK who finds 4 in a row.
They were certainly worried about it, you could tell. I was too. I mean, if Dak had won this fight against DK, there would have been a lot of room to move. But as it is, tied up 2-2.
Just to bear in mind for the rest of the series, Fringe Search and Destroy now ongoing. Next map is Den Overload. That was the map that you managed to find if you were torn yesterday up against OMiT. If OMiT don't close it here, they're in real danger. I've seen the Den Search and Destroy to close it out with map number 7. More than an opportunity. More than an opportunity here for Torn Esports, Bryce. No question about it.
Potential hit incoming. Straight with the first nade out. Both is also going out. OMiT are really stacking this one as well, and they've been wall banged. They've lost a player. The second player going down. They are just trying to force this. And Torn Esports have brought reinforcements to it as well. DK's going to go down at the same time, and Ethan finds himself in a 1 versus 3. Oh, they're chasing him. They're not going to let him get out of here for free. Already stunned.
They're just hoping for a mistake, but I don't think Torn Esports are really going to give him the opportunity yet. Starting to squeeze through the other side. There's the gunfight. Torn Esports back into the lead.
Good for Torn. It just felt like a force. I mean, they just weren't able to get through the doors here, and once you got that level of kind of resistance, you either have to commit or you have to rotate, and they chose to do neither.
Smoke out through the middle of the map is going to give a little bit of cover, but it's a little bit of a red herring, to be honest with you. Don't imagine that Torn are going to push through it. Look at the positioning from Ethan here. He's lying and waiting for a moment, and there it is. Walks through the middle of the map. Finds a second, had no right to do so. He will eventually get shut down, but it's a 3v2 in the favor of OMiT.
Dak trying to see if he can find the future in the smoke. Really backing him up and grabs bomb. They just don't have the information to make an educated guess here yet.
Looking for some pixels. Denza was offering them up. Timing not on Millie's side. I wouldn't have the advantage here. They don't really need to make too much of a move, but B is wide open. Torn Esports won't know that. But they get over towards the site. Bomb is going down. They're going to make this doable. In a 2 versus 3 scenario, the bomb is down. 45 seconds. Can they defend it?
Look at them, they're going wide out for this one. They're expecting somebody onto the flank. It's going to be Aspect. Aspect's trapped in the corner. Aspect is completely trapped in this corner, and down they go. They're looking for the players on the inside. Denzer will find one. A 1 versus 2 for Millie, but he's in a wonderful position with his head in. Flying over the top. Reinforcements arrive. Eventually, they just get the bodies in there, OMiT.
And that was a big play, honestly, from Aspect. When he goes on that flank, you might think, okay, he gets trapped in a corner, but he survives as long as possible. And Denza finds his way over, gets the first, gets the backup, and the kill will then fall OMiT's way. They now have themselves a lead here in the search and destroy. Well, I'll chat over what they want to do here. And Denza letting everyone know what the plan is. Said they had a lead. It's now 3 apiece, sorry. There is a DK Hellstone missile in the back pocket. I didn't even consider that, considering it was only a 4-sprayer, so... He got a hold of it, and Dak is just going to be taken down ever so easily. OMiT do this quite a bit where they'll sit in, wait for the push to come, and punish them. First blood will fall their way, 4v3 in favor of OMiT.
Mince just finds Ethan being a bit static. 3 versus 3. They're choosing now potentially to commit.
I don't think anyone from Tone's seen them on the cross. That's why they're waiting. Hellstone missile now on its way, but you have to make a movement with this. Information will now be presented. They will know there was one player lingering around. He'll keep them inside of B. It's going to give OMiT a little bit of room. TK just about survives that, but he has the backup. 3v3.
32 seconds to go, and they're trying to make a bit of moves here. Mince finds DK as well. This is now really tenuous.
Let's find something.
Trying to hide, he finds one, but the players come to reinforce. It'll be Torn who win that round, Ton. They take the lead again.
That's a first blood. Hellstorm used. OMiT don't win the round. That is a deflating one for the OMiT side. I don't know if it was a strange decision to call in that Hellstorm, but it definitely felt as if it wasn't necessary at the time. You had the numbers. As soon as they had that information, you can't really gain a great deal on Fringe. Plenty of cover, and Tone got into it. Such a tight game. Like, nobody really lighting it up. Nobody really having a stink. I mean, Aspect sitting at 2 and 5. It's a close game.
Tense and slow. Torn Esports waiting. Smoke out. Can make a move now. Looks like they're going to go for an A hit. There's the A hit, and Denza catches Dak before he can do any more damage here. The trades are slow as well. Torn Esports have now committed with that bomb to put bodies in the middle of the street. They've got 3 into A. They're going to try and chow this out, surely. Denza is just throwing bullets through, but backup arrives. And that was an interesting push, really. A one-directional one from Torn.
I think they just presumed that there's a couple of members from OMiT inside of A, so they just tried shock and awe for it. Because they get caught on the initial, they know they probably need to move quite quickly or the net will start to close. That net did close in the end. But the problem is for Tone, they didn't find anything on the entry. Ethan was there to wrap through mid, just finds the perfect flank. And Denzer and Co continue to survive whilst Ethan makes his move. This is as tight as the search and destroy as they're likely to get. 0-4.
Big push. Going for it. Smoke's already going to be down. The one player here gets out as well. The nades are flying over. OMiT staying alive for now, but the information will be in the hands of Torn Esports. They're going to know. And that bomb is not going down yet.
And now you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. If you OMiT, you kind of have to try and fight your way out of it. Stuck in a corner. How do the fights go? Mint's just going to offer himself up. It's Millie, sorry. Jumps over the top, and OMiT just waiting for them inside of the site. Ethan with another 4v2. Millie answers back. But now Dak left on his own in a 1v3. And it's not going to happen. I just don't understand the commitment. I think they presume the bomb's going down, but OMiT aren't doing a great deal. Torn jumped over to check it. It's just a freebie. OMiT traded out from there, and they are 1 round away.
Really don't know how this one is going to go. I mean, it has been a back and forth battle between them, but you are right, Ton. That was a Chow potentially to try and grab the momentum and get the advantage. And if anything, OMiT, I was just thinking maybe they're being a bit too slow, but turns out, fantastic.
Let's see what the attack's going to look like. Tone Esports are going to have to be good here. Big B hit coming in. OMiT are full stacked over towards A. Engagement will be coming in. TK, he's going to get away. They are not expecting this 4-man flank, not by any stretch.
Is this going to go around the houses, or is TK going to plant? I think they might go round. They've not
info?
seen anybody yet.
I don't know if he got info, Bricey.
Straight on the back. There's a player sitting towards the middle as well. They are on the opposite side of where they started. DK is going to go down. Too much of a cow coming through. Advantage to Torn. Denzer now in trouble. Ethan will manage to find one back as well. Reinforcements now trying to flood in from both sides. 3 versus 3.
Staying alive inside of the point. Big gunfight win from TK. Finds a second. And all of a sudden, it's Aspect left in a 1v3.
Oh, he's waiting. Oh, he's still waiting. Finds the one. Tries to get out. Stays alive. 52 health in the dream. Waiting for the push, but it's going to be both sides. He finds a second, but not the third. It's played well enough. And we go to a round 11 ton. Credit to Taunt. They held fast.
That was a silly round, wasn't it? Torn found their way around, and I mean, the jig was kind of up for OMiT as they looked for the flank. Championship points still available to OMiT. Torn need to dig as deep as they possibly can here. They need to find something. Round 11 we go. It's OMiT on the defensive side. Torn to attack. And Torn have been actually enjoying themselves over towards this B side, if anything, and that's where they're going to default to once again.
Oh, wait a second. Bit of a bait, bit of a fight back.
Did they get info there? Did DK see something, and has he called his team back over? Yes, he has. They're on their way, and Torn are committing over towards A. This is wide open.
Second guess now coming in. Trying to get back into position. DK finds Aspect. Oh, there's the nade that goes through. They're pushing through. They're being aggressive as well here. Advantage Torn.
Get the numbers and get out. 4v3 still in their favor. Oh, DK's in a lot of trouble over towards the backside. The child's going to start coming on through, but which way the gunfight's going? Ethan finds 2. DK 1v2.
DK finds the first pistol fight for DK!
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Clutches up and OMiT become the Major 4 champions of a magic moment from DK. The rookies, the revolutionaries, find victory in only the way that they can. How does that happen? How does that work? OMiT, champions of Major 4 challenges.
DK, are you kidding me? Unbelievable 1v2 in a round 11 where Torn think they've got it signed, sealed, and delivered. And DK knocks the door down. Incredible. Oh my God, you're champions in Paris.
Words betray me. How has he done that then? We thought that was going to the next map. We thought they had lost out on the trades. I think Ethan found 2 and then DK was left alone. The player that was initially the cause of that engagement. The last one standing. Kills one with a pistol after putting a few bullets with the M15 in. Turns and buries the barrel into the stomach of the second player. And clutches that 1 versus 2 for the Dreams. Finally, the OMiT have found their win.
And he did it as well up against Bush, didn't he? A 1v2, DK loves Fringe. And I was kind of thinking to myself when we were in this game against Bush, there was multiple clutch scenarios that OMiT were able to pull off. None of them were really going in their favor. Torn were using their numbers and using their numbers well. But when the game is called, DK steps up to the plate again. Unbelievable. We'll get to see this hopefully in the replay package, obviously. I mean, we will. But the big hit comes over towards the backside. Denza goes to back it on up. DK's here. 2 of them still hunting him down. Minced out with the pistol. And just absolute gun. He doesn't miss a bullet.
They commit as well. They think they've got it. They commit. 3 versus 3 down the alleyway.
Oh, I love the angle.
Finds one, and that second player went to chow him, and he just didn't get anything wrong. And this is how it ends. 4-1 for OMiT over Torn Esports. Colossus, Sarkate, Den, and Fringe all flow their direction. They lose only the Overload in a close 1-score game. A game that they had lost, actually, the Torn Esports before the Overload, but this time it doesn't matter. In a best of 7, they win 4. And they find that win right at the end of the season, Ton. We've been gassing them for a while, and that gas only grows.
And that is, I mean, obviously it's a massive round to win the tournament, but you go into a Den Overload. Again, as I mentioned, Torn won that map up against them yesterday. If that 1v2 doesn't happen, Torn are still behind, but heading into a map they'll be feeling confident on, and then into another search and destroy. It's anybody's game. They were not far away, Brycey. Commiserations to Torn, and plaudits to them as well. Really put themselves in the conversation for the end of the season. They'll be up there and they will be a threat. That's of no doubt. But you have to give them their credit. A fantastic run. Nobody really seen them going this far. 17th seed coming into this event. Managing to find themselves second in the tournament. A brilliant run for Torn Esports, but OMiT were a step too far.
They certainly were. I mean, Torn Esports, it's a wonderful story, a wonderful journey that they have made. And they will feel even more distraught by the fact they only lost to one team. Only OMiT can put them down. They went to map 5s with Bush. They went to map 5 with Team War. They took maps of other teams, but it is a wonderful story for Torn Esports. They will not go to the ball. There is no glass slipper because unfortunately this time OMiT find their crown. Something they've been hunting since this team was formed, and we knew there was trouble under the waves when they did so. It was formed to showcase the good these players are, the rookies. They'll be making an impact on even larger stages soon. And that's how it ends. OMiT first, Torn Esports second, Telluride Bush Gaming third, Team War fourth, P7 and OMiT Brooklyn 5th and 6th, FC Stallions Project 7 are coming 7th and 8th, and Exceptional Rock Huntsman and Omnia Invicta in 9th to 12th here at the final major of the year.
Yeah, and you've got to say, for a couple of these teams, you look at Huntsman, Rock, that's a massive disappointment for them. Project 7 as well. FC Stallions, not too bad of a run, all things considered, but teams like P7 Notorious, who were really threatening to just take over the air, never really happened for them. And I love to see that top 4. Team War in and amongst the mix. A couple of guys who were not even playing this game a couple of months ago, proving their worth, proving they can hang. Brilliant performance from them. Bush, once again, will be there till the end of the season. That is of no doubt. They only fall to ever so slight games that don't go their way. Full plaudits to Torn Esports as well. But so many rookies in and amongst that top 4. So many players who haven't been in the CDL really proved their worth over this season. Of course, they've got champs coming up. EWC as well. Huge end of the season for all those players. But I tell you what, as we kind of mentioned on a couple of occasions, there is a couple of names on a lot of the CDL teams lists, and the ones at the top of the table are OMiT, and there is a lot of players on that roster that are on the lips of the CDL.
There certainly are. Well, I believe we get the chance to have an interview with a player in the venue. Ethan should be joining us here on broadcast. Ethan, I can hope you can hear us.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Fantastic. First of all, congratulations on an incredible win at this event. Oh, so many questions for you, by the way. I know that this is kind of a new thing for going into the interviews, but first of all, going to events, we've been speaking about it during the year, how you've only kind of just started going to majors this year. How has that experience been for you, and now obviously culminating it in winning Major 4?
It's been an insane feeling, to be honest. You know, the LAN environment, which is, you know, my second ever time, just feels insane. Like the pressure, the stress, everything going through it, like that's what helps me thrive. It's way better online, and you know, the fact that I've came second on my first ever one, and also playing at the Pro Am against Optic, which was also insane, helped us, you know, get some reps. That was insane, and then coming to this major and winning it, which, you know, we knew we could do. I knew I could do it, so yeah, felt insane.
Ethan, how nice did it feel to get one back over on Bush after the loss last time around as well?
No, honestly, it felt amazing to get back. We knew we could beat him when the first time we played him. We came back like twice when we first played him, and like we knew we could beat him. We had it in our hands. We just trolled, to be honest. So beating him there felt amazing. We knew we could.
Awesome, good to hear. Now, I kind of want to ask you a little bit about this pressure, because obviously it's almost seemed like the eyes of the CDL world have started to cast their eyes in your direction. Obviously, we've been talking an awful lot about you on broadcast. We know that there are teams that have been at least having discussions with themselves. Has this ever kind of entered your mind at this point with how kind of much that you've really come under the spotlight in what, like 3 months?
Yeah, I didn't really expect it, to be honest. Like, I wasn't really playing challenges at all. I didn't compete Major 1, Major 2, any of the elites, right? And I spawn in, play how I'm doing, and to be honest, I didn't expect I could do this. I knew I was good, but I didn't know I was this good until I had the right people around me, the right coach and stuff. So, yeah, a big shock, but now I know I am at this level, and especially pro level. I know I can compete at the pro level.
And I think that's such a testament as well to the guys around you. Look, we always kind of give you, DK, kind of the credit. You are the rookies who have kind of come through. But how much does guys like Denza help you out? That guy's got so much experience. What does he do for that team?
He does a lot for the team, to be honest. Like he says the right things. He'll never say the wrong thing to us. He'll always like keep our heads, like we're rookies, right? So we're celebrating when we probably shouldn't be celebrating. We're looking always like ahead, but he's like no, stop looking ahead. Like we need to win this. This is our moment, like right now. And he keeps us in check, and it very much needed.
Awesome, very good to hear. So, kind of last but not least here, Ethan. First of all, congratulations again on winning, but also on your kind of first interview with us. I'm sure we're going to have many more going in the way, and you've done a great job, by the way. I know this can be a little bit daunting to kind of come on camera and put yourself out to the world. I know I've been there with quite a few players, but you've done an incredible job just to kind of come on and answer as well as you have done. So you can certainly pat yourself on the back for that. But one last thing you do have to do is shout out who you need to and address the fans, the sponsors, the team, everything else.
Yeah, shout out OMiT for picking me up and giving me that chance. Shout out Bance, my coach at home, who unfortunately couldn't come. Massive legend, and having him as a coach is insane. And shout out to my team. Not just me and DK, Denza, Aspect, like they're all insane players. So shout out to them as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Well, we'll let you go and celebrate with your team in what could be the first of many celebrations. It has been wonderful to have you on. Thank you so much, Ethan. Champion.
Thank you very much, guys.
Major 4 here in Challengers. We do appreciate you taking your time, but we will let you go. Well, that has been certainly one of the major kind of wins that we have seen, because that is a rookies in the making going forward, Tan. And hey, getting to speak to Ethan for the first time for us is certainly wonderful as well.
Yeah, and just actually have the composure. Sometimes, you got those young kids who are kind of coming in and just getting into this side of things and don't speak quite as well as that. So good job to him on that side of things. But I mean, what about topping it off with this, though, at this major in Paris? Again, I kind of mentioned it throughout the series, but we had 4 different winners in challenges, but we kind of had a lot of the teams kind of in the mix. Started off with Rock. What a surprise that was at the start of the season to see them come into the mix. Fell off for them, of course, towards the last stage of the season. They'll be looking to bounce back quickly. But then, of course, to have 2 NA winners in the middle and then have OMiT come through and get it done at the final. What a competition we got coming to Challengers Champs. I mean, brilliant potential competition coming from EWC, and so many rookies having a fantastic year here in Challengers as well. Big shake up in the CDL next year for me, I would say. It's been fantastic.
I think so as well. Just to quickly touch on your point again here. Yeah, no, it is a funny one, actually, when we speak to new rookies about how well they're going to do in interviews. Very well. Especially considering that his coach Bance gave us a terrible interview last time around when we got into it. Ethan's outperformed him very much already, but we'll digress. It is the end of a journey here. Major 4 has come and gone. The season has come and gone. Only things left are champs and EWC. So it has been a wonderful journey. So thank you to production, Tan. Thank you to yourself. And thank you to everyone who has been watching. It's the end of our broadcast. But until we return, thank you one more time. And we'll see you then.